Chapter 1 Lottery. God level cultivation talent. Longhua, Nanshan Province, Jiu'an City. It was May, and the afternoon heat was unbearable. Jiu'an Number 1 Middle School, Class 9, Grade 3. At the podium, the teacher talked incessantly. Under the podium, the students are drowsy. Everyone, look, someone is flying outside. A voice suddenly rang out, instantly waking up many drowsy students. Everyone looked out the window at the same time, including the teacher on the podium. I saw a figure flying in the air, flashing past from high above. So handsome. I really want to be a cultivator. You're saying it as if I don't want to? I've always dreamed of becoming a cultivator. Speaking of dreams, last night I dreamed that I had an S-level cultivation talent. Are you dreaming? I don't think too much, a C-level cultivation talent is enough. You two are just dreaming. All you need is an E-level cultivation talent. I'm thinking even lower. I'd be satisfied with the lowest F-level cultivation talent. Similar conversations rang out one after another in the classroom. Bang! 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 3 loud knocks on the podium were heard, followed by a loud shout. Quiet! Many students who were talking stopped talking immediately and looked at the teacher on the podium. I know everyone wants to become a practitioner, including the teacher. But not everyone can become a cultivator. One must have a natural talent for cultivation. The teacher first poured a bucket of cold water on many students, and then comforted them a little. Strange beasts are invading, aliens are causing trouble, the situation is chaotic and turbulent. Actually, being an ordinary person is pretty good. At least we don't have to face danger directly. Okay, everyone, calm down and let's continue the class. The teacher started talking again, but many students had no intention of listening. The same is true for Zhang Taiping, who was sitting in the corner of the last row. Compared with other students, there was a hint of bitterness on his cheek. It's a disgrace to a time traveler. Zhang Taiping sighed inwardly. He has a secret that no one knows about, he is a time traveler. Why embarrass the time traveler? Other time travelers are doing very well, but he is doing terribly. How miserable is it? He was born with a transmigration, and before he was a month old, both his parents died, and he grew up in an orphanage. At the age of 16, the orphanage kicked him out on the grounds of lack of funds and that he had grown up. Afterwards, in order to survive, he worked 3 odd jobs every night, busy until 1 or 2 in the morning, and was barely able to make ends meet. Thinking back to the past, Zhang Taiping suddenly became angry, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. We are all time travelers, so why is there such a big gap between people? I don't want to embarrass the time traveler. Forget it, no excuses. Why do other travelers have golden fingers, but I don't? Why are other travelers doing so well, but I'm in such a miserable state? Zhang Taiping let out a silent roar and clenched his fists tightly. In his previous life, he lived a mediocre life. In this life, he doesn't want to live in mediocrity anymore. I don't want to become food for strange beasts at any time. He wants to live a wonderful life and leave his own legend in this world. At this moment, a somewhat mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Zhang Taiping's mind. Bite. The host has been detected to be extremely unwilling. The lottery system is being activated. Zhang Taiping was unwilling and was stunned for a moment, then a look of ecstasy appeared on his cheeks. He thought he would break the rule that all time travelers have golden fingers. Now it seems that the law is the law and it is not so easy to break. It's just that his golden finger came later than that of other time travelers. Lottery system of all worlds, what can you do? Zhang Taiping asked in his heart. This system is called Lottery of All Worlds, so naturally, it's a lottery among all worlds. A stream of information flooded into Zhang Taiping's mind. The amount of information was not large, but Zhang Taiping quickly figured out the function of the lottery system of all worlds. As long as it exists in the 10,000 worlds, you can get it through the 10,000 worlds system lottery. For example, martial arts, skills, magic weapons, magic treasures, etc. But if you want to participate in the lottery, you must first have a lottery card. There are 4 types of lottery cards: low-level lottery cards, intermediate lottery cards, advanced lottery cards and super lottery cards. The higher the level of the lottery card, the greater the chance of winning and the greater the chance of getting good things. The super lottery card guarantees 100% winning and 100% good things. How do I get the lottery card in the lottery system of all worlds? Zhang Taiping asked in his heart again. Kill the enemy to get. Another wave of information flooded into Zhang Taiping's mind, and he quickly sorted it out. Every time you kill an enemy, you might get a lottery card. The higher the level of the lottery card, the smaller the chance of getting it. Super draw cards can only be dropped by killing enemies. Intermediate and advanced lottery cards can be synthesized using low-level lottery cards. 10 low-level lottery cards can be combined into a mid-level lottery card. 10 intermediate lottery cards can be combined into one advanced lottery card. Why does it feel like I'm getting equipment from monsters? Zhang Taiping felt a little strange. Bite. The lottery system has been activated, and a gift package will be given for activation. Do you want to use it? Need I ask? Of course I will use it. Zhang Taiping answered without hesitation. Use the activation gift pack to get a super lottery card. Do you want to use it? Use. Zhang Taiping's heart is full of anticipation. The super lottery card is sure to win, and he will definitely get something good. I wonder what he will get. Using the super draw card, drawing. Bite. Congratulations to the host for winning the prize and obtaining the God-level cultivation talent, devouring. Congratulations to the host for raising his cultivation talent from G-level to God-level. In the lottery system of all worlds speaking room. Zhang Taiping felt a warm current flowing into his body, and then he felt that he seemed a little different from before. But what exactly is the difference? He couldn't explain it. However, he knew that the warm current and the different feeling were caused by winning the God-level talent in the lottery, so he didn't think too much about it. G-level? God-level? Zhang Taiping was a little confused. Although he is not a cultivator, he lives in a world of high-level martial arts. Even if he has not eaten pork, hasn't he seen a pig walk? As we all know, the cultivation talents of practitioners in this world are divided into 7 levels. They are F level, E level, D level, C level, B level, A level, and S level. F is the lowest and S is the highest. What the hell is G level? What the hell is God level? In the lottery system of all worlds, what is G level? What is God level? Zhang Taiping asked. G level is a euphemism for having no talent for cultivation. God level is also known as Super S level, and the talent for cultivation far exceeds that of S level. The corner of Zhang Taiping's mouth twitched. If he didn't have the talent for cultivation, then he didn't have the talent for cultivation. What's the point of being euphemistic? But the next moment he was so excited that he almost jumped up. God-level cultivation talent far exceeds the S-level cultivation talent known to everyone in the world. Now he is really awesome. Chapter 2: A difficult beginning, seeking wealth and honor through risk. After being excited for a while, Zhang Taiping finally calmed down. In the lottery system of all worlds, what is the purpose of devouring the God-level cultivation talent? Zhang Taiping asked. The function is very simple. Kill the enemy and automatically devour some of the enemy's qi and blood to improve your own cultivation. Zhang Taiping was stunned. Before, he could get equipment by killing monsters, but now he could earn experience by killing monsters. But, you tell me this function is called simple? That's clearly a heifer riding a plane so awesome. Fuck. Coming back to his senses from his daze, Zhang Taiping couldn't help but swear. He really wanted to express how excited he was. But I am not well educated, so I can only say fuck. Swish. Everyone in the classroom looked at Zhang Taiping at the same time, including the teacher. Zhang Taiping, why are you yelling? The teacher asked. Zhang Taiping was a little embarrassed. He was so excited that he forgot that he was in class. But his brain worked quickly and he came up with an excuse in an instant. Teacher, your explanation is so good that I can't help but sigh in admiration. The classmates all looked at Zhang Taiping with contempt. This guy doesn't even blush when he lies. The teacher nodded with satisfaction. Keep your voice down next time and don't disturb everyone. Let's continue with the class. Zhang Taiping was somewhat relieved that he reacted quickly, otherwise it would have been embarrassing. In the lottery system of all worlds, can I check my own attributes? Zhang Taiping asked. Yes, just use your mind to access the attribute panel. Zhang Taiping's mind moved, and a light screen that only he could see appeared out of thin air in front of him. There are 3 groups of words above the light curtain: attributes, skills, and warehouse. The default display is the property interface. Host, Zhang Taiping. Age, 18. Realm, none. Chi and blood, 1 card. Note, ordinary people are 1. Talent, devour god level. Zhang Taiping opened the skill interface, and the light screen flashed slightly and turned into the skill interface. But the skills page is empty, there is nothing. Zhang Taiping opened the warehouse interface again. There are rows of small grids in the warehouse interface, but they are empty and there is nothing in them. This warehouse, even rats that come in would leave in tears. Zhang Taiping couldn't help but sigh. Not only the warehouse, in addition to the god-level talent swallowing, the attribute interface and skill interface are also a bit eye-catching. But he just sighed. After all, he had just obtained the lottery system of all worlds, so it was normal that he had nothing. After closing the attribute panel, Zhang Taiping looked thoughtful. Killing enemies will earn you lottery cards, and killing enemies will allow you to devour their blood and energy to improve your own cultivation. It's all about killing the enemy. But now he only has god-level cultivation talent, but not a single bit of strength. There is only one result if you rashly kill the enemy: the genius will die young. But then again, the beginning is always the hardest. As long as he can get through the difficult beginning, his cultivation will improve by leaps and bounds. His future is as smooth as walking in the Sahara Desert. How do we get through the difficult beginning? Zhang Taiping racked his brains to think about this problem. But he kept thinking about it after school and still couldn't think of a good solution. It's not that he is stupid, but he has no strength at all. Even a good cook cannot cook without rice. Oh, right, I have something to remind everyone. The teacher's voice rang out from the podium. There's a cultist from another world that's come to our city. He's extremely vicious and has already killed several people. I've sent his photo to the class group. If you see him, make sure to avoid him. Zhang Taiping took out his cell phone and looked at it, then his eyes lit up slightly. If we can kill this alien, we can get through this difficult beginning. But the next moment, a bitter smile appeared on his cheek again. The aliens are the running dogs of the alien beasts and traitors to mankind, and they are all cultivators. But he was just an ordinary person with god-level cultivation talent. How could he kill the alien? It's almost like giving away your life. Suppressing the thoughts in his mind, Zhang Taiping left the classroom with the bag of books and rushed home. When he was about to reach home, he saw a man and a woman walking forward in an alley out of the corner of his eye. Zhang Taiping ignored it and continued walking forward, but after a few steps he suddenly realized something was wrong. The man's clothes seemed to be the same as the alien the teacher mentioned. That girl seems to be the school beauty Su Chi. Realizing that something was wrong, Zhang Taiping took out his cell phone and found the photos of the alien disciples. After several comparisons, Zhang Taiping was certain that his judgment was correct. The man's clothes were exactly the same as the alien in the photo. Also, the alien in the photo is carrying a bag, and the man is also carrying a bag. That girl is indeed the school beauty Su Chi. Besides that, he discovered something else. The alien's right hand was placed on Su Chi's back, as if he was using something to push against Su Chi. But because the alien was wearing long sleeves, he couldn't see clearly what was in the alien's hand. But I think it should be a weapon like a dagger. Save him or not? No, do you want to take a gamble? Zhang Taiping looked thoughtful. Su Chi has nothing to do with him. If he is strong enough, he wouldn't mind saving her. But he is just an ordinary person with god-level cultivation talent. If he rashly goes to save Su Chi, he will also be sacrificed. So now it's not a question of whether to save Su Chi or not, but a question of whether he wants to take a chance. He was eager to get through the difficult beginning, and now was undoubtedly an opportunity. If you miss this opportunity, you don't know when you will have the second one. Soon, Zhang Taiping made up his mind. As the saying goes, fortune and honor come with risk. Now that there is an opportunity in front of him, he must not miss it no matter what. However, we are not as strong as others, so we cannot act recklessly. We need to use our wits. After a little thought, Zhang Taiping took out a mask from his pocket and put it on. He picked up a brick on the side of the road, put it in his bag, covered it with a book, and ran quickly towards the alien and Su Chi. Killing the aliens will bring revenge from them. To be on the safe side, it is better to hide your appearance. He needs to wear a mask when working in a restaurant, and he always has a mask in his pocket, which will come in handy. Hearing the footsteps behind him, the alien turned around immediately, and a look of vigilance appeared on his cheeks. But the next moment he relaxed. He did not feel any fluctuations in chi and blood from Zhang Taiping. This means that Jiang Taiping is an ordinary person and cannot threaten him. He really is the alien disciple that the teacher mentioned. Jiang Taiping's eyes flashed slightly. Although the alien was also wearing a mask, the exposed eyes, eyebrows, etc. were exactly the same as in the photo. Also, when the alien turned around, the cuffs of his clothes shook, and he saw the tip of a knife against Tsuchichi's back. "Uncle, my brother is missing. Have you seen a 5 or 6-year-old child passing by here?" Jiang Taiping asked as he ran. When he finished speaking, he had already run to the alien. Chapter 3, The Power of Bricks, Promotion to F Class. At this time, Jiang Taiping was very nervous. The man in front of him is a vicious criminal. If he attacks without saying a word, he will be finished. And he still dared to take a gamble, betting that the aliens would be afraid of being exposed and would not dare to kill people here. The alien heaved a sigh of relief. He had just thought that Jiang Taiping had discovered something, but now it seemed that he had been worrying too much. "Just now I saw a child of 5 or 6 years old," the alien said. "He ran in the direction you came from. Didn't you meet him?" "I saw your sister." Jiang Taiping cursed in his heart. He just said that to find an excuse to get closer to the aliens, so where did his brother come from? But he also knew that the alien said this because he wanted him to leave as soon as possible. "Thank you, uncle." Jiang Taiping thanked him, turned around and pretended to leave. The alien turned around and walked forward holding Tsuchichi hostage. "Right now." Jiang Taiping took out a brick from his bag, turned around and hit the alien on the head. The alien didn't know that Jiang Taiping was coming for him, and Jiang Taiping was just an ordinary person, so he was not on guard at all. Bang! Accompanied by a dull thud, Jiang Taiping smashed the alien's head with a brick. After being hit on the back of his head, the alien felt dizzy and then fell forward uncontrollably. The dagger against Tsuchichi's back fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Jiang Taiping didn't dare to delay. He flew to the alien and rode on him. He swung the brick and hit the back of the alien's head again and again. The alien is a cultivator, and we cannot give him any chance to breathe, otherwise he will die. Tsuchichi was stunned by this scene. She looked stupidly at Jiang Taiping, who was hitting the back of the alien's head with brick after brick. After more than a dozen brick blows, the somewhat mechanical voice of the lottery system of all worlds suddenly rang in Jiang Taiping's mind. Bite. The host killed an enemy and obtained 58 low-level lottery cards. At the same time, Jiang Taiping felt a warm current entering his body, and then his body became warm. Finally dead. Jiang Taiping breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't have time to think too much, nor did he have time to feel the abnormality in his body. He snatched the bag from the alien, picked up the dagger in his bag that fell to the ground, and ran away decisively. Although he was wearing a mask and Tsuchichi was not in the same class as him, they were in the same campus and they would see each other every day. It was hard to guarantee that Tsuchichi would recognize him. If Tsuchichi recognized her and then spread the news that he killed the alien, he would be in trouble. As for taking away the alien's bag and picking up the dagger that fell to the ground, he killed the alien, so the alien's things naturally belonged to him. When Tsuchichi came back to her senses, Jiang Taiping had disappeared. Who is that guy? Why does he look familiar? Tsuchichi frowned. After a moment, her frown relaxed and she remembered who that person was. You run pretty fast, but can you outrun the monk in the temple? Tsuchichi smiled brightly, picked up the alien's body in one hand, and left quickly. Jiang Taiping ran very fast, turning left and right along the way. Soon, he found that his strength had increased and he could run faster. Jiang Taiping was a little confused at first, but he soon understood. It should be because he killed the aliens and devoured some of their blood and energy, which improved his cultivation. After running for a long time, Jiang Taiping made sure that no one was chasing him, and then he rushed home. His home is not far from Zhuan No. 1 Middle School, but it is located in a slum area and is a rented basement. How could a poor man like him be qualified to buy a house in Zhuan City? After returning home, Jiang Taiping immediately closed the door and sat down at the table. I wonder what's in the bag. Jiang Taiping put the bag and bundle on the table, then opened the bundle to check. The next moment, Jiang Taiping was shocked. The bundle was filled with money. He counted it and found that there were a total of 150,000 yuan. I'm rich. Jiang Taiping's eyes were full of green light. All his life, the most he had ever owned was over 1,000 yuan, but this was 150,000. After being excited for a while, Jiang Taiping finally calmed down. He took out the alien's dagger from his bag. This dagger is shining coldly and looks very sharp, so he can be said to have a useful weapon. Open the properties panel. Jiang Taiping muttered in his heart, and then a light curtain appeared out of thin air in front of him. Host, Jiang Taiping. Age, 18. Realm, F level. Qi and blood, 18 calories. Talent, Devour God level. Level F? Jiang Taiping was stunned. The level of cultivation is the same as the talent for cultivation, and is divided into 7 levels from low to high, F, E, D, C, B, A and S. The energy and blood required for the latter realm is 10 times that of the previous realm. A practitioner with Qi and blood reaching 10 cards is an F-level practitioner, a practitioner with Qi and blood reaching 100 cards is an E-level practitioner, and so on. Ha, I've become a practitioner. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Taiping burst into laughter. He thought the difficult beginning would take some time to get through, but he didn't expect that it would be over today. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that after becoming a cultivator, he will be qualified to enter the demon hunting garden and hunt strange beasts. And since he can hunt strange beasts, wouldn't his cultivation level be soaring? After being excited for a while, Jiang Taiping opened the warehouse interface. The originally empty warehouse now has items, 58 low-level lottery cards. After a moment's thought, Jiang Taiping said, Lottery of the Myriad Worlds system, use a low-level lottery card to draw once. Start the lottery, consume a low-level lottery card. Thank you for participating. Jiang Taiping was speechless. If he didn't win the prize, then he didn't win the prize. Why should he say thank you for participating? It made him feel like drinking a beverage and seeing thank you for trying it written on the bottle cap. Lottery system of all worlds, 7 consecutive draws of low-level lottery cards. Jiang Taiping said again. Start the lottery, consume 7 low-level lottery cards. Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating for the 6th time. Jiang Taiping's face turned a little dark. The chance of winning a low-level lottery card was too small, right? Bite. Congratulations to the host for winning the prize. You have obtained Xiaolong News socks. They have been stored in the warehouse and can be retrieved with your mind. Jiang Taiping's expression was happy, and then became a little weird. Take out. Jiang Taiping's mind moved, and a pair of socks appeared out of thin air in his hands. He studied the socks in his hand carefully for a while, but couldn't see anything special about them. Lottery system of all worlds, does this sock have any special function? Jiang Taiping asked. No, just a pair of socks. Jiang Taiping's face turned dark again. I finally won the prize, but I got a pair of ordinary socks, women's at that. He couldn't wear it, and he didn't have any special fetish for it, so he just threw it in the trash can. The chances of winning with low-level lottery cards are too low, and I can't get anything good. I'd better use the mid-level lottery cards. Jiang Taiping sighed secretly. As for high-level draw cards? He wanted them, but he didn't have enough low-level draw cards. Chapter 4 A Match Made in Heaven, Su Qiqi is furious. Jiang Taiping immediately started to act. He said, use the lottery system of all worlds to combine 5 intermediate lottery cards. 5 intermediate level lottery cards have been synthesized, consuming 50 low-level lottery cards. Draw from the Myriad Worlds system, use the intermediate lottery card to draw 5 times in a row. Jiang Taiping said decisively. Start the lottery, consume 5 intermediate lottery cards. Bite. Congratulations to the host for winning the prize and obtaining an S-level cultivation talent sword embryo. Jiang Taiping's face lit up with joy. It's worthy of being an intermediate lottery card. I won the prize on the first try, and it's a good one. But the 4 thank you for participating that followed made him suddenly realize that he was overthinking. After the lottery was over, Jiang Taiping felt a warm current entering his body. Once again, he felt that he had become different from before, but he still couldn't tell what was different. This was the second time Jiang Taiping had experienced this feeling. He knew it was caused by obtaining the S-level cultivation talent sword embryo, so he didn't think much about it. 5 intermediate lottery cards can get S-level cultivation talents. My luck is pretty good. Jiang Taiping talked to himself, and what he said was really in his heart. Before this, he thought it would be fine if he could draw something similar. After all, it was just an intermediate lottery card. But what he didn't expect was that he actually drew an S-level cultivation talent. But he felt a little confused. He already has God-level cultivation talent, so isn't it a bit redundant to have an S-level cultivation talent? Wrong. The next moment, Jiang Taiping seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes suddenly brightened. It's not redundant, it's very useful. Jiang Taiping was very excited. The function of the God-level cultivation talent devouring is to devour part of the enemy's blood and energy and improve one's own cultivation. This function is just auxiliary. But the S-level cultivation talent sword embryo is different. Its function should be suitable for sword training, and the attack power of swordsmanship is extremely strong. The God-level cultivation talent is devouring as a supplement, and the S-level cultivation talent is sword embryo as an attack. One assists and the other attacks, it's a match made in heaven, how can it be redundant? But this is just his own idea, it would be better to verify it with the lottery system of all worlds. In the lottery system of all worlds, what is the function of the S-level cultivation talent sword embryo? Jiang Taiping asked. S-level cultivation talent sword embryo, also known as the natural sword body, the practice of swordsmanship can make rapid progress. It is indeed so. Jiang Taiping laughed out loud. No matter whether it is the God-level cultivation talent devouring, or the S-level cultivation talent sword embryo, any one of them is enough to make him stand out in this world, not to mention that he has dual talents at the same time, so why should he worry about the bright future? Low profile, low profile. Jiang Taiping warned himself again. As the saying goes, the tallest bird gets shot down, and the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. In order to live longer, it is better to keep a low profile. Forcing himself to suppress the excitement in his heart, Jiang Taiping looked at the cash and dagger on the table with a thoughtful look on his face. Cash is easy to handle, just deposit it in the bank tomorrow. But the dagger is a bit troublesome. The school prohibits the carrying of dangerous weapons. He cannot carry a dagger with him when he goes to school. But if I don't carry the dagger with me and encounter danger, I can't run back home to get it, right? In the lottery system of all worlds, can non-system items be stored in the warehouse? Jiang Taiping asked. Yes, just use your mind to collect it. Very good. Jiang Taiping was very surprised. The system warehouse can store non-system items, so he can carry the dagger with him at any time. Also, if there are things that are inconvenient to carry in the future, you can also store them in the system warehouse. Receive. Jiang Taiping's mind moved, and the cash and dagger on the table disappeared out of thin air. He opened the warehouse interface and saw that the first grid contained cash and the second grid contained a dagger. After closing the system interface, Jiang Taiping's face was full of vigor and vitality. I have 2 talents, one God level and one S level, and my cultivation has also been promoted to F level. The road ahead will be as smooth as galloping across the Sahara Desert. I won't be working today. I'll get a good night's sleep and recharge my batteries. I'll take a day off tomorrow to go to the demon hunting garden and improve my skills. Jiang Taiping talked to himself. He got up, washed up briefly, and then lay down on the bed to sleep. Before this, he worked at night to make money and survive. Now he has a huge sum of 150,000 yuan, enough to keep him going for a long time. He also possesses dual cultivation talents, and cultivation is the most important thing, so why would he need to work? Perhaps because he let go of his worries and felt relaxed, Jiang Taiping fell asleep as soon as he lay down on the bed. But before he had slept for long, the cell phone on the bedside table rang. Who's calling at this hour? Jiang Taiping, who was woken up, muttered something and picked up his cell phone to look at it. It was a call from an unfamiliar number, and then he just hung up and went back to sleep. On weekdays, only his teachers and the place where he works would call him. There is no need to answer unfamiliar numbers. But just as he lay down, his cell phone rang again. He picked up the phone and took a look. It was still the same unfamiliar number. Jiang Taiping hung up again. However, the strange number seemed to be fighting with him and called again. Jiang Taiping was a little annoyed. He had already hung up twice, so why was he still calling? Can't you let me sleep? Stop hitting me. Jiang Taiping answered the phone, yelled, and then hung up without waiting for the other party to speak. In order to prevent that person from calling again and disturbing his sleep, Jiang Taiping even turned off his cell phone. Hello, the number you dialed is turned off. When Suchichi heard the voice coming from the phone, she was so angry that her lungs almost exploded. She had never been hung up on by anyone in her life, but today she encountered it. Not only did Jiang Taiping hang up on her 3 times in a row, he also turned off his phone directly, which made her very unacceptable. Jiang Taiping, if you dare to hang up on me, I will break into your house. Su Chichi gritted her teeth, started the car and drove forward. But before it had gone far, the car stopped again. Forget it, it's already dark, let's talk about it tomorrow. Anyway, that guy has to go to school tomorrow, there's no need to rush. Su Chichi muttered to herself for a few words, then pouted and turned the car towards Juan No. 1 Middle School. No words all night. The next morning, Jiang Taiping woke up to the sound of the alarm clock. He simply washed up and walked out the door, heading towards Juan No. 1 Middle School. On the way, he bought a cup of soy milk and some buns and ate them while walking. Jiang Taiping did not stop when passing by the bank. According to his plan yesterday, he wanted to deposit the money into the bank, but he changed his mind today. It was really unusual for a poor student like him to deposit a huge sum of 150,000 yuan. If the world continues to be in chaos, the bank might go bankrupt at any time. Who can he ask for money then? Therefore, it is better to keep your money in the system warehouse, which is not only convenient to use but also safe. Not long after, Jiang Taiping arrived at Juan No. 1 Middle School. He saw Su Chichi standing at the school gate at a glance, staring at everyone entering the school. It looks like he's looking for someone. Chapter 5, Can I refuse when the school beauty pushes me against the wall? Isn't this girl looking for me? A thought flashed through Jiang Taiping's mind. He subconsciously turned around and left, but when he remembered that he still had to ask the teacher for leave, he stopped again. I was wearing a mask last night, this girl shouldn't be able to recognize me. Jiang Taiping comforted himself and walked into the school with his head held high. But just as he reached the door, Su Chichi's delicate cry suddenly rang out. Stop! Jiang Taiping knew that Su Chichi was talking about him, but he didn't even look at Su Chichi and continued walking into the school. I'm talking to you, stop right there. Su Chichi's voice rang out again. Jiang Taiping wanted to pretend that he didn't hear it, but unfortunately he couldn't because Su Chichi blocked his way. Why are you stopping me? Jiang Taiping pretended to be stupid. Why do you think I'm stopping you? Su Chichi asked back. Jiang Taiping looked innocent. I'm not you, how would I know? Come with me. Su Chichi didn't say much to Jiang Taiping. She grabbed Jiang Taiping's hand and walked into the school. Jiang Taiping wanted to break free from Su Chichi's jade hand, but after trying a few times, he was shocked to find that Su Chichi's delicate jade hand was like an iron clamp, and he couldn't break free at all. Also, Su Chichi was very strong, and he couldn't even stand still. Helplessly, he could only let Su Chichi drag him forward. This scene made many students at the school gate look at each other in confusion, and then a series of discussions followed. It seems that school beauty Su is waiting for that boy. What's going on? Who is that guy? Could he be taking advantage of the school beauty Su? I really want to be that boy and let school beauty Su grab my hand. Jiang Taiping? How did this taciturn guy know school beauty Su? Jiang Taiping had been dragged away by Su Chichi and did not hear the discussions of the crowd. If he heard it, he would definitely feel aggrieved. How dare the god take advantage of Su Chichi? He saved Su Chichi, okay? Also, he really didn't want to know Su Chichi, and he didn't want Su Chichi to grab his hand. Dragged forward by Su Chichi all the way, Jiang Taiping arrived at the door of a room on the second floor of the office building. Why did you drag me here? Jiang Taiping asked in confusion. This is my office. Su Chichi explained and took out the key to open the door. Jiang Taiping was a little surprised. Su Chichi was a student, so how could she have an office? But before he could think about it, Su Chichi dragged him into the office, and then the door slammed shut. Immediately afterwards, he was pushed against the wall by Su Chichi, and then Su Chichi put one hand on the wall next to his head, standing on tiptoe and staring at him closely, which made his heart beat wildly. This girl actually dodged him against the wall? What are you going to do? Jiang Taiping asked weakly. What do you think? Su Chichi asked back. Jiang Taiping was silent for a moment, then said, be gentle. Su Chichi was stunned for a moment, and she asked in confusion, gentle what? I know I'm very handsome. There are only you and me here, a man and a woman living alone in a room. You even pushed me against the wall. You must have some feelings for me and want to take advantage of me. I won't resist. Jiang Taiping said shyly. Su Chichi's face was filled with black lines. She raised her hand and knocked Jiang Taiping on the head, saying angrily, Who has feelings for you? Who wants to take advantage of you? I'm looking for you for business. Jiang Taiping grimaced. How could this girl's hand be so strong? She hit him so hard that his head was buzzing. You have something important to talk to me about. Why are you pushing me against the wall? Jiang Taiping asked. Who pushed you against the wall? I just felt it was oppressive. Su Chichi explained. Jiang Taiping curled his lips. He didn't feel oppressed, but rather felt very ambiguous. Su Chichi seemed to realize that something was wrong. She removed her hand from Jiang Taiping's head and asked fiercely, I'm asking you, why did you hang up on me last night? And why did you turn off your phone? Jiang Taiping asked in surprise, were you the one who called last night? Nonsense. Su Chichi said in shame and anger, if I didn't hit him, how would I know about this? I didn't know it was you calling, I thought it was a harassing call. Jiang Taiping said truthfully. Hearing this, Su Chichi felt a little better. Since Jiang Taiping didn't know it was her who called, it wouldn't be considered as hanging up on her. However, what she didn't know was that if Jiang Taiping knew it was her who called, he would have hung up more quickly. Let's forget about this. Su Chichi asked again, you saved me yesterday, why did you run away? What saved you? What ran? I don't know what you are talking about. Jiang Taiping pretended to be stupid. Stop pretending. Su Chichi glared at Jiang Taiping and said, although you were wearing a mask yesterday, it covered your face but not your eyes, forehead, or hair. I'm sure it was you. Don't try to argue with me. It's useless. Jiang Taiping was a little depressed. He should have disguised himself more thoroughly yesterday so that Su Chichi wouldn't have recognized him. But it was too late to regret it now. He asked, what do you want? What I want depends on your decision. Su Chichi said. What do you mean? Jiang Taiping was a little confused. Su Chichi explained, I think you have a talent for cultivation, and I want to test your talent for cultivation. If before yesterday, Su Chichi said that she wanted to test his cultivation talent, Jiang Taiping would definitely agree immediately, because not everyone has the opportunity to test their cultivation talent, but now he is not willing at all. He already has the talent for cultivation, and two of them, one God level and one S level. Why does he need a test? Besides, he still understood the principle that the tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. No matter whether it was a God-level cultivation talent or an S-level cultivation talent, they were all too amazing, so it was better not to let others know. Jiang Taiping didn't answer. He asked, are you a cultivator? Yes, to be exact, I am an E-level practitioner. Su Chichi did not deny it. Jiang Taiping suddenly realized, no wonder Su Chichi was so strong. He is an F-level practitioner, and Su Chichi is an E-level practitioner. Her cultivation level is one level higher than his. It is normal that he cannot break free from Su Chichi's control. You are an E-level practitioner, and you were caught by that alien? Jiang Taiping was speechless. I got caught on purpose. Su Chichi explained, people often pass by there. To avoid causing chaos, I pretended to be captured and waited until no one was around to deal with him. But I didn't expect you to suddenly attack and beat that E-level alien to death with a few bricks. Jiang Taiping nodded. No wonder he felt that Su Chichi, who was controlled by the alien last night, was not panicked at all. At that time, he thought it was his illusion. At the same time, he felt a little scared because the alien was actually an E-level practitioner. Fortunately, he did not give the alien a chance to react, otherwise he could have killed him with just one finger. Come on, let me test your cultivation talent. Su Chichi said. Jiang Taiping was silent for a moment and said, can I refuse? Chapter 6 You successfully impressed me, F-level sword body? Su Chichi was stunned. Did she hear it right? You know, almost everyone wants to become a cultivator, but they suffer from not having the opportunity to test their cultivation talent. She took the initiative to give the test opportunity to Jiang Taiping, but Jiang Taiping actually wanted to refuse? Do you know what you are saying? Su Chichi asked. No. Jiang Taiping explained, being a cultivator is too dangerous, it's better to be an ordinary person. Su Chichi was stunned. She wondered why Jiang Taiping refused the test, but she never thought it was this reason. You, a person who killed an E-level alien with a brick, said you were afraid of danger. Do you think I believe you? Su Chichi said speechlessly. That's what I think anyway. Whether you believe it or not is your business. Jiang Taiping said without blushing or breathing heavily. Su Chichi frowned. She thought the test would go smoothly, but she didn't expect to meet Jiang Taiping, an outlier. However, she didn't even believe the punctuation marks in what Jiang Taiping said. The next moment, Su Qiqi seemed to have thought of something. She smirked and said, "Jiang Taiping, you beat the alien to death with a brick and ran away immediately. Now you still refuse to admit it. Are you afraid that others will know that it was you who killed the alien?" Jiang Taiping remained silent. He was indeed worried about this. After all, killing the aliens would lead to crazy revenge from them. "I'll give you one more chance. Think carefully about how to answer." Su Qiqi continued, "If your answer doesn't satisfy me, I will spread the news that you killed the alien, and also spread the news that you stole the alien's bag and dagger." Jiang Taiping's forehead was full of black lines. This little girl actually threatened him. "Su Qiqi, do you still have a conscience?" Jiang Taiping scolded, "According to what you said, I saved you yesterday, and this is how you repay kindness with hatred? What do you mean by repaying kindness with enmity? Don't slander me." Su Qiqi argued, "I don't need your help at all, okay? Besides, when you hit the alien with a brick, the alien's dagger injured me. I'm telling you, I'm a man of my words, so you should think about it carefully." Jiang Taiping was very depressed. Did he have any room for consideration? Not at all. "I'm wondering why you insist on letting me take the test?" Jiang Taiping asked puzzledly. Su Qiqi was a little hesitant, but finally decided to tell Jiang Taiping the truth. Su Qiqi, captain of the Demon Hunting Team 9 of the Nightwalker Joan City branch and Demon Hunting Hall. Su Qiqi introduced herself and continued, "Alien beasts are invading, and aliens are causing chaos. The Nightwalker Demon Hunter Hall is short of manpower and urgently needs fresh blood to join. If you have a talent for cultivation, I would like to invite you to join the Nightwalker Demon Hunter Hall." Jiang Taiping was a little surprised. Su Qiqi was actually a member of the Nightwalker? However, when he thought that Su Qiqi was an E-level practitioner, he no longer found it strange. And he also knows something about Nightwalkers. The Nightwalkers are an organization formed by practitioners from the Dragon Country to fight against strange beasts and aliens. What are the benefits of joining the Nightwalker Demon Hunting Hall? Jiang Taiping asked. Eliminate harm to the people and protect the safety of the area. Su Qiqi said proudly. Jiang Taiping curled his lips. He had a hard time even supporting himself, so how could he have the energy to eliminate harm for the people and protect the safety of the area? Don't bother with those high-sounding things. Are there any practical benefits? Jiang Taiping asked again. Su Qiqi thought for a moment and said, I can get a salary, so I have a legitimate reason not to go to school. Jiang Taiping's heart was instantly pounding. Although he has a huge sum of 150,000 yuan, he only spends it without earning anything, so it will be gone sooner or later. But with a salary, he has a continuous income. Also, only by killing enemies can one obtain lottery cards and improve his cultivation. He can't take leave every day, right? Although he was tempted, Jiang Taiping did not agree immediately. He thought for a moment and asked, I don't like being bound by rules. Does the Nightwalker Demon Hunter Hall have many rules? The Nightwalker Demon Hunter Hall doesn't have any rules. Su Qiqi shook her head and explained, as long as you don't do anything wrong and rush over as soon as possible when something happens, that's all that matters. Congratulations, you have successfully impressed me. Jiang Taiping sighed, and without hesitation, he made a decisive decision. Come on, let's test it. Su Qiqi was speechless. If she had known that it would be so easy to make Jiang Taiping surrender, why would she threaten Jiang Taiping? Pulling out a fist-sized colorful stone from his pocket, Su Qiqi explained, this stone is called the colorful stone. It can test whether a person has the talent for cultivation. All you need to do is hold the colorful stone tightly. So simple? Jiang Taiping was a little surprised. Yes, it's that simple. Su Qiqi nodded. Jiang Taiping asked in confusion, if it's so simple, why not test it on everyone? You think we don't want to? Su Qiqi rolled her eyes and said, the 7-colored stone is a disposable item. One piece of 7-colored stone can only be used to test one person. The 7-colored stone is also produced in the demon cave, so it is not easy to obtain. We don't have much in stock, so we can't use it casually. Only when we are sure that someone has the talent for cultivation can we use the 7-colored stone to test his cultivation talent. Is that so? Jiang Taiping suddenly realized. He took the colorful stone handed to him by Su Qiqi and held it tightly. Swish! The next moment, brilliant colorful light burst out from the colorful stone. This scene made Su Chichi overjoyed. The colorful stone burst out with such brilliant colorful light. Jiang Taiping's talent in cultivation must be extraordinary. But then, the joy on her pretty face suddenly froze. I saw the dazzling colorful light on the colorful stone quickly merge and eventually turn into a red light. In the red light, a small sword was floating quietly. F-level sword body? The smile on Su Chichi's pretty face completely froze. The 7 colors of light, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, correspond to the 7 levels of cultivation talents, F, E, D, C, B, A, and S. The small sword in the light represents the cultivation talent, so Jiang Taiping is an F-level sword body. With my cultivation talent, can I join the Nightwalker Demon Hunting Hall? Jiang Taiping asked. He had heard that alien beasts and otherworldly beings like to kill human geniuses the most. In order not to attract the attention of alien beasts and otherworldly beings, it was better to keep a low profile. So he just asked the system to cover up the God-level talent swallowing and also covered up the S-level sword body to F-level. Su Chichi is very conflicted. F-level is the weakest cultivation talent, and theoretically the highest level can be an F-level practitioner. Although F-level practitioners are much stronger than ordinary people, they cannot play much of a role in the battle against strange beasts and aliens. It is no exaggeration to say that F-level practice talent is useless. Forget it, F-level is F-level. Su Chichi sighed. In order to gather people as quickly as possible, the Nightwalker issued an order to all members that each of them must recruit a new member within a week. She looked for many people, but none of them had the talent for cultivation. Today was the last day, and she didn't have time to look for other people. Although F-level cultivation talent was the weakest, it was still a talent for cultivation. It was better than not finding anyone, right? What does that all mean? Jiang Taiping asked. This is an invitation. Su Chichi pulled out an invitation from her pocket and handed it to Jiang Taiping, saying, I'll wait for you at the school gate at 7:30 tomorrow morning, and then take you to the Nightwalker Joan branch to take the test. Chapter 7, Even Nightwalkers are involuted, Guilty Su Chichi. Okay. Jiang Taiping took the invitation, took a look at it and put it in his pocket. Just now he was thinking that if the F-level cultivation talent was not enough, he would test it again and improve his cultivation talent. However, since the F-level cultivation talent can be used to join the Nightwalker Demon Hunting Hall, there is no need to expose a higher cultivation talent. The next moment, the invitation letter disappeared from Jiang Taiping's pocket and entered the warehouse of the lottery system of all worlds. The invitation letter is Jiang Taiping's proof of joining the Nightwalker Demon Hunting Hall. It is also necessary for him to get his salary and have a legitimate reason not to go to school. It would be a tragedy if it is lost, so it is better to put it in the system warehouse. Didn't they say you were invited to join? Why is there still an assessment? Jiang Taiping asked. I'm just the captain. Whether or not I can join the Nightwalker Demon Hunter Hall is decided by the captain. Su Chichi explained. Also, to join the Nightwalker Demon Hunting Hall, you need not only a talent for cultivation, but also some other things. That's all I can tell you, I can't reveal anything else. All right. Jiang Taiping didn't ask any more questions. Su Chichi said that she couldn't reveal it. If he asked again, it would make Su Chichi embarrassed. If there's nothing else, you can leave. Su Chichi ordered them to leave. Well, the colorful stone is for you. Jiang Taiping returned the colorful stone in his hand to Su Chichi and turned away. At this time, the colorful stone has turned into a black stone. After leaving Su Chichi's office, Jiang Taiping went straight to the school gate. He wanted to go to the demon hunting garden to improve his cultivation. Originally he came to school to ask for leave from the teacher, but he was about to join the Nightwalkers, so there was no need to ask for leave. Not long after Jiang Taiping left school, Su Chichi also left school. An 18-story building stands in the center of Joan City. There is no sign on the high-rise building, but this building is the Joan branch of Nightwalker. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Accompanied by a sharp friction sound, a fiery red Ferrari 488 did a beautiful drift and stopped with incredible precision in the parking space in the square in front of the Nightwalker Joan branch. Immediately afterwards, a beautiful figure walked out of the Ferrari. This figure was Su Chichi. Today is the deadline. She has to report Jiang Taiping's participation in the assessment information so as not to miss the assessment registration. After entering the Joan branch of Nightwalker, Su Chichi went straight to the 18th floor and came to the door of the minister's office. Bang bang bang. Su Chichi raised her hand and knocked on the office door. Come in. A voice sounded from inside the door. Suchichi pushed the door open and entered. She looked at the middle-aged man sitting behind the desk and said, "Minister, I found someone with a talent for cultivation. Come over and register him for the assessment." The middle-aged man's name is Chinjon, and he is the director of the Juan branch of the Nightwalker. Okay. Chinjon responded, took out a registration form and handed it to Suchichi, asking, "Chichi, since that person has caught your eye, he must have a high talent for cultivation, right?" Suchichi blushed and said awkwardly, "Minister, he only has F-level cultivation talent." Chinjon was stunned. "Chichi, with F-level cultivation talent, you also let him take the test?" "Minister, I spent a week looking for someone with such a talent for cultivation," Suchichi explained weakly. She had no choice but to ask Zhang Taiping to take the test. Who asked her to find someone with a talent for cultivation? Well, something is better than nothing, Xinjian said with a smile. Suchichi filled out the assessment registration form with a blushing face. Just as she finished filling it out, a woman about 20 years old walked in from outside. "Captain Su, what a coincidence, you are here to register for the assessment too," the woman said with a smile. Suchichi turned around and glanced at the woman. The woman's name was Zhang Maner, and she was the captain of the Demon Hunting Team 8 of the Demon Hunting Hall. "Are you sure it's a coincidence?" Suchichi asked back. She had just entered the Nightwalker Joan branch, and when she passed by the lobby, she saw Zhang Maner sitting in the lobby. Zhang Maner didn't come to register for the assessment earlier, nor did she come to register for the assessment later, but she came after her. In addition, there was a grudge between her and Zhang Maner, so she didn't think this was a coincidence. Zhang Maner didn't answer. She glanced at the assessment registration form that Suchichi had filled out and asked in surprise, "F-level? Captain Su, you're a genius with S-level cultivation talent, how come you only found someone with F-level cultivation talent after searching for a week?" Suchichi ignored Zhang Maner. She knew that Zhang Maner followed her to show off and mock her. "Captain Su, we in the Demon Hunting Hall don't accept just any cat or dog." Zhang Maner continued, "A person with an F-level cultivation talent, would he have the nerve to participate in the Demon Hunting Hall's assessment?" Ahem. Xinjian coughed a few times and asked, "Manner, from what you said, the person you found has good cultivation talent?" In reply to the minister, Zhang Maner said, "The person I found is my cousin, Zhang Junfei. His cultivation talent isn't as monstrous as Captain Su's, but like me, he has an A-level cultivation talent." Suchichi's expression suddenly froze. Although A-level cultivation talent is not as rare as S-level cultivation talent, there are not many of them either. No wonder Zhang Maner deliberately waited for her. She was very confident that she could suppress her. "Well done," Xinjian said in surprise. "Thank you for the compliment, Minister." Zhang Maner thanked him and smiled at Suchichi. "Captain Su, the people you each recruit will join your respective teams. It looks like I'll be the next captain of the Demon Hunting Hall. Wait until you raise your cultivation to D level before you say that." Suchichi said something to Zhang Maner with a dark face, then turned and left. After leaving the minister's office, Suchichi frowned. Zhang Maner's ridicule just now made her suddenly realize a problem. She was only concerned with completing the task and ignored Zhang Taiping's feelings. Isn't she too selfish? You must know that in this world, the strong are supreme, and this is especially true among Nightwalkers. Zhang Taiping, who has an F-level cultivation talent, came to take the test. It was inevitable that he would be pointed at and criticized, and there was even a high possibility that he would be humiliated and ridiculed. That was definitely not a good thing for Zhang Taiping. Let's make this clear. Suchichi sighed, took out her cell phone from her pocket and called Zhang Taiping. Soon, the call was connected. "Zhang Taiping, I'm Suchichi, I have something to tell you." Suchichi said, "Your cultivation talent is too, well, a little weak. I'm afraid you won't be able to pass the Demon Hunting Hall assessment. If you can't pass the Demon Hunting Hall assessment, you won't be able to join the Demon Hunting Hall and become a member. But I can talk to the minister and have you join another department of the Nightwalkers and do some clerical work. Clerical work has more rules and the pay is lower, but at least you don't have to work 3 jobs every day to support yourself." "Well, if you don't want to come, then don't come. I won't threaten you again." "Who said I can't pass the test?" Zhang Taiping replied, "I'll be there on time tomorrow, that's settled. I have something else to do," hanging up. As soon as the words fell, Suchichi's phone started beeping. Chapter 8, Entering the Demon Hunting Garden, Novice Protection Zone. Listening to the beeping sound coming from the phone, Tsuchichi's face turned a little dark. No one had ever hung up on her so abruptly before. No, there are still some. She called Jiang Taiping yesterday, but the call was hung up before she even had a chance to speak. Is this guy in a hurry to reincarnate? Tsuchichi was very upset. Jiang Taiping was just a student. What urgent matter could there be? This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that Jiang Taiping only had F-level cultivation talent. How could he have the confidence to pass the demon hunting hall assessment? Just wait for you to make a fool of yourself tomorrow, Tsuchichi said angrily. But after a moment, she said depressedly, no matter what, I invited that guy here. I can't just watch him get bullied, right? Well, I'd better protect him. Otherwise, it would be bad if he gets bullied and becomes autistic. However, what Tsuchichi didn't know was that Jiang Taiping was not lying. He really had something to do with this moment. At this time, Jiang Taiping was wearing a baseball cap and a mask, standing in front of a black light curtain. He was recognized by Tsuchichi while wearing a mask before. This incident taught him a lesson. On the way here, he bought a baseball cap so that he could better hide his identity. There were two guards standing next to the black light curtain, and behind the black light curtain was the demon hunting garden, Jiang Taiping's destination. The demon hunting garden was built by the night walkers, and many exotic beasts are kept in it. The purpose is to train practitioners, so that they can learn and adapt to fighting with strange beasts. Stop. This is the demon hunting garden, non-practitioners are strictly prohibited from entering, warned the guard. I am a cultivator, Jiang Taiping said. Test it. The guard raised his hand and pointed at a huge black rock next to the black light curtain and said, attack it with all your strength. The black boulder is called obsidian, and its purpose is to test the strength of practitioners. Jiang Taiping nodded and walked to the obsidian. He took a deep breath and punched the obsidian. Bang! Accompanied by a dull crashing sound, a red light burst out from the obsidian. A ray of red light, 1-star F-level cultivation, can enter the demon hunting garden, but only outside the demon hunting garden, and no more than 100 meters into the demon hunting garden. You must remember this, otherwise your life will be in danger, said the guard. The 7 colors of light, red, orange, red, green, blue, and purple, correspond to the 7 levels of practitioners, E, F, D, C, B, A, and S. A few rays of light represent a few stars. In order to better distinguish the strength of practitioners of the same level, each level is divided into 1 star to 9 stars with 1/9 as the boundary. Take the F-level practitioners for example, 10 to 19 cards of Qi and Blood are 1-star F-level, 20 to 29 cards of Qi and Blood are 2-star F-level, and so on, 90 to 99 cards of Qi and Blood are 9-star F-level. The same is true for the star division of other levels, except that the span between each star and other levels is larger than that of F-level. For example, the span of each star in E level is 100 cards of health, and the span of each star in D level is 1000 cards of health. Jiang Taiping's Qi and Blood were at 18 cards, and the result of his test was a red light, which meant a 1-star F-level cultivation. Jiang Taiping nodded and walked towards the black light curtain, but when he reached the black light curtain, he suddenly stopped. Are your verification measures a bit lax? What if a disciple from another world comes? Jiang Taiping asked. Just come if you want to. Anyway, the aliens can't get out once they go in, said the guard indifferently. Why is this? Jiang Taiping was a little puzzled. Those from other worlds are all contaminated by alien beasts, and they carry the aura of alien beasts. The guard explained, this black light curtain is the demon hunting garden's protective barrier. It can detect the presence of alien beasts and prevent them and aliens from leaving the demon hunting garden. If you want to leave, you can only break it by brute force. However, the protective barrier's defense is as high as sea level. The highest level alien beasts in the demon hunting garden are only D level. There's no way they can destroy the protective barrier. Hearing this, Jiang Taiping suddenly understood. No wonder the Night Walker only sent 2 people to guard the entrance to the demon hunting garden. Without further delay, Jiang Taiping stepped into the black light curtain and disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in a very unfamiliar place. Is this the demon hunting garden? Jiang Taiping looked around. There was a forest not far ahead of him, but the forest here was different from the forests outside. The forests outside are lush and dense, with birds singing and flowers blooming, but the forest here only has tree branches, without a single leaf, and the flowers and plants on the ground are all withered, looking lifeless and desolate. Roar! At this moment, a roar suddenly sounded. The roar scared Jiang Taiping so much that he couldn't help but feel nervous. It was his first time stepping into the demon hunting garden. Even before this, he didn't know what the strange beasts looked like. However, Jiang Taiping is not a coward, otherwise he would not have done such a crazy thing as hitting the alien with a brick. Soon, he calmed down, took out the dagger from the system warehouse, and looked in the direction where the roar came from. Suddenly, a rabbit as big as a pig jumped out of the forest. Fuck, such a big rabbit. If we could kill this rabbit, we wouldn't be able to finish eating it in a month. Jiang Taiping couldn't help but swear. Fortunately, he was the only one here. If someone who knew him was here, they would definitely be shocked. Brother, this is your first time facing a strange beast. It would be fine if you weren't afraid, but you actually want to kill and eat the strange beast. Aren't you too bold? Boom. 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 The rabbit demon spread out its 4 hooves and rushed towards Jiang Taiping. Jiang Taiping held a dagger in his hand and stared at the rabbit monster rushing towards him. He was ready to fight at any time. But when the rabbit demon ran to about 10 meters away from him, it suddenly stopped. What's going on? Jiang Taiping was a little confused. He didn't understand why the rabbit demon suddenly stopped. He looked towards where the rabbit demon stopped, and then saw an arc-shaped blood red line on the ground there. He looked along the blood-colored lines again, and was shocked to find that the blood-colored lines formed a large circle with a diameter of about 20 meters, which just wrapped the black light curtain behind him. Could it be that the bloody line caused the rabbit demon to stop suddenly? A thought flashed through Jiang Taiping's mind. After a little thought, Jiang Taiping stepped forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Until Jiang Taiping came within 1 meter of the rabbit monster, the monster showed no intention of attacking. It just stared at him with drooling and sharp fangs bared, and it was obvious that it regarded him as food. After thinking about it again, Jiang Taiping walked to the side. The rabbit demon moved accordingly, following Jiang Taiping closely, but did not cross the red line. After several attempts, Jiang Taiping confirmed his judgment. The rabbit demon suddenly stopped, not because it didn't want to eat him, but because it didn't dare to cross the red line. Why does the circle formed by the long blood red lines look like a novice protection zone in the game? Night Walker is quite considerate. He knows how to set up a safe resting place for the newbies. Jiang Taiping raised his hand and touched his nose, his eyes suddenly became sharp. Before, he was a little worried that the demon hunting garden was the territory of strange beasts and he wouldn't be able to find a place to rest. There was no need to worry now, and the next step was to improve his cultivation and earn lottery cards. Chapter 9 Crazy Fight, Promotion to E-Class. Kill. Jiang Taiping roared, put the dagger into the system warehouse, and strode towards the rabbit monster. You don't need a dagger to deal with a rabbit monster, and the dagger is placed in the system warehouse and can be taken out at any time. It may be of miraculous effect at a critical moment. I have to say that Jiang Taiping's thoughts are somewhat sinister. Seeing Jiang Taiping walk out of the safe zone, the rabbit demon, who had been unable to wait any longer, opened its bloody mouth and bit Jiang Taiping. Jiang Taiping did not retreat. He raised his right hand like lightning and threw an uppercut at the rabbit demon's jaw. Although Jiang Taiping just entered the F level yesterday, in order to have some self-protection ability, he practiced boxing a lot on weekdays, and now his daily practice came in handy. Bang! Accompanied by a dull thud, Jiang Taiping punched the rabbit demon's jaw. Immediately afterwards, the rabbit demon was knocked away by Jiang Taiping's punch, flipping in the air and flying backwards. So weak? Jiang Taiping was a little surprised, and put down his left fist which had just been raised. But no matter how surprised he was, he didn't delay and strode after the rabbit monster. Bang! Another dull crashing sound was heard. It was the sound of the rabbit demon falling from the sky and hitting the ground. Jiang Taiping followed closely. He jumped into the air, sat on the rabbit monster, then swung his fists left and right, punching the rabbit monster on the head again and again. At the same time, the dull sounds of fists hitting flesh and the shrill roars rang out one after another. After 7 or 8 punches, the somewhat mechanical voice of the lottery system of all worlds suddenly rang in Jiang Taiping's mind. Bite. The host killed an enemy and obtained 2 low-level draw cards. Almost at the same time, Jiang Taiping felt a warm current entering his body. He knew that this warm current was caused by his god-level cultivation talent that absorbed the rabbit monster's blood and energy, but this warm current was much weaker than the warm current he felt when he beat the alien to death with a brick. Jiang Taiping's mind moved, and the lottery system interface of all worlds appeared out of thin air in front of him. Host, Jiang Taiping. Age, 18. Realm, F level. Chi and blood, 19 calories. Talents, Devour God level, Sword Embryo S level. Jiang Taiping frowned. When he killed the alien with a brick, he absorbed 17 cards of blood and energy and obtained 58 low-level lottery cards. However, when he killed a rabbit demon, he only absorbed 1 card of blood and energy and obtained 2 low-level lottery cards. Isn't this too little? Is it because the rabbit demon's cultivation is too low? A thought flashed through Jiang Taiping's mind. He thought about it and there was no other explanation except this one. It's okay if it's less, but if it accumulates, it will be very significant. Jiang Taiping sighed, stood up and walked towards the dense forest ahead. However, what he didn't notice was that an invisible and intangible breath overflowed from the rabbit monster's body and floated into the dense forest. Before they had walked far, a frog as big as a washbasin suddenly jumped out from the withered grass and bit Jiang Taiping. Jiang Taiping was very alert. He immediately noticed the frog as big as a washbasin, and then he swung his fist to meet it. This frog as big as a washbasin hadn't even been beaten by the rabbit demon yet, and Jiang Taiping solved it with 2 punches. Then he got a low-level lottery card and absorbed a card of chi and blood. Next, Jiang Taiping wandered around the edge of the dense forest, looking for strange beasts while also waiting for them to come to him. At the beginning, there were always strange beasts attacking Jiang Taiping, but the situation changed after Jiang Taiping killed more than 10 strange beasts in succession. No strange beasts attacked him anymore, and the strange beasts he discovered did not hesitate to fight, but fled madly at the first opportunity. Jiang Taiping was not surprised by this. Although low-level monsters did not have much intelligence, they still had the instinct to seek good fortune and avoid danger. Whenever the strange beasts escaped, Jiang Taiping had to chase them, which greatly reduced his efficiency in killing the strange beasts. Soon, it was noon. Jiang Taiping was very tired after chasing and fighting for half a day, so he returned to the reserve to rest. Jiang Taiping took out the food and water prepared in advance from the system warehouse and started eating with big mouthfuls. At the same time, he summoned the lottery system of all worlds and took stock of the gains he had made after working hard for most of the day. His chi and blood increased from 18 cards when he entered the demon hunting garden to 50 cards, and he obtained 78 low-level lottery cards. I killed a total of 32 strange beasts, which gave me exactly 32 cards of chi and blood. Doesn't this mean that killing a strange beast only absorbs 1 card of chi and blood? Also, I only got 78 low-level lottery cards, which is only slightly more than what I got by killing that alien. Jiang Taiping was a little depressed. However, what he didn't know was that if anyone knew about this, they would definitely be envious. Because the energy and blood increased by 32 calories in half a day, the speed is so fast that it cannot be faster. It is no exaggeration to say that it is like riding a rocket. Even if you take ordinary medicines, the energy and blood cannot increase so quickly. In the lottery system of all worlds, why does killing a strange beast absorb 1 card of blood? Jiang Taiping asked. The enemy's level is too low, absorbing 1 card of chi and health is mandatory. Well. Jiang Taiping sighed. It was really because the level of the monsters was too low. And according to the meaning of the lottery system of all worlds, if it was not enforced, none of the monsters he killed could absorb even 1 card of blood. The beasts in the deep forest are of higher level. Should we go deeper into the forest? Jiang Taiping looked thoughtful, but quickly dismissed the idea. The strange beasts in the deep forest are of higher level, but they are more difficult to kill, and your life may be in danger. Cultivation can be improved slowly, and lottery cards can be obtained slowly. If one loses his life accidentally, then everything will be over. Therefore, he cannot be greedy and act rashly. It is better to be cautious and develop slowly. After filling his stomach, Jiang Taiping rested for a while, and when his strength was almost restored, he continued to look for strange beasts. He couldn't be too greedy and rush into things, and he wanted to improve his cultivation as quickly as possible, so he could only work harder and harder. As Jiang Taiping searched everywhere to kill the strange beast, time passed quietly. Before he knew it, it was dark, and Jiang Taiping, who had been busy all afternoon, was exhausted again. It's too dangerous to see in the dark, it's time to leave. Jiang Taiping forced himself to suppress the urge to continue killing and turned back to the safe zone. Instead of leaving immediately, he sat in the safe zone and took stock of his gains. Summon the lottery system of all worlds. Host, Jiang Taiping. Age, 18. Realm, E level. Chi and blood, 101 calories. Talents, Devour God level, Sword Embryo S level. 101 calories of chi and blood? Fuck. My cultivation has reached E level. Ha, I raised my cultivation from F level to E level in one day. I'm so awesome. Zhang Taiping laughed out loud. In the afternoon, he was so busy looking for strange beasts that he didn't even count how many he had killed. He thought he would not be able to be promoted to E level today, but what he didn't expect was that he actually stepped into E level. After being happy for a while, Zhang Taiping stood up and walked towards the black light curtain. Not long after he left, heavy footsteps were heard from deep in the forest. Chapter 10 Chi-Chi, you can't save face this way. Boom. 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 The heavy footsteps are getting closer. A moment later, a 2-meter-tall wolf demon walked out of the forest and stopped in front of the protected area. Looking around, a hint of human thought emerged in the wolf demon's huge eyes. Then it raised its giant claws and swung them forward suddenly. An invisible energy shot out from the giant claws and hit the black light curtain. Bang! A dull crashing sound suddenly rang out, and the black light curtain flickered a few times before returning to normal. Outside the demon hunting garden, the two guards standing by the black light curtain immediately discovered the abnormality of the black light curtain. The two looked at each other, but before they could say anything, the black light curtain flashed a few more times. I'm not seeing things, the protective barrier is indeed flickering. A guard said solemnly, the protective barrier wouldn't flicker for no reason. There must be a strange beast attacking it. Report this to the minister immediately. Okay, I'll call the minister right away. Another guard responded and took out his cell phone to make a call. When the call was connected, he quickly said, Minister, a strange beast is attacking the demon hunting garden's protective barrier. It's not just attacking once, but continuously. The protective barrier is also flickering. After a moment, the guard hung up the phone and said, the minister said he would come and see it in person. Not long after, two figures fell from the sky and landed in front of the black light curtain. These two figures are Qin Zhan and Su Chi-Chi. When the guard called, Su Chi-Chi was helping Qin Zhan organize the assessment registration form. After learning that a strange beast was attacking the protective barrier of the demon hunting garden, she wanted to come and take a look, and then Qin Zhan brought her over. Minister, Captain Su. The guard said, look, the protective barrier is still shaking. Go in and see what's going on. Qin Zhan said this and walked towards the black light curtain, and Su Chi-Chi followed. Entering the black light curtain, Qin Zhan and Su Chi-Chi saw the wolf demon standing outside the safe zone at a glance. Evil beast, why did you break the rules and come to the periphery? And why did you attack the protective barrier? Qin Zhan asked in a deep voice. At most, about 10 people die here every day, but today, nearly 100 have died. Let me see what's going on. The wolf demon spoke in human language, but it was not telling the truth. It came to take a look because it felt that the energy recovered after the death of the alien beast was less. Although it was not much less, energy is the source of the birth of the alien beast. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the foundation of the alien beast. Even a little less is a big deal. The demon hunting garden had been established for so many years, and its energy had never been lost. However, it lost some today. This incident made it feel a sense of crisis, so it had to violate the rules set by humans and come to take a look. Qin Zhan looked around and saw many corpses of strange beasts. The wolf demon should not have lied. Snort! Qin Zhan snorted coldly. He raised his hand and slapped it forward lightly. A huge palm print appeared out of thin air and then slapped the wolf demon with lightning speed, knocking the 2-meter-tall wolf demon to the ground. I've kept you here to kill you. Qin Zhan shouted in a deep voice, this is just a lesson. If you dare to break the rules again, you will be killed without mercy. Get out of here. The wolf demon didn't dare to stay. It got up from the ground and staggered into the forest. Watching the wolf demon enter the forest, Qin Zhan looked thoughtful. There are many exotic beasts kept in the demon hunting garden. During large-scale trials, it is common to kill thousands of them in a day. At that time, the wolf demons were not seen breaking the rules. Today, only nearly 100 of them died, and the wolf demons broke the rules. There must be a reason for this. Chi-Chi, let's get out. Qin Zhan called out to Su Chi-Chi and walked towards the black light curtain, and Su Chi-Chi followed. After leaving the demon hunting garden, Qin Zhan looked at the guard and asked, who has been here today? Minister, only one person came today. The guard explained, the man was wearing a cap and a mask, so we couldn't see his face. When did he come? Has he left? Qin Zhan asked again. I came here this morning and left not long ago. The guard explained. Minister, not long after that person left, a strange beast attacked the protective barrier. Xinjiang's eyes flashed slightly. Only one person had come here today. As soon as that person left, a strange beast attacked the protective barrier. It seemed that the wolf demon's abnormality was probably related to that person. What kind of clothes is that person wearing? Su Qiqi suddenly asked. The guard thought about it and told Su Qiqi about Zhang Taiping's clothes. A hint of surprise appeared on Su Qiqi's pretty face. When the guard said that the man was wearing a mask and a baseball cap, she thought of Zhang Taiping, so she asked casually, but what she didn't expect was that the man was dressed exactly like Zhang Taiping. Qiqi, what's wrong? Xin Zhan asked. Minister, that man seems to be Zhang Taiping. He was dressed like this when I saw him this morning. Su Qiqi said. Xin Zhan asked in confusion, who is Zhang Taiping? It's the person I invited. Su Qiqi explained. Xin Zhan suddenly remembered and said speechlessly, Qiqi, that person has an F-level cultivation talent and is an ordinary person. He can't even enter the demon hunting garden. How could he kill so many one-star F-level monsters in one day? Su Qiqi corrected him, Minister, he's no longer an ordinary person. When I saw him this morning, I felt a fluctuation in his qi and blood. Judging from that fluctuation, he should have just entered the F-level. It's impossible for him to kill so many one-star F-level monsters in one day even though he just entered the F-level. Xin Zhan said. Minister, I don't believe he can kill so many monsters. Su Qiqi paused, then suddenly changed the subject, saying, but that person's clothes are exactly the same as Zhang Taiping's, and Zhang Taiping is very shabby. No, it should be said that he is low-key. He also likes to wear a mask to hide his identity. Minister, the person who entered the demon hunting garden today has a one-star F-level cultivation, the guard interrupted. Xin Zhan was stunned. Could it really be Zhang Taiping? But he quickly rejected the idea. Zhang Taiping was still an ordinary person yesterday. If that person was Zhang Taiping, it meant that it was Zhang Taiping's first time entering the demon hunting garden. It was his first time facing strange beasts, so it was good enough if he could not be weak in the knees. How could he possibly kill so many strange beasts? After a moment's thought, Xin Zhan asked, Qiqi, are you unable to swallow the humiliation that Zhang Manor taunted you today? So you want to blame it on Zhang Taiping to save your lost face? Su Qiqi was stunned. Why would you think so? I hadn't even thought of this. Minister, that's not true. Su Qiqi flatly denied. Qiqi. Xin Zhan said earnestly, I know you're not convinced. It's normal for young people to be a little competitive. I understand that, but you can't save face like this. Su Qiqi was a little crazy. Xin Zhan was convinced that she had that kind of idea. She was afraid that she couldn't wash it off even if she jumped into the Yellow River. But she really didn't have that idea. No, she had to call Zhang Taiping to ask, to prove her innocence. Chapter 11 Intrigue, Assassination and Throat-Slitting. Achoo! Zhang Taiping, who had just returned home, suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose and muttered, who's thinking about me at this hour of night? Just then, his cell phone rang. Zhang Taiping took out his cell phone from his pocket and took a look at it, frowning. The call was from Su Qiqi. This suddenly gave him a bad feeling. Could he be exposed again? After a little thought, Zhang Taiping answered the phone. Immediately afterwards, Su Qiqi's voice came from the phone. Zhang Taiping, where are you? Zhang Taiping thought for a moment and replied, at home. Oh, not long after we separated today, I suddenly remembered something and ran to your class to look for you, but I couldn't find you, so I called you later. Didn't you go to school today? No. I'm thinking about taking the demon hunting hall test tomorrow, so I went home to prepare. I see. By the way, when I called you this morning, you said you had something to do. What was it? I had a stomachache and was in a hurry to go to the bathroom. Is there something you want to talk to me about? Zhang Taiping changed the subject. As the saying goes, too much talk leads to mistakes. He couldn't let Su Qiqi keep asking questions. Su Qiqi looked unconvinced. Going to the bathroom wouldn't affect her phone call, so why was she in such a hurry to hang up? Also, Zhang Taiping has a history of lying. If we don't get evidence, this guy won't admit it. Oh, there's something. The demon hunting hall registration requires a casual photo. Nothing too formal. Time is tight, so please take a picture and send it to me. Okay, I'll send it to you right away. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Taiping curled his lips and said, "Time is tight, why are you still talking to me about this and that? I'm afraid it's been exposed again. I'm wearing a baseball cap and a mask, so the guards can't see my face. They probably won't pay attention to my eyes either, so it must be my clothes. You little bitch, you're trying to play tricks on me. You're just showing off your skills in front of an expert." Jiang Taiping muttered to himself as he quickly changed his upper body clothes. Then he sat at the desk, took a selfie of his upper body, and sent it to Su Qiqi. After receiving the photo sent by Jiang Taiping, Su Qiqi's pretty face instantly darkened. She found an excuse to ask Jiang Taiping to send a photo, and said that time was tight. She just didn't want to give Jiang Taiping time to think, nor did she want to give Jiang Taiping time to change clothes. As a result, the clothes Jiang Taiping wore in the photo he sent were completely different from those in the morning. "Qiqi, the clothes in the photo are different," Xin Zhan said. "Minister, that guy is very sneaky. He must have noticed something. Change his clothes and I'll call him again." Su Qiqi made an excuse and called Jiang Taiping again. Soon, the call was connected, and Jiang Taiping's voice was heard from the phone. "Is the photo I sent okay? If not, I'll take another one. The photo works." Su Qiqi responded with a question, "You were wearing the same clothes this morning, why did you change clothes?" "Oh, I took a shower and changed my clothes because I had to take the demon hunting hall test tomorrow." Su Qiqi was so angry that her teeth itched. "Why did you change clothes? I can't even explain it clearly." Unable to save the country in a roundabout way, Su Qiqi got straight to the point. "Jiang Taiping, did you go to the demon hunting garden today?" "No, I've been staying at home, preparing for the demon hunting hall exam tomorrow." "Really? Really not, even pearls are not this real. Do you have any cultivation?" "I haven't tested it, so I'm not sure, but my strength is much stronger than that of ordinary people, so it should be a little bit." "Oh, nothing else," hanging up. After hanging up the phone, Su Qiqi's pretty face became even darker. Jiang Taiping changed his clothes and answered without a single mistake. She couldn't threaten Jiang Taiping in front of Qin Zhan, and Jiang Taiping was not there. Just verbal threats would have no killing power at all. "Qiqi, let's go." Qin Zhan raised his hand and patted Su Qiqi's shoulder, then walked forward. "Dead Jiang Taiping, stinking Jiang Taiping. Ever since I met you, I was first accidentally injured, then mocked by Zhang Manor, and now I'm even misunderstood by the minister. Are you the reincarnation of a jinx? Why am I so unlucky after meeting you?" Su Qiqi followed Qin Zhan, cursing Jiang Taiping in her heart. Achoo! Jiang Taiping, who was sitting at the desk, sneezed again. "That little bitch Su Qiqi must be thinking about me. No, she must be scolding me." Jiang Taiping rubbed his nose again, and a hint of thought appeared in his eyes. Su Qiqi's question about whether he had been to the demon hunting garden was enough to confirm that his visit had been exposed, but he didn't understand how Su Qiqi knew he had been there. And why did she try so hard to keep holding on to this matter? Jiang Taiping was puzzled by this, but he was too lazy to think about it anymore. Summoning the lottery system of all worlds, Jiang Taiping opened the warehouse interface and took a look. There are 210 low-level lottery cards in the warehouse, which is his harvest today. After thinking for a while, Jiang Taiping said, "Lottery system of all worlds, combine one intermediate lottery card and two advanced lottery cards. Once you have the lottery card, you have to use it. If you can get some good things, his combat effectiveness will be greatly increased, so Jiang Taiping has no intention of keeping the lottery card. One intermediate level lottery card and two advanced lottery cards have been synthesized, consuming 210 low-level lottery cards. In the lottery system of all worlds, use the intermediate lottery card to draw a prize first to warm up." Jiang Taiping said. "Start the lottery, consume an intermediate lottery card. Bite." Congratulations to the host for winning the prize and obtaining the assassination skill, slashing the throat. The next moment, Jiang Taiping felt a stream of information flooding into his mind. It was the method of practicing the assassination technique of cutting the throat. Jiang Taiping was very surprised. He first used the intermediate lottery card to draw, just as he said, to warm up and didn't expect to win at all, but what he didn't expect was that he actually won. It has to be said that this was a somewhat unexpected surprise. In the lottery system of all worlds, what is the purpose of cutting the throat with assassination? Jiang Taiping asked. Throat slitting is a type of assassination technique that increases attack speed and the chance of slitting the enemy's throat. Jiang Taiping blinked his eyes. It sounded very cool. I also have martial arts skills. Jiang Taiping laughed loudly, his eyes falling on the two high-level lottery cards in the system warehouse. The chances of winning with a premium lottery card are higher, and the chances of getting something good are also higher. This is also his first time using a premium lottery card. He wonders if he can get something good. If so, what good thing will it be? Call. Jiang Taiping took a deep breath to calm his somewhat nervous and excited mood, and then said, Lottery of the Myriad Worlds system, use the advanced lottery card to draw twice in a row. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Taiping prayed silently in his heart. Heaven and earth, please help me, Taishan Laojun, to appear and bless me to draw something good. Chapter 12 Spider-Man's Clothes, Practice Overnight. Start the lottery, consume 2 advanced lottery cards. Bite. Congratulations to the host for winning the prize. You have obtained Spider-Man's suit. It has been placed in the warehouse and can be retrieved with your mind. Thank you for participating. Jiang Taiping's face turned dark instantly. He has no special hobbies, he doesn't even want Xiaolongnu's socks, so why would he want Spider-Man's clothes? This is also called a high-level lottery card? One is trash, the other is thanks for participating. Is this high-end lottery card fake? Jiang Taiping couldn't help but curse. But the lottery results have already been settled, and there is no point in him scolding. With a thought, Jiang Taiping took out Spider-Man's clothes and was about to throw them into the trash can. But the next moment he was suddenly stunned. The clothes in his hand were not ordinary clothes, but Spider-Man's clothes. This thing seems to be useful. Jiang Taiping's eyes suddenly brightened. When he beat the alien to death with a brick, Su Chichi recognized him because his hair, forehead and other parts were exposed. He entered the demon hunting garden to kill strange beasts, but was suspected by Su Chichi because of his attire. Spider-Man's suit, on the other hand, covers everything. If someone puts on Spider-Man's suit, he won't have any flaws. Who would recognize him then? So Spider-Man's suit is not only not useless, but also very useful. Thinking of this, Jiang Taiping wanted to try on Spider-Man's clothes, but soon he was speechless. Just as he thought, Spider-Man's clothes covered all corners without any blind spots. There were no zippers or even holes. It was a completely whole piece. How could he wear it? How do I wear the lottery system of all worlds? Jiang Taiping asked. Just use your mind. Jiang Taiping raised his hand and patted his forehead. How could he have forgotten about this? Put it on. A low roar came out of Jiang Taiping's mouth. The next moment, the Spider-Man clothes in his hand disappeared out of thin air, and when they reappeared, they were already on him. This takes only 1 second to get dressed. No, it doesn't even take 1 second. Jiang Taiping smacked his lips, stood up and ran to the mirror to look at himself. He moved his hands and feet a few more times. It fits snugly and doesn't affect my movements. More importantly, I don't have to worry about my identity being exposed anymore. Ha ha, from now on I'm the Spider-Man of Dragon Country. Jiang Taiping laughed so hard that he started to imitate Spider-Man's moves excitedly. He raised his arm towards the ceiling and shouted, Silk, come out. Whoosh. A strand of spider silk shot out from Jiang Taiping's palm and then stuck to the roof. Jiang Taiping was stunned. He was just imitating Spider-Man's moves out of excitement, but how come spider silk really shot out? The next moment, Jiang Taiping seemed to have thought of something and raised his hand to pat his forehead again. I took it for granted. Spider-Man's clothes are different from Xiaolongnu's socks. This is Spider-Man's magic weapon. Don't take things for granted anymore. You have to figure it out first. Well, the advanced lottery card is not fake, it's still pretty awesome. Jiang Taiping was very glad that he did not throw away Spider-Man's clothes. Otherwise, when he knew the function of Spider-Man's clothes later, it would be too late for him to regret it. Lottery system of all worlds, what is the function of Spider-Man's clothes? Jiang Taiping asked. Spray spider silk. As long as there is spider silk, you can walk freely as if it were flat ground. Jiang Taiping nodded. He asked the lottery system of all worlds to confirm whether Spider-Man's clothes had any other uses, so as to avoid not knowing how to use them. Now it seems that Spider-Man's clothes only have this function. However, being able to hide one's identity and walk between tall buildings as if it were flat ground is already incredible. Receive. Another light shout came out of Jiang Taiping's mouth, and the spider silk stuck on the roof was quickly retracted and then disappeared. The room is too small to practice in. Let's go practice outside when it's late at night and everyone is asleep. Now I can practice the assassination technique of cutting the throat. Jiang Taiping talked to himself. As soon as he finished speaking, he flipped his hand and the dagger stored in the system warehouse appeared out of thin air in his hand. The assassination technique of cutting the throat requires the cooperation of a dagger, and the dagger he snatched from the alien came in handy. After standing there and recalling the method of practicing the assassination technique of cutting the throat, Jiang Taiping took the dagger and started practicing. There are 8 types of throat-cutting assassination moves, namely, upward stab and bow stance, side stab and horse stance, counter stab with a sidestep, diagonal stab and step forward, backward stab by turning around, side stab and step forward, downward stab with a changed knife, and stab under a tripping foot. Strictly speaking, the assassination technique of slitting the throat can not only be used for assassination, but also in frontal combat. At the beginning, Jiang Taiping's movements were a bit slow and a bit unfamiliar. But as he continued to practice, his movements quickly became smooth and swift. If someone saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked by Jiang Taiping's cultivation speed, because it was too fast. The reason for this is that Jiang Taiping possesses the talent to cultivate an S-level sword embryo, which allows him to make rapid progress in the way of the sword. The assassination technique uses a dagger to cut the throat. A dagger is a kind of short sword, so it is not an exaggeration to call it a sword. Therefore, the assassination technique of cutting the throat can be regarded as a sword technique. Jiang Taiping has an S-level sword embryo cultivation talent, so it is normal that he can cut the throat very quickly when practicing the assassination technique. It took Jiang Taiping more than an hour to master the assassination technique of cutting the throat to perfection, and he could use it as easily as with his own arm. I've mastered it. I'm a kendo genius. No, not simply, I am a kendo genius. Rest for a while and then go out to practice. Jiang Taiping was very proud of himself. He sat on the bed and rested for a while before walking out the door. Walking out of the basement, Jiang Taiping looked around. It was already dark, and this was a slum area with no nightlife. In addition, the world was in chaos, and there was no one around. This was exactly what he wanted. Otherwise, how could he practice if there were people around? To be on the safe side, Jiang Taiping found another hidden place and then changed into Spider-Man's clothes. Call. Jiang Taiping took a deep breath and began to practice. He started with the simplest control of spider silk, then used the spider silk to walk on big trees or walls, then used the spider silk to stick to walls or big trees to move quickly, and finally used the spider silk to jump quickly between several big trees or tall buildings. After practicing until late at night, Jiang Taiping finally mastered the various functions of Spider-Man's clothes, and there would be no more embarrassing incidents such as bumping into walls or falling from trees. I have to take the demon hunting hall test tomorrow. I've been busy all day. I need to go back and rest. Jiang Taiping sighed secretly, forced himself to suppress the urge to continue practicing, and rushed home. After returning home, Jiang Taiping took a quick shower and fell asleep on the bed, exhausted. Maybe it was because he thought about it during the day and dreamed about it at night. He had a dream as soon as he fell asleep. He dreamed that he transformed into Spider-Man, slaughtering the aliens and beasts in a panic. He was also worshipped by everyone and became a successful winner in life. Chapter 13, Unexpected Disaster, Killing 2 people in a row. No words all night. The next morning, Jiang Taiping woke up slowly to the sound of the alarm clock. It turns out it was just a dream. It was a bit wishful thinking, but it might not be impossible to realize it. Jiang Taiping sighed, got up, washed up briefly, walked out the door, and headed towards Juan No. 1 Middle School. On the way, Jiang Taiping bought a cup of soy milk and some sesame cakes from a roadside breakfast stall, and ate while walking towards school. Not far in front of Jiang Taiping, 2 middle-aged men were walking and chatting in low voices. Jiang Taiping noticed 2 middle-aged men not far ahead, but it was normal to meet other people on the road. In addition, the 2 men were heading in the same direction as him, so he followed them leisurely. While passing an alley, 2 middle-aged men not far ahead suddenly stopped and turned to look at Jiang Taiping. "Boy, are you following us?" a middle-aged man asked with a vicious face. Jiang Taiping was stunned. "I went to school, and you said I followed you?" But the next moment he realized something was wrong. As the saying goes, if you don't do anything wrong, you don't have to worry about ghosts knocking on your door. The 2 middle-aged men in front of me are definitely not ordinary people, and they are not even good people. After all, who among ordinary people would worry about being followed? Jiang Taiping didn't show his thoughts. He explained, "Uncle, you misunderstood. This road is the only way for me to go to school. I'm going to school, not following you." The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. Which school do you go to? Zhoan number 1 middle school. Jiang Taiping answered truthfully. The middle-aged man frowned. This road indeed leads to Zhoan number 1 middle school. Could it be that he was overthinking it? Don't believe what he says. Another middle-aged man said coldly, there's a fluctuation of qi and blood in this kid. Judging from that fluctuation, he must have just entered the E level. He must be a member of the Night Walker. Even if we take a step back and say he's not a member of the Night Walker, our questions have already exposed our identities. If this kid reveals our identities to others, we'll be in trouble. Jiang Taiping's eyes flashed slightly. From what this person said, they are from another world, otherwise why would they worry that he is a member of the Night Walker? Also, the middle-aged man's words suddenly reminded him of the fluctuation of qi and blood. Then he concentrated on feeling the fluctuation of qi and blood on the two middle-aged men. His qi and blood fluctuations were similar to his, so he must have just entered the E level. We can't keep this kid, let's kill him. The middle-aged man who spoke first made a decisive decision. As soon as the words fell, two middle-aged men rushed towards Jiang Taiping. Jiang Taiping was speechless. He went to school without provoking anyone, but he met two aliens. They were believed to be following them and wanted to kill him. Isn't this an unprovoked disaster? Speechless, Jiang Taiping ran back immediately. It's not that he doesn't dare to fight with the two aliens, but people often pass by here. If he is seen, the news that he killed the aliens will be revealed, so he has to find a place where there is no one to take action. Want to run? Can you run away? The middle-aged man sneered and chased Jiang Taiping relentlessly. Jiang Taiping looked around while running, and when he saw a little alley in front of him, his eyes suddenly brightened. Soon, Jiang Taiping arrived in front of the small alley, then turned and entered the alley. A moment later, two outsiders also came to the alley, but then they were suddenly stunned. The alley was empty, not a single person in sight. That kid must be hiding, hurry up and find him. As the middle-aged man spoke, he went into the alley to look for him, and another middle-aged man followed him into the alley. When the two men moved forward about 10 meters, Jiang Taiping, wearing Spider-Man clothes, jumped down from the roof behind them. He used the spider silk stuck on the roof to swing quickly towards the middle-aged man behind him. As soon as he entered the alley and made sure that there was no one in the alley, he put on Spider-Man's clothes, flew to the roof with the help of spider silk, and then hid on the roof waiting for the two aliens to enter the alley. Slit the throat. A light shout sounded in Jiang Taiping's heart. At the same time, a dagger appeared out of thin air in his right hand. He grabbed the spider silk with his left hand and held the dagger in his right hand, slashing at the neck of the middle-aged man behind him. The middle-aged man at the back had been focusing on the front, never expecting Jiang Taiping to appear from behind him, and even on the roof. By the time he heard the sound of the wind from behind, it was already too late. Swish! Along with the faint sound of a sharp blade entering the body, the dagger in Jiang Taiping's right hand flashed past the back of the middle-aged man's neck and directly cut off the middle-aged man's neck, and the middle-aged man didn't even have time to scream in pain. At this time, the middle-aged man in front also noticed the movement. He turned around immediately and his expression suddenly changed. Who are you? Why did you kill my brother? The middle-aged man roared. Jiang Taiping didn't say anything, he strode towards the middle-aged man. Seeing this, the middle-aged man hesitated for a moment and then came forward. Jiang Taiping and the middle-aged man have similar cultivation levels, and it is a head-on battle, so it is not easy to kill the middle-aged man. However, with his perfect assassination skills, he left several wounds on the middle-aged man in just a few moments. After being injured by Jiang Taiping repeatedly, the middle-aged man was scared and he didn't dare to fight with Jiang Taiping anymore. He suddenly jumped up, grabbed the roof, and then used his hands and feet to climb up in a very awkward manner. Want to run? Jiang Taiping sneered, and he used his hands and feet to climb up the wall, and in an instant he had climbed onto the roof. This scene shocked the middle-aged man. Is this guy a gecko? He can climb the wall so easily. But at this moment he didn't have time to think too much and immediately fled frantically on the roof. Whoosh! A strand of spider silk shot out from Jiang Taiping's palm and instantly stuck to the roof of a house in front. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Taiping quickly retracted the spider silk, and driven by the spider silk, he quickly chased after the middle-aged man. In just a short moment, Jiang Taiping caught up with the middle-aged man. Slit the throat! Another light shout sounded in Jiang Taiping's heart. At the same time, he slashed at the middle-aged man's neck with a dagger in his hand. Swish! Another faint sound of a sharp blade entering the body was heard, and the dagger in Jiang Taiping's right hand flashed past the back of the middle-aged man's neck, directly cutting off the middle-aged man's neck. Then the middle-aged man staggered and fell heavily on the roof. Jiang Taiping waved his hand casually, and a strand of spider silk shot out from his palm and wrapped around the middle-aged man's body. Then he flicked it lightly again, and the middle-aged man's body flew up and landed next to the body of another middle-aged man. The next moment, Jiang Taiping saw several figures standing at the entrance of the alley. "Oh my god, I've been discovered!" Jiang Taiping screamed and hurriedly left with the help of spider silk. Then he found a deserted place, took off Spider-Man's clothes, and swaggered towards Juan No. 1 Middle School. But before he had gone far, his phone rang. Chapter 14, Hidden Cultivation, Sword Controlling. Jiang Taiping took out his cell phone and saw that it was Su Qiqi calling, so he immediately answered the call. Immediately afterwards, Su Qiqi's roar was heard from the phone. "Jiang Taiping, it's already 7:30. Are you still going to take the demon hunting hall test?" Jiang Taiping moved the phone away from his ear. Su Qiqi's voice was so loud that it made his eardrum hurt. "I was delayed by something, I'll be there soon." After saying that, Jiang Taiping hung up the phone and ran towards Juan No. 1 Middle School. On the other end of the phone, Su Qiqi felt a little embarrassed and annoyed. This bastard hung up on her so quickly again? "Damn Jiang Taiping, stinky Jiang Taiping, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation later, I will beat you up," Su Qiqi said angrily. At this time, Jiang Taiping was also scolding Su Qiqi. "That little bitch Su Qiqi is too insidious. I almost got fooled yesterday." Just now, when the alien mentioned the fluctuation of qi and blood, he suddenly remembered that his cultivation had been promoted to F level yesterday. Su Qiqi must have sensed it, but last night Su Qiqi asked him if he had any cultivation? This was digging a big hole for him to jump into. Fortunately, he did not deny it, otherwise he would have jumped into the big pit that Su Qiqi dug for him. "Lottery system of all worlds, can you hide my cultivation level?" Jiang Taiping asked. "Can." "Great, my cultivation level has been hidden to the level of just entering F level," Jiang Taiping said in surprise. "I have hidden my cultivation to the initial F level." "Call." Jiang Taiping breathed a sigh of relief. In just one day, his cultivation level was promoted from the initial F level to the E level. This was really scary to talk about, so it was better not to let anyone know. Also, Su Qiqi suspected that he had entered the demon hunting garden yesterday. If Su Qiqi knew that his cultivation had been promoted to E level, she would definitely be even more suspicious. But now that he has hidden his cultivation to the initial F level, he doesn't have to worry about these things. It took Jiang Taiping a minute or two to reach Juan No. 1 Middle School, but he did not see Su Qiqi. At this moment, a shout sounded nearby. "Jiang Taiping, here!" Jiang Taiping looked in the direction of the voice and saw Su Qiqi sitting in a red Ferrari 488 and waving at him. "Oh my god, this little bitch actually drives a Ferrari, she's quite rich." Jiang Taiping sighed, ran quickly to the Ferrari, and sat in the passenger seat. Boom! Boom! The Ferrari roared a few times and then shot away. "Hey, you just said that something delayed you. What was it?" Su Qiqi asked. "On the way here, I saw a lot of people gathered together, so I thought it would be lively." Jiang Taiping told a little lie. Su Qiqi's face turned dark. "What's the excitement? It made you forget the agreed time. There are 2 corpses, and people around said they are from other worlds," Jiang Taiping explained. Su Qiqi was stunned for a moment. She asked seriously, "Are you sure this is the body of a disciple from another world?" Jiang Taiping shook his head. "I'm not sure, that's what people around me say." Su Qiqi thought for a moment and then asked, "Did you see who killed those 2 people?" Jiang Taiping shook his head again. "No. When I went there, those 2 were already dead." Su Qiqi didn't ask any more questions. She took out her cell phone and made a call. When the call was connected, she said, "Master, my classmate said he saw 2 bodies on the way to school, and everyone around him said they were from another world. I have something to do and can't go over there right now. Can you send someone to check it out?" "Oh, they've already sent people there. They really are from another world." "Okay, goodbye, Master." After hanging up the phone, Su Qiqi didn't pursue Jiang Taiping's lateness any further. She said, "Hey, let me remind you, with your cultivation talent, you might be ridiculed if you participate in the demon hunting hall assessment. It's not too late for you to regret it now. Just mock me, it won't grow on my body." Jiang Taiping said indifferently. Su Qiqi stopped trying to persuade her. Jiang Taiping had already said so what else could she say? What does your family do? They actually bought you a Ferrari. Jiang Taiping asked curiously. This was not bought for me by my family, I bought it myself. Su Qiqi corrected. Did you buy it yourself? Jiang Taiping was a little surprised. How can you have so much money at such a young age? I earned it after joining the demon hunting hall. Su Qiqi explained. Hearing this, Jiang Taiping's eyes suddenly brightened. He could actually make so much money by joining the demon hunting hall. He must join the demon hunting hall, and no one could stop him. Not for anything else, but because of the bright financial prospects of joining the demon hunting hall. I'll definitely join the demon hunting hall, Jiang Taiping said. Su Qiqi curled her lips. Where do you get the confidence from as a useless person with F-level cultivation talent? But Jiang Taiping was invited by her to participate in the demon hunting hall assessment, so she did not say anything to discourage Jiang Taiping's blind self-confidence. Jiang Taiping didn't say anything more, just leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. However, he was not really closing his eyes to rest, but was counting the gains from killing 2 aliens. His chi and blood were originally 101 cards, but this would become 123 cards. This means that he absorbed 22 cards of chi and blood when he killed 2 aliens, and on average, he absorbed 11 cards of chi and blood from each alien. Jiang Taiping was a little puzzled about this. According to Su Qiqi, the alien he killed with a brick was of E-level cultivation, and he absorbed 17 cards of chi and blood that time. The 2 aliens he killed this time were also of E-level cultivation, so why did they only absorb 11 cards of chi and blood? But he soon realized that 100 calories of blood and chi could be called E-level, and 999 calories of blood and chi could also be called E-level. It should be that the alien he killed with a brick had higher blood and chi, so he absorbed more. Killing aliens is still faster, unlike killing alien beasts, where killing one absorbs a card of chi and blood. Jiang Taiping sighed and opened the system warehouse again. There are 101 lottery cards stored in the warehouse, which he obtained from killing 2 aliens. Use the lottery system of all worlds, combine an advanced lottery card, and then draw. Jiang Taiping said in his heart. The remaining low-level lottery card was directly ignored by Jiang Taiping. The probability of winning a low-level lottery card was too small, and the chance of getting something good was even smaller. It would be better to keep it to synthesize an intermediate lottery card or a high-level lottery card. A high-level lottery card has been synthesized, consuming 100 low-level lottery cards. Start the lottery, consume 1 advanced lottery card. Byte. Congratulations to the host for winning the prize and obtaining the sword control technique. A stream of information flooded into Jiang Taiping's mind. This information was the method of practicing sword-wielding skills. Jiang Taiping was very surprised. He just wanted to use the lottery card and didn't expect to win. After all, he used the high-end lottery card to draw Spider-Man's clothes last night, but what he didn't expect was that he won again. In the lottery system of all worlds, what is the use of sword-wielding skills? Jiang Taiping asked. Sword control technique allows you to fly with a sword, and even control it from a distance to launch an attack. Jiang Taiping was even more surprised. This sword controlling technique sounded really cool. Jiang Taiping really wanted to practice the sword controlling technique immediately, but Su Qiqi was sitting next to him, and he was sitting in the car, so he couldn't practice at all. In desperation, he could only practice the sword controlling technique in his mind based on his imagination. However, what he didn't know was that someone in the Nightwalker Joan branch was waiting to humiliate him. Chapter 15 Humiliation. I just came to gain some experience. Nightwalker Joan branch. There were 2 figures, a man and a woman, sitting on the seats next to each other in the lobby on the first floor. The girl is Zhang Monair, and the boy is Zhang Monair's cousin Zhang Zhenfei. Zhenfei, I've read the information of all those who participated in the Demon Hunting Hall assessment. Zhang Monair whispered, most of those people are ordinary people. Only a few of them are F-level practitioners like you. But you are the only one with a level cultivation talent. You must perform well and make me proud. Sister, don't worry. Zhang Zhenfei patted his chest and promised. Zhenfei, don't be careless. Zhang Monair reminded him, I've spent a lot of money to make you a cultivator before the assessment. Whether you can stand out in this assessment is also related to whether I can become the captain of the Demon Hunting Hall. Sister, I won't be careless. Zhang Zhenfei patted his chest and promised. Zhang Monair nodded and added, "Oh, there's one more thing. My biggest competitor is Su Chichi, the captain of the Demon Hunting Team 9. The person she invited has an F-level cultivation talent. Watch my eyes and humiliate them. It would be best if the person Su Chichi invited withdrew from the assessment and gave her a good slap in the face." "Understood, sis." Zhang Zhanfei smirked sinisterly. "Isn't it easy to humiliate a guy with an F-level cultivation talent?" Zhang Monair didn't say anything else. She sat in her chair and waited quietly for Su Chichi to appear. After a moment, her eyes suddenly brightened and she whispered, "Zhanfei, Su Chichi is here." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Monair stood up and walked towards the elevator, pretending to have just arrived. Zhang Zhanfei stood up and followed. But before Zhang Monair had gone far, she turned around and looked behind her. She exclaimed in surprise, "Captain Su, what a coincidence, we meet again." Su Chichi rolled her eyes. What kind of coincidence was that? She knew with a flick of her toes that Zhang Monair was waiting for her on purpose. "Captain Zhang, sorry to have kept you waiting," Su Chichi said sarcastically. Zhang Taiping blinked his eyes. The atmosphere was very tense. When he entered the hall, he saw Zhang Monair standing up from the seat next to him. He didn't think much about it at that time, but Zhang Monair's words, "what a coincidence," made him understand something instantly, and Su Chichi said she had waited for a long time. Obviously she also knew that Zhang Monair was waiting for her. Zhang Monair didn't mind being exposed by Su Chichi. She looked at Zhang Taiping and said, "Captain Su, he is the one with the F-level cultivation talent you invited, right?" Zhang Monair bit the F-level cultivation talent very hard, and the sound was very loud, which instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the hall. They all looked over at the same time, and then a strange look appeared on their cheeks. They had all heard about the tit-for-tat between Su Chichi and Zhang Monair. But this is not the point. The point is that Su Chichi is a well-known genius in the Zhuan branch of the Night Walkers, and is even ranked among the entire Night Walkers. But he found a person with F-level cultivation talent and asked him to participate in the assessment of the Demon Hunting Hall? Su Chichi's pretty face turned a little dark. Zhang Monair definitely did it on purpose. But what Zhang Monair said was the truth, and she couldn't refute it even if she wanted to, which made her feel very depressed. Zhang Monair felt very happy. Normally, she was always at a disadvantage in her battles with Su Chichi, but today she finally gained the upper hand. She added, "Captain Su, you know it's impossible for someone with F-level cultivation talent to pass the Demon Hunting Hall test. It's a waste of time for him to come and take the test. Let him go back. Whether or not I can pass the Demon Hunting Hall assessment is between him and me. What does it have to do with you?" Su Chichi said with a dark face. "It's none of my business, I'm just giving you a kind suggestion." Zhang Monair smiled, then winked at Zhang Zhanfei who was standing next to her. After receiving Zhang Monair's signal, Zhang Zhanfei looked at Zhang Taiping and said, "Boy, I have an A-level cultivation talent. Passing the Demon Hunting Hall assessment is a sure thing. As for your useless F-level cultivation talent, you'd better go back and take a shower." Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall was shocked. Zhang Monair actually found someone with a level cultivation talent? Feeling everyone's shock, Zhang Monair was very proud in her heart, but she didn't show it at all on the surface. Zhang Taiping was speechless. She was showing off by stepping on him, and also using him to slap Su Chichi in the face. But he didn't argue with Zhang Zhanfei. He said shyly, "I just came here to gain some experience." Su Chichi was stunned. Who told her that she would definitely pass the Demon Hunting Hall test? Why are you so cowardly now? Where is your blind confidence? Also, even if you are a coward, look at where this place is. It's really embarrassing. It's good to gain some experience. Zhanfei, let's go. Zhang Monair smiled, turned and walked towards the elevator, and Zhang Zhanfei followed. Those who should be humiliated have been humiliated, and those who should pretend have been pretending. One should know when to stop and not hold on to it. You have to know that Su Chichi has a bad temper. If you irritate Su Chichi and start a fight here, it will be bad. Watching Zhang Monair and Zhang Zhanfei enter the elevator, Su Chichi said in a low voice with a dark face, "Where is your blind confidence? If I say I can pass the Demon Hunting Hall assessment, will they believe it?" Zhang Taiping asked back. Su Chichi thought about it and said, "No. That's it." Zhang Taiping said, "Why bother arguing with them when you know they don't believe you? Besides, it's not up to them to decide whether I can pass the Demon Hunting Hall test. Don't you think it would be better to wait until I pass the test before fighting back?" Su Chichi was speechless for a moment. What Jiang Taiping said made sense, but the premise was that Jiang Taiping could pass the assessment. Jiang Taiping only had F-level cultivation talent, and she was forced to invite Jiang Taiping to participate in the assessment. She didn't expect Jiang Taiping to pass the assessment at all. Is that woman your competitor? Jiang Taiping asked. Yes. Su Chichi answered subconsciously. Understood. Jiang Taiping nodded, and a sharp look appeared in his dark eyes. No matter what, he is Su Chichi's man. No, he is the man Su Chichi found. Zhang Monair wants to use him to slap Su Chichi in the face, and Zhang Zhanfei wants to use him to highlight his own excellence, but he will not agree. Su Chichi curled her lips. What's the point of understanding? Wouldn't it only embarrass her? But she did not blame Jiang Taiping. After all, it was she who invited Jiang Taiping to participate in the Demon Hunting Hall assessment. Let's go. Su Chichi sighed and walked towards the elevator. You have to fill the hole you dug yourself, and you have to eat the bitter fruit you sow yourself. Jiang Taiping followed, and the two of them entered the elevator and headed towards the 18th floor. When he arrived at the 18th floor, Jiang Taiping saw a lot of people standing in the hall. Some of these people are taking the Demon Hunting Hall assessment, and some are members of the Demon Hunting Hall. Seeing Su Chichi and Jiang Taiping appear, many members of the Demon Hunting Hall looked strange. They all heard that Su Chichi had found someone with F-level cultivation talent and had him participate in the Demon Hunting Hall assessment. However, they were different from Zhang Monair. No one mocked Su Chichi, and Zhang Monair didn't say anything else. At this moment, Xin Zhan came over with a group of people. Chapter 16. The assessment begins, neat and tidy. Minister, Hall Master. The members of the Demon Hunting Hall greeted Xin Zhan and others one after another. Xin Zhan and others nodded, as a response to the members of the Demon Hunting Hall. Swish. Xin Zhan waved his hand casually, and a dark token shot out from his hand and then hovered in the air. The next moment, the dark token glowed brighter and then turned into a huge dark light curtain. The assessment begins. All participants must immediately step into the black light curtain. Xin Zhan said. Jiang Taiping and other people who took the test were stunned. It was so direct. No one would say anything? What are you still dawdling about? Xin Zhan shouted in a deep voice, those who wish to take part in the assessment should act as soon as possible. If you do not step into the black light curtain within 2 minutes, you will be deemed to have automatically forfeited your qualification for the assessment. Zhang Zhanfei was the first to walk towards the black light curtain. Jiang Taiping and other people who took part in the test did not delay any longer and rushed towards the black light curtain. After watching everyone step into the black light curtain, Xin Zhan made a handprint and hit the black light curtain. Immediately afterwards, pictures appeared on the black light screen. There is a figure on each picture, and these figures are the people taking the test, including Jiang Taiping. Everyone, please sit down. Xin Zhan greeted everyone and walked to the chair next to him and sat down. Su Chichi, Zhang Monair and others sat down, and Zhang Monair deliberately sat next to Su Chichi. Su Chichi knew very well why Zhang Monair sat next to her. She was waiting to mock her. She wanted to change seats, but after thinking about it, she gave up the idea because if Zhang Monair wanted to mock her, it would be useless for her to sit anywhere. Captain Su. Zhang Monair smirked and said, the first level tests courage. That F-level talent you found seems quite timid. Do you think he'd be frightened to death if he saw the strange beast? You should worry about the person you are looking for. Su Chichi directly retorted, maybe he is just an embroidered pillow, good-looking but useless. Xin Zhan and others looked at each other in bewilderment. The assessment had just begun, and they were already arguing? But come to think of it, Zhang Monair has never had the upper hand in the competition with Su Chichi. Now she has finally found an opportunity to get back at him, how can she not seize it? Yes, this time they are not optimistic about Su Chichi. After all, the difference between a level and F-level is quite big. Then we'll have to wait and see. Zhang Monair smiled and continued, Captain Su, that guy with F-level cultivation talent you found doesn't even qualify for the reserve team, let alone become a member of the Demon Hunting Hall. Why did you let him take the assessment? Su Chichi's pretty face turned a little dark. Zhang Monair kept talking about F-level cultivation talent, which was definitely intentional, but this was the fact, and she didn't think Jiang Taiping was qualified to enter the reserve team, so she couldn't even fight back even if she wanted to. The Demon Hunting Hall's assessment is based on a scoring system. Xin Zhan and other Nightwalker senior executives will give scores based on the performance of those taking the assessment. Those with excellent comprehensive scores will directly join the Demon Hunting Hall and become a member of the Demon Hunting Hall. Those who pass the comprehensive score will enter the Demon Hunting Hall reserve team. After a period of training, they will take the test again. Those who pass will become a member of the Demon Hunting Hall, and those who fail will be eliminated. Those who fail to pass the comprehensive score will be eliminated directly. Seeing that Suchichi didn't say anything, Zhang Monair was very proud, but she had said everything she needed to say, so she didn't say anything else. Of course, she just doesn't say it now. She will tell it when she has the chance. With nothing exciting to watch, Xin Zhan and the others shifted their attention to the picture on the black screen. At this time, Zhang Taiping, Zhang Zhanfei and other people who were taking the test were walking forward along a small path. After walking forward for about dozens of meters, a circular platform about 1 meter high blocked the way of Zhang Taiping, Zhang Zhanfei and others. On the circular platform lay a monster with a tiger head, a bear body, wolf claws and a pair of wings. Seeing the weird monster, Zhang Taiping's eyes suddenly brightened. He didn't know what this strange monster was, but that wasn't the point. The point was that it was definitely an alien beast, and alien beasts were experienced treasures for him, and also lottery card extraction machines. Swish! Zhang Taiping leaped up onto the platform, sat on the monster, and then swung his fists left and right. After a few punches, the four-legged monster exploded and turned into starlight and disappeared. What's going on? Zhang Taiping was a little confused. Yesterday he entered the demon hunting garden and killed nearly 100 strange beasts. The corpses of those beasts were left behind after they were killed by him. How come this strange monster disappeared? Also, the lottery system of all worlds did not prompt him to kill the enemies and obtain the lottery cards. Puzzled, Zhang Taiping summoned the lottery system of all worlds. He wanted to see if there were any changes in his qi and blood. Sure enough, there's no change, still 123 cards. Zhang Taiping frowned. He didn't feel the warmth caused by absorbing qi and blood just now. I'm afraid this weird monster is not real. Zhang Taiping sighed. Although this was just his guess, he was certain that this was the truth. Otherwise, how could he explain the disappearance of the four-legged monster? He didn't absorb the blood and didn't get the lottery card? After sighing, Zhang Taiping stood up and walked towards the opposite side of the platform. There is a path leading forward opposite the platform. At this time, Xin Zhan and the others sitting in the hall on the 18th floor looked at each other in surprise. Just now, when Zhang Monair mocked Su Chichi, saying that Zhang Taiping would be scared to death when he saw the strange beast, although they did not think such an embarrassing thing would happen, they believed that Zhang Taiping would definitely be afraid. However, what they did not expect was that when Zhang Taiping saw the strange beast, he did not even hesitate, but rolled up his sleeves and went straight in. Su Chichi is an exception. When Zhang Taiping was an ordinary person, he dared to beat the alien to death with a brick. How could such a person be without courage? Moreover, she strongly suspected that the person who killed nearly 100 strange beasts in the demon hunting garden yesterday was Zhang Taiping. This is also one of the reasons why she confronted Zhang Monair without hesitation. Good. A cheer came out of Su Chichi's mouth, and then she looked at Zhang Monair with a provocative look on her face. This woman said that Zhang Taiping would be scared to death when he saw a strange beast. Now Zhang Taiping killed the strange beast with a hammer. It was undoubtedly a slap in the face to Zhang Monair, and also a great honor for her. Zhang Monair's face turned a little ugly. She questioned, Captain Su, did you tell her about the assessment content? Captain Zhang, not to mention that I haven't told him the content of the assessment, even if I did, do you think he would be able to kill the monster easily and efficiently just by talking about it? Su Chichi asked back. Zhang Monair was speechless. Because what Su Chichi said was true, it was just talk that made it impossible to do it as quickly and efficiently as Zhang Taiping. After all, actual combat and theoretical discussion are two different things. Snort. Not knowing how to refute, Zhang Monair snorted coldly, Zhanfei can't be worse than him. Chapter 17 Su Chichi's counterattack, was she scared silly? Yeah. Su Chichi looked back at the black light curtain, looking for Zhang Zhanfei's figure. Before this, her attention had always been on Zhang Taiping, and she didn't pay attention to the performance of others. When she found Zhang Zhanfei, a strange look suddenly appeared on Su Chichi's pretty face. Captain Zhang, is this what you meant by no worse than Zhang Taiping? Su Chichi asked in surprise. Zhang Monair's expression suddenly froze. Like Su Chichi, her attention was also on Zhang Taiping, but she paid attention to Jiang Taiping in order to find an opportunity to mock Su Qiqi. Besides, she had told Zhang Zhanfei the content of the assessment and was very confident in Zhang Zhanfei's performance. But from what Su Qiqi said, it seems that Zhang Zhanfei's performance is not very good. Swish! Zhang Monair suddenly turned around and looked at the black light curtain, and then her face turned dark. In the picture, Zhang Zhanfei had already come to the bottom of the platform, but he stood there motionless. It was clear that there was a trace of fear on Zhang Zhanfei's face, and even his body was trembling slightly. It's really an embroidered pillow, it looks good but is useless. Su Qiqi laughed. Zhang Monair had a dark face and didn't say anything. Just now she teased Su Qiqi, saying that Jiang Taiping would be scared to pee when he saw the strange beast. As a result, Jiang Taiping rolled up his sleeves and rushed forward when he saw the strange beast, but Zhang Zhanfei was so scared by the strange beast that he dared not move. This was really embarrassing. What a piece of shit! Zhang Monair cursed in her heart, but she was not cursing Jiang Taiping, but Zhang Zhanfei. Jiang Taiping has passed the first level. Give us your score. Qin Zhan said, this level tests courage. It has nothing to do with other factors. Don't be biased by other factors. Give it the correct score. The rules are the same as before. A full score of 10 is enough. Yes, Minister. Several senior executives of the Nightwalker Zhuan branch responded and gave full marks of 10. Su Qiqi was not surprised at all. The first level tests courage. If you dare to attack the monster, you can get 8 points or above. If you don't attack the monster but dare to walk past it, you can get 6 points or above. If you don't dare to go up to the platform, you can get less than 6 points. Jiang Taiping killed the monster with a powerful hammer, and it would be unreasonable to give him less than 10 points. At this time, Zhang Zhanfei finally moved. He walked up to the platform with trembling legs and began to attack the monster with trembling arms. This scene made Qin Zhan and others nod their heads slightly. It was normal to be afraid when facing a strange beast for the first time, and they could understand it. And Zhang Zhanfei did have some courage to attack the strange beast. However, what they didn't know was that Zhang Monair had told Zhang Zhanfei in detail about the test content, and even told Zhang Zhanfei that the monsters in the first level would not fight back, and that as long as he climbed onto the platform and attacked, he could easily kill the monsters. But even so, Zhang Zhanfei was still frightened by the strange beast, and he was trembling when he climbed onto the platform. Call. Zhang Monair breathed a sigh of relief. Although Zhang Zhanfei's performance was not as good as she had imagined, he finally overcame his fear. Otherwise, she would have been humiliated. Soon, Zhang Zhanfei beat the monster to death. This is not because his attack power is very strong, but as long as he dares to attack, he can easily defeat the four-legged monster. This scene made Zhang Monair's face look a little better. Although Zhang Zhanfei was not as decisive as Jiang Taiping, he was the second one to smash the monster to pieces, so it was not too embarrassing. Give it a score. Qin Zhan said. Several senior executives of the Nightwalker Zhuan branch gave scores, and they all gave 8 points. Zhang Monair was not surprised by this. Zhang Zhanfei was obviously frightened and delayed for some time. Even if he smashed the monster to pieces, he could only get 8 points. Oh, I thought you were so outstanding, but you only got a basic score. Su Qiqi sighed. Zhang Monair didn't know how to refute. She snorted coldly, Captain Su, don't be too happy too soon. This is only the first level. In the next level, Zhanfei will definitely perform very well, but it's hard to say about that guy with F-level cultivation talent you found. Really? Then we'll have to wait and see. Su Qiqi didn't have much confidence in Jiang Taiping's performance in the second round, but he obviously couldn't be timid at this moment. But you can't be too arrogant, otherwise Jiang Taiping will be embarrassed if he performs poorly in the second level. Snort! Zhang Monair snorted coldly and said nothing more. Su Qiqi didn't say anything more, her gaze shifted to the black light curtain. Next, among the remaining people taking the test, some walked onto the platform one after another. Some of those people walked past the monster with trembling legs, while others attacked the monster with trembling arms. There were still some people staying under the platform. Some of them were so scared that they stood still and dared not move, some were so scared that they squatted on the ground, and some timid people were so scared that they peed their pants and retreated the way they came, crying and screaming. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. The performance of these people further highlights Jiang Taiping's bravery. Jiang Taiping didn't know how Zhang Zhanfei performed, nor did he know that his performance helped Su Qiqi regain some ground. At this moment, he was walking forward along the path. After walking forward for about 100 meters, Jiang Taiping came to a square with a diameter of about 100 meters. Jiang Taiping looked around and found that the square was empty. However, there was a small path at the edge of the square directly opposite him that continued to extend forward. After a little thought, Jiang Taiping stepped into the square and walked towards the path opposite with a wary look on his face. He didn't know what the assessment of the demon hunting hall was, but when he walked out of the path before, there was a strange beast blocking the way. He thought that the square under his feet was also one of the assessment locations, but the assessment had not appeared yet, so it was better to be careful. When he reached the center of the square, a long sword suddenly appeared out of thin air at the edge of the square in front of him and then shot towards him at a speed of about 10 meters per second. It really is a place for assessment. Jiang Taiping's eyes flashed slightly, and a thoughtful look appeared on his cheek. He was considering whether to dodge or fight back. Seeing Jiang Taiping start the second level of the test, Su Qiqi's heart instantly hung in the air. She stared at Jiang Taiping and prayed silently in her heart, "Jiang Taiping, you must give me some strength." Zhang Monair also stared at Jiang Taiping without blinking. Jiang Taiping performed very well in the first assessment, which made Su Qiqi very proud, but also made her lose face. She wanted to keep an eye on Jiang Taiping's performance and then look for a chance to get back at him. The square is 100 meters in diameter. Jiang Taiping stands in the center of the square, 50 meters away from the edge of the square. The long sword shot out at a speed of 10 meters per second, and it only took 5 seconds to reach Jiang Taiping. 5 seconds is a very short time. Soon, the long sword appeared not far in front of Jiang Taiping, but Jiang Taiping was still standing there motionless. This scene brought a bright smile to Zhang Monair's face. The long sword was already approaching Jiang Taiping, and Jiang Taiping had not yet reacted. Jiang Taiping could not dodge this sword. "Captain Su, that guy with the F-level cultivation talent you're looking for seems to have been frightened silly," Zhang Man'er said with a sinister smile. Chapter 18, Making History, The Power of Swordsmanship. Su Qiqi frowned. The long sword flew towards him violently, and Jiang Taiping faced the long sword again, but he stood still, as if he was really scared. Xin Zhan and the others sitting in the hall shook their heads imperceptibly. Jiang Taiping performed very well in the first round of assessment, which made them look forward to his performance in the second round, but the result disappointed them greatly. What's the use of courage alone? At best, you're just a reckless man. Zhang Monair laughed and said, "Captain Su, that guy with F-level cultivation talent you found probably won't get a single point in the second round. He might break history and become the first person in history to get a 0 in the second round." Su Qiqi ignored Zhang Monair. It was not that she didn't know how to refute, but she always felt that something was wrong. After a moment, she suddenly realized, "Minister, the sword seems to have stopped." Xin Zhan and the others were all stunned. The long sword stopped? Why did it stop? But the next moment they realized that something was wrong. The long sword had been close to Jiang Taiping for some time, and this time was enough for the long sword to stab Jiang Taiping, but the long sword still stayed beside Jiang Taiping. It really stopped. Xin Zhan said in surprise. Everyone present looked at each other in surprise again. The long sword had indeed stopped and was still hovering in front of Jiang Taiping. Who can tell me what's going on?" someone couldn't help but ask. But no one answered because this had never happened before and they didn't know what was going on. Su Qiqi also didn't know what was going on, but that didn't stop her from mocking him back. She chuckled, "TSK, no one in history has ever been able to stop a long sword in the second round of the assessment. Jiang Taiping really made history." The smile on Zhang Monair's face suddenly froze. Although Su Qiqi did not explicitly mock her, she borrowed the words she had just said, but the history she created was different. Su Qiqi was using her words to slap her in the face. This must be a coincidence, Zhang Monair argued. Maybe. Su Qiqi laughed and said, "But coincidence is also a skill. If you don't agree, come up with a coincidence for me and see." Zhang Monair was speechless for a moment. At this moment, a second long sword appeared at the edge of the square and shot towards Jiang Taiping. This time the sword was much faster, at 20 meters per second. Seeing this scene, Zhang Monair's eyes suddenly brightened, and she knew how to defend herself. "Captain Su, this level of assessment involves not just one long sword, but 19. I want to see if the guy with F-level cultivation talent you found can stop all the long swords," Zhang Monair said coldly. "This long sword seems to have stopped as well." Su Qiqi spoke immediately. Zhang Monair's expression suddenly froze. She immediately turned her head to look at the black light curtain, and then she found that the second long sword that shot out also stopped in front of Jiang Taiping, or to be exact, it was floating in front of Jiang Taiping. Xin Zhan and the others sitting in the hall were a little confused. If it was a coincidence that the first sword stopped, then it would be a bit inappropriate to say that it was a coincidence that the second sword stopped. Chi-Chi, can that kid control the sword? Xin Zhan asked. Minister, I don't know. I don't know him very well. Su Chi-Chi shook her head. Minister, it shouldn't be. Zhang Monair immediately spoke up, I've never heard of anyone being able to control a long sword, let alone that guy who only has an F-level cultivation talent. How could he achieve something as incredible as controlling a long sword? Xin Zhan frowned. He had never heard of anyone being able to control a long sword, but the two long swords stopped in front of Jiang Taiping one after another. Apart from the explanation of controlling the long swords, he really couldn't find a second explanation. At this time, the third long sword appeared, and its speed was much faster than the second long sword, at a speed of 30 meters per second. Under the confused gazes of Qin Zhan and others, the third long sword stopped in front of Jiang Taiping again. Next, the fourth and fifth long swords, which were faster, also stopped in front of Jiang Taiping. The speed of the fifth sword has reached 50 meters per second. After the fifth long sword, the long swords that appeared were no longer 1, but 2, 3, 4, and 5. The speed of each long sword reached 50 meters per second. At this speed, it only took 1 second to reach Jiang Taiping, and they were shooting from different directions. But no matter whether there were 2, 3, 4, or 5 swords, all of these swords stopped in front of Jiang Taiping. Xin Zhan and the others sitting in the hall were completely stunned. Su Chi-Chi opened her mouth wide, her pretty face full of shock. Zhang Monair's face was extremely dark. Just now she said that it was a coincidence that the long swords stopped in front of Jiang Taiping, and she also said that she wanted to see if Jiang Taiping could stop all the long swords. As a result, all the long swords stopped in front of Jiang Taiping. This was really embarrassing. At this moment, everyone in the hall had the same question in their mind: what was going on? In the square, Jiang Taiping's cheeks were full of excitement. When the first long sword appeared, he subconsciously wanted to dodge. But after thinking that the sword controlling technique could control the long sword through the air, he tried to use the sword controlling technique to control the long sword. Then he tried several times, and finally succeeded in controlling the long sword when the long sword was about to stab him. With the successful experience, controlling the second sword became easier. Afterwards, as the long swords shot out one after another and he kept trying, his control over the sword became more and more proficient. In the end, when 5 long swords shot out from different angles at the same time, he could still control them easily. Of course, his ability to quickly master the sword-wielding technique is closely related to his talent for practicing S-level sword embryos. Nightwalker is such a good person. I was just worrying about not having the opportunity to practice sword control, and Nightwalker brought the opportunity to me. Jiang Taiping raised his hand and touched his nose, then snapped his fingers. The next moment, the long sword floating beside Jiang Taiping began to rotate around Jiang Taiping. It looked like countless long swords were dancing around Jiang Taiping. This scene made Qin Zhan and others, who were already completely confused, even more confused. If the fact that the long sword was floating in front of Jiang Taiping was not enough to prove that Jiang Taiping could control the long sword, then the fact that the long sword was rotating around Jiang Taiping was enough to prove that Jiang Taiping could control the long sword. But what they don't understand is how Jiang Taiping did it. Su Chi-Chi was the first to recover from her shock. She exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my! Jiang Taiping really stopped all the long swords, and they're still spinning around him." Hearing Su Chi-Chi's words, Qin Zhan and others suddenly came back to their senses, and then they all looked at Zhang Monair at the same time. They were not stupid, so how could they not know that Su Chi-Chi was saying this to Zhang Monair? Zhang Monair's face turned blue and red, she was slapped in the face again. At this moment, the long swords flying around Jiang Taiping suddenly fell to the ground. Chapter 19: How to score this? Look! The long sword that was flying around that kid has fallen to the ground. A cry of surprise rang out in the hall. Qin Zhan and others looked back and saw many long swords falling to the ground. Ha, he can't control himself. Zhang Monair laughed. Su Chi-Chi was speechless. She sarcastically said, "Captain Zhang, are you stupid?" "Why am I stupid?" Zhang Monair asked subconsciously. "The second level tests whether one can dodge the long sword." Su Chi-Chi explained, "Although those swords fell to the ground, they didn't hurt Jiang Taiping at all. This means he passed the second round of the assessment perfectly." What are you so happy about? Zhang Monair's expression suddenly froze. She was only happy that Jiang Taiping could no longer control the sword, but ignored the content of the second level of the test. It does sound a bit silly. Chi-Chi, those long swords were flying well, why did they suddenly fall to the ground? Xin Zhan asked. Minister, I don't know. Su Chi-Chi shook her head, but what she said was somewhat insincere. Just now, she clearly saw Jiang Taiping looking around in a very obscene manner. In addition, Jiang Taiping was very low-key, so she suspected that Jiang Taiping did not want others to know that he could control the sword, so he let go of the sword. Although this was just her guess, she was very sure that her guess was correct. She originally wanted to tell her guess, but when she thought about how Jiang Taiping had brought honor to her, she decided to help Jiang Taiping hide it. The fact is just as Su Chi-Chi thought. Jiang Taiping was having fun, but suddenly remembered that he was taking a test. Although there was no one around, there was no guarantee that Qin Zhan and others could not see the situation here. Thinking of this, he immediately stopped using the sword controlling technique, but what he didn't know was that it was already too late. Qin Zhan didn't ask any more questions. He turned around and looked at the black light curtain. After seeing Jiang Taiping walking towards the path across the square, he said, Jiang Taiping has passed the second round of the assessment. Let's all give our scores. This time, several senior executives of the Night Walker Zhuan branch did not give scores immediately. They looked at each other, all with confused expressions, and it was obvious that they didn't know how to score. Minister, how do we score this? Asked a middle-aged man. His name is Chao Shan, and he is the leader of the Demon Hunting Hall of the Night Walker Zhuan branch. Old Chao, just give the score as it should be. Xin Zhan said. Minister, I don't know how to grade. Chao Shan smiled bitterly and said, the second round of assessment is designed to test the participants' reaction speed. Scoring is based on how many long swords they dodge. Jiang Taiping's ability to control a long sword like this has never happened before. Hearing this, Xin Zhan suddenly realized, and then he was also confused. According to the Demon Hunting Hall's assessment rules, 1 point is awarded for dodging 2 long swords, and full marks are awarded for dodging all 19 long swords. Although no long sword pierced Jiang Taiping controlled the long swords, not dodged them. Minister, that kid was controlling the sword, not dodging it. This violated the original intention of the second level assessment. In fact, he didn't even dodge a sword. I don't think he can be given any points. Zhang Monair said. Minister, I think it should be given full marks. Su Chi-Chi immediately spoke up, Jiang Taiping didn't dodge the swords like the others, but he controlled the swords. No sword could hurt him. This was no different from dodging them. Can dodging be the same as controlling? Zhang Monair retorted, dodge can show reaction speed, but control cannot show reaction speed. Who said you can't see it? Su Chi-Chi argued, controlling the long swords also requires reaction. If his reaction speed is slow, how can he control all the long swords? The fact that he can control all the long swords is enough to show that his reaction speed is very sharp. Zhang Monair didn't know how to refute for a moment. After all, what Su Chi-Chi said made sense. She thought for a moment, then added, throughout the Demon Hunting Hall's history, everyone has responded by dodging. No one has ever used control. His approach is wrong. I don't agree with you. Su Chi-Chi retorted, it never happened because no one could control the sword like Jiang Taiping. They could only dodge, and controlling is faster and more convenient than dodging. He can control it easily, so why bother dodging? If you can't understand this, then I'll tell you something you can understand. Take paying for things as an example. We used to pay with cash, but now we pay by scanning a QR code, and QR code payment didn't exist before. Can you say that QR code payment is wrong? Zhang Monair was once again speechless by Su Chi-Chi because she was also using the QR code to pay. The shift from cash payments to QR code payments is a social advancement and a technological innovation. Su Chi-Chi continued, Jiang Taiping used control to deal with the second level test instead of dodging. The principle is the same. We can't deny it just because it never happened. We should accept it. Xin Zhan, Chao Shan and others nodded. What Su Chi-Chi said made sense. Zhang Monair also felt that what Su Chi-Chi said made sense, but she obviously couldn't agree with Su Chi-Chi's statement at this moment. Otherwise, wouldn't that mean she agreed to give Jiang Taiping a high score? She wanted to refute it, but she didn't know how to refute it. I think what Chi-Chi said makes a lot of sense. Xin Zhan said, I'll give Jiang Taiping a score of 10. Let's start giving our scores too. Chao Shan and other senior executives of the Nightwalker Zhuan branch gave a 10 without any hesitation. Xin Zhan gave Jiang Taiping a score of 10. If they gave a lower score, wouldn't they be questioning Xin Zhan? But this is not the point. The point is that Jiang Taiping passed the second level test perfectly, so giving him a 10 point is just what he deserves. Zhang Monair was a little unhappy about the result, but Xin Zhan and others had already given their scores, and the result was settled. It could not be changed just because she objected. Moreover, if she objected, it would cause dissatisfaction among Xin Zhan and others. Su Qiqi's pretty face was full of smiles, and then she looked at Zhang Monair with a provocative look. This time, Zhang Monair did not say that Zhang Zhanfei was no worse than Jiang Taiping. It was not because she had learned the lesson from being slapped in the face, but because she did not have much confidence that Zhang Zhanfei would get full marks in the second level assessment. The fact was just as Zhang Monair thought. Zhang Zhanfei dodged 17 long swords in a very embarrassing way, but was stabbed by the 18th and 19th long swords. This also prevented Zhang Zhanfei from getting full marks, and he only got 8 points. Captain Zhang, didn't you say that the person you found would definitely perform very well in the second round? Didn't you say Jiang Taiping's performance in the second round was hard to predict? Su Qiqi smirked and said, but Jiang Taiping scored 10 points, while the person you found only scored 8. The corners of Zhang Monair's mouth twitched violently a few times. 8 points is already excellent, but compared with Jiang Taiping's full score, 8 points is nothing. Captain Su, don't be so complacent. Zhang Monair said with a dark face, there's still one last round to go. It's still uncertain who will win or lose. Chapter 20, Reckless? Seeking death? Think again about how to say it. Then we'll have to wait and see. Su Qiqi smiled and teased, Captain Zhang, you weren't so confident this time. It seems like being slapped in the face twice in a row has taught you a lesson. Zhang Monair's cheeks turned red because what Su Qiqi said was absolutely right. Also, Jiang Taiping was too weird. He clearly had an F-level cultivation talent, but he was ahead of Zhang Zhanfei who had an A-level cultivation talent. This made her confidence in Zhang Zhanfei waver, and she didn't dare to speak too confidently anymore. Su Qiqi ignored Zhang Monair. She turned around and looked at the black light curtain, with a hint of worry in her beautiful eyes. The third level tests one's character and strength. She was not too worried about Jiang Taiping's strength. According to the assessment rules, as long as you dare to take action, you can get a passing score. If you can deal with the enemy for a while, you can get excellent scores. Therefore, Jiang Taiping's strength does not have a big impact on the score. But she was a little worried about Jiang Taiping's character. You know, Jiang Taiping is the kind of person who won't release the eagle until he sees the rabbit. Take the matter of inviting Jiang Taiping to join the demon hunting hall for example. It is useless to talk to Jiang Taiping about national justice. There must be practical benefits. She is a little worried that Jiang Taiping will do something inappropriate. As for Jiang Taiping beating the alien to death with a brick, that time, Jiang Taiping stole the alien's bag and dagger. But she was just a little worried, because Jiang Taiping's performance had far exceeded her expectations. Before this, she had no confidence that Jiang Taiping could join the demon hunting hall reserve team, but now Jiang Taiping has obtained 20 points. Even if he does not get any points in the third level, he can still join the demon hunting hall reserve team. If Jiang Taiping could get a few points in the third level, even just 4 points, he could become a member of the demon hunting hall. It's just that Jiang Taiping didn't perform well in the third level, so he couldn't perfectly slap Zhang Monair in the face. However, what she didn't know was that she was worrying too much. In Jiang Taiping's opinion, joining the demon hunting hall is very promising. He has made up his mind to join the demon hunting hall and will definitely give it his all. He will not allow anyone to step on him to show off, nor will he allow Zhang Monair to use him to mock Su Qiqi. The outcome depends on now. Su Qiqi stared at Jiang Taiping without blinking. At this time, Jiang Taiping had reached the end of the path and came to a small village. But before he could take a closer look, a cry for help suddenly rang out. Young man, the aliens are trying to capture me, please save me. Jiang Taiping looked in the direction of the sound and saw a white-haired old man staggering out of the small village. Behind the old man followed 3 middle-aged men holding swords and looking ferocious. Boy, this has nothing to do with you. Get out of here, or I'll kill you. A disciple from another world shouted in a deep voice. An alien? Jiang Taiping narrowed his eyes slightly, and he concentrated on feeling the cultivation of the 3 middle-aged men. The next moment, a strange expression appeared on his cheek. Judging from the fluctuations of the chi and blood of the three middle-aged men, they all seemed to have just entered the F level. With such cultivation, they dared to be arrogant in front of him? However, he soon realized that the lottery system of all worlds had hidden his cultivation level to the initial F level. In the eyes of the three middle-aged men, he had just entered the F level, and his real cultivation level was not E level. I wonder if I can absorb their chi and blood by killing these three pagans. Or get the lottery card? A thought flashed through Jiang Taiping's mind, and then he strode towards the old man. This scene made Su Chichi breathe a sigh of relief. Jiang Taiping did not ignore the old man. This action alone could make Jiang Taiping get a passing score, which also meant that Jiang Taiping's joining the demon hunting hall was a foregone conclusion. As for how things will develop next, it doesn't matter anymore. At most, I won't be able to perfectly slap Jiang Manor in the face. Soon, Jiang Taiping rushed to the old man. Old man, please stay at the back and I will kill these three guys. Jiang Taiping said. Thank you, young man, the old man thanked. Jiang Taiping said nothing more and rushed towards the three middle-aged men again. This scene gave Jiang Manor an excuse to mock Su Chichi. She sneered, Captain Su, that guy with F-level cultivation talent you found is really a reckless man. He rushed forward like that. Isn't that courting death? Su Chichi understood why Jiang Manor said that. The three aliens in the small village were transformed based on the cultivation level of the people taking the test. The cultivation level of the three aliens was the same as that of the person taking the test. And when the cultivation levels were the same, the chances of winning against three of them was really slim. She also felt that Jiang Taiping was a bit reckless to rush forward like this, but that obviously couldn't be said at this moment. What's reckless? Su Chichi defended herself. As a night walker, I have the responsibility to eliminate harm and protect the safety of the area. Jiang Taiping did not hesitate to save the old man and face three alien disciples. This is a sense of justice. After saying that, Su Chichi's pretty face turned red. She felt a little guilty for praising Jiang Taiping so much. You know, when she tempted Jiang Taiping to join the demon hunting hall by promising to eliminate harm for the people and protect the safety of the area, Jiang Taiping told her not to bother with those high-sounding things, but to get more practical benefits. Just because you have a sense of justice, does that mean you can deny that he is seeking death by doing this? Jiang Manor retorted. Su Chichi opened her mouth to defend Jiang Taiping, but was suddenly stunned when the words came to her lips. Jiang Taiping knocked a disciple from another world to the ground with a slap, then dodged the sharp swords of the other two disciples from another world, and slapped another disciple from another world to the ground with his backhand. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Taiping raised his foot and kicked hard, and the only remaining alien disciple flew backwards. Finished? Not yet. Jiang Taiping picked up the sharp sword dropped by the alien disciples on the ground, and with 3 slashes of the sword, he cut off the heads of the 3 alien disciples. Xin Zhan and others looked at each other again. The cultivation level of those 3 outsiders was comparable to Jiang Taiping's, yet they were killed by Jiang Taiping in just a few minutes, as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Before this, such a thing had never happened in the demon hunting hall's assessment. Su Chichi was also shocked, but that wasn't the point. She looked at Jiang Manor and said with a wicked smile, "Is this what you call reckless? Are you asking for death? I'll give you a chance, think about it." Jiang Manor's face turned black again. At this moment, she couldn't help but wonder if Jiang Taiping was sent by God to slap her in the face, otherwise why would he be slapped in the face one after another? Looking at Jiang Manor's cheeks that were covered with dark clouds, Su Chichi felt very happy. I let you try every possible way to mock me, and now you've been slapped in the face, right? Captain Su, does this kid really have F-level cultivation talent? Someone couldn't help but ask. Xin Zhan and others looked at Su Chichi at the same time. They also had the same doubt. Indeed. Su Chichi said, when I tested it, the 7-colored stone only emitted a red light. This kid is a bit strange, let's ask him when he comes out. Xin Zhan paused for a moment, then continued, Jiang Taiping has passed the 3rd round of assessment. Give him a score. Chao Shan and several other high-ranking officials from the Nightwalker Zhuan branch gave a perfect score without hesitation. Chapter 21. The assessment is over. Jiang Manor's objection. Jiang Taiping is very depressed. The 3 aliens disappeared after being killed by him. He did not absorb any blood or energy, nor did he get the lottery card. This is indeed an illusion. Jiang Taiping sighed, turned around to look at the old man, and then found that the old man was gone. He looked back at the small village in front of him, and the small village had also disappeared, replaced by a black light curtain. Is this the end of the assessment? Jiang Taiping raised his hand and touched his nose, then walked towards the black light curtain. Stepping into the black light curtain, Jiang Taiping returned to the lobby on the 18th floor of the Nightwalker Juan branch. Seeing Jiang Taiping appear, Suchichi excitedly said, "Jiang Taiping, well done." She had no choice but to invite Jiang Taiping to participate in the Demon Hunting Hall assessment. After being ridiculed by Zhang Menier, she was prepared to be humiliated, but what she didn't expect was that Jiang Taiping not only did not embarrass her, but also made her proud. Jiang Taiping looked in the direction of the voice and saw Qinzhan, Suchichi and others sitting in their chairs. At the same time, he also saw the pictures on the black light screen out of the corner of his eye. Alas, it's still exposed. Jiang Taiping sighed secretly. He looked at Suchichi and asked, "Did I pass the Demon Hunting Hall assessment?" "Of course I passed, and I passed with full marks in all 3 items." Suchichi was very excited. "That's good." A bright smile suddenly appeared on Jiang Taiping's cheeks. Passing the Demon Hunting Hall assessment means that he will become a member of the Demon Hunting Hall, and becoming a member of the Demon Hunting Hall means that he will have a bright future. It won't be long before he can drive a Ferrari like Suchichi. "Xiaojiang, I have a few questions. Can you explain them to me?" Qinzhan said. "Minister, please tell me everything I know." Jiang Taiping agreed decisively. Swish. 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 Everyone's attention shifted to Jiang Taiping, even Zhang Menier was no exception. They all had many questions in their minds that needed Jiang Taiping to explain, and they had no time to pay attention to other people's performance. Furthermore, the assessment process can be replayed, so it doesn't matter if you don't watch it. Suchichi curled her lips slightly. "Is it possible to tell everything you know?" The first question. Qinzhan asked, "During the 3rd round of the assessment, the 3 alien disciples had the same cultivation as you. Logically, you shouldn't have been able to defeat them easily, but you did. What happened?" Jiang Taiping thought for a moment and said, "Minister, it might be because their reaction and attack speed are relatively slow." Qinzhan looked thoughtful. What Jiang Taiping said made some sense. After all, the illusion only created 3 people with the same cultivation level as Jiang Taiping based on his cultivation level, but did not copy Jiang Taiping's attack and reaction speed. "Xiaojiang, I just watched your fight. You were calm and composed, your reactions were quick, your moves were decisive, and your responses were appropriate. How did you do all that?" Qinzhan asked again. In reply to the minister, Jiang Taiping explained, "I've practiced some martial arts for self-defense, and I've also practiced sparring with classmates at school. Maybe that's what enabled me to do this." Qinzhan, Chaoshan and others nodded. What Jiang Taiping said explained the doubts in their hearts. "I have another question." Qinzhan asked, "During the 2nd level assessment, all the swords were suspended beside you and flew around you. You must have been controlling those swords. How did you do that?" "Well." Jiang Taiping sighed inwardly. After realizing that he was exposed, he knew that Qinzhan would most likely ask about this matter, and he also thought about how to say it more reasonably, but he couldn't think of a suitable reason no matter how hard he thought. "Minister, I don't know what's going on." Jiang Taiping explained, "I wanted to dodge at the time, and I was thinking that it would be great if the long swords could stop. Then the first long sword stopped in front of me, and then all the long swords stopped in front of me as well. They seemed to be very obedient. This guy is lying again, but the excuse he gave is really lame." Suchichi muttered to herself. Qinzhan and others didn't understand Jiang Taiping, but she knew a little about him. Jiang Taiping is very despicable, or you can say he is very low-key. She threatened Jiang Taiping, but Jiang Taiping didn't want to admit it. Not to mention Qinzhan's direct question, and she had already expected that Jiang Taiping's words of telling her everything he knew were just talk, but considering that Jiang Taiping made her proud, she did not expose Jiang Taiping. "Obedient?" Qinzhan and others were all frowning. "Do you think we are fools? Those swords are illusions and dead objects, how could they possibly listen to you? But then again, if he wasn't obedient, how could we explain why those long swords were floating in front of Jiang Taiping?" After a moment's thought, Qinzhan threw his sword to the ground and said, "Xiaojiang, you try." "Okay, minister." Jiang Taiping agreed decisively. He stared at the long sword on the ground and shouted in a deep voice, "Get up." The long sword didn't move. "Get up." Jiang Taiping shouted again in a deep voice. The long sword remained motionless. Watching Jiang Taiping's hard work, Suchichi wanted to laugh, but she obviously couldn't laugh at this moment, which almost made her suffer internal injuries. Jiang Taiping tried a few more times, but the sword remained motionless. He looked at Qin Zhan and said with a wry smile, "Minister, it doesn't listen to me, I can't control it. This kid is probably hiding his abilities." Qin Zhan sighed secretly. He took out his sword and asked Jiang Taiping to try it, not because he believed what Jiang Taiping said, but because he wanted to see what Jiang Taiping would do. He believed that if Jiang Taiping wanted to hide his weakness, he would not let the sword float in front of him. It turned out that his judgment was absolutely correct. However, he had no intention of continuing to ask. Jiang Taiping concealed the truth because he didn't want to say it. It would be a bit unreasonable for him to ask again. Besides, everyone has secrets. The Night Walker does not stipulate that one must reveal all secrets when joining the demon hunting hall. Moreover, Jiang Taiping's decisiveness in killing strange beasts and aliens is in line with the requirements of the demon hunting hall. Minister, he can't control the sword now. Doesn't that mean there's something wrong with his second-level assessment? Zhang Monair questioned. What's the problem? Qin Zhan retorted, it's an indisputable fact that he controlled the sword at that time. We all saw that scene, and his performance in the third level is enough to prove that his reaction speed is very sharp. Zhang Monair didn't dare to say anything else. Qin Zhan had already said so. If she continued to insist, it would be questioning Qin Zhan. Minister, is it time to announce the results? Su Qiqi spoke immediately. She wanted to confirm Jiang Taiping's joining the demon hunting hall as soon as possible to avoid any further accidents. Qin Zhan nodded and said, Jiang Taiping scored full marks in all 3 levels of the assessment, with an average score of full marks, and passed. Minister, wait a moment. Zhang Monair interrupted Qin Zhan and reminded him, Minister, no one with F-level cultivation talent has ever joined the demon hunting hall before. Isn't this something we should consider? Chapter 22 Joining the demon hunting hall, Zhang Zhanfei is dumbfounded. Jiang Taiping frowned and looked at Zhang Monair with a bad face. He and Zhang Monair had no grudges against each other, and his joining the demon hunting hall would not hinder Zhang Monair in any way. However, this woman wanted to stop him from joining the demon hunting hall, which was undoubtedly cutting off his source of income. Cutting off someone's source of income was like killing their parents. He would remember this grudge. You really don't learn from your mistakes. Su Qiqi said coldly, I just told you that QR code payment didn't exist before, but now it's become a common payment method. Don't you think that if it doesn't exist, it's wrong? Then why do you use QR code payment? Also, the demon hunting hall's rules for recruiting new members don't explicitly state that those with F-level cultivation talents can't join the hall. Furthermore, Jiang Taiping scored full marks on all 3 levels, passing the demon hunting hall's assessment perfectly. Why shouldn't he be allowed to join? Zhang Monair was speechless. She is not incorrigible, she just wants to fight for it again and slap Su Qiqi in the face. We have no reason to refuse Jiang Taiping from joining the demon hunting hall. Qin Zhan looked at Zhang Monair deeply and continued, I declare that Jiang Taiping has passed the demon hunting hall's assessment with a perfect score. From now on, Jiang Taiping is a member of the demon hunting hall and belongs to the demon hunting team 9. Jiang Taiping, congratulations. Su Qiqi congratulated. Thank you, Captain. Jiang Taiping instantly understood his identity. He smiled and said, Captain, I said I would definitely pass the test. I didn't believe it before, but now I do. Su Qiqi was a little embarrassed. On the way here, she said that Jiang Taiping could not pass the demon hunting hall assessment. Now you have to believe it even if you don't want to. I have become a member of the demon hunting hall. Jiang Taiping laughed. Su Qiqi rolled her eyes at Jiang Taiping. This guy was getting too arrogant. Jiang Taiping. Qin Zhan shouted. Minister. Jiang Taiping turned and looked at Qin Zhan. Jiang Taiping, the demon hunting hall is committed to killing strange beasts and aliens and protecting the safety of the area. You must remember this. I hope you can do your duty and protect our home, Jiuan City. Qin Zhan said seriously. Yes, Minister. Jiang Taiping responded loudly. Qin Zhan looked at Su Qiqi again and said, Captain Su, according to the rules, Jiang Taiping belongs to the Demon Hunting Team 9. As the captain of the Demon Hunting Team 9, you will take him to familiarize himself with the Zhouan branch and help him complete the onboarding procedures. Yes, Minister. Su Qiqi responded. Well, there's nothing for you to do here, you can leave. By the way, Xiao Jiang is the first in this demon hunting hall assessment, and the reward is the same as usual. You take him to collect the first place and the reward for just joining the company. Xin Zhan said. Okay, Minister. Su Qiqi responded, looked at Zhang Taiping and said, Zhang Taiping, follow me. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Qiqi stood up and walked towards the elevator, and Zhang Taiping followed. When the two were about to reach the elevator, the black light curtain suddenly flashed. Immediately afterwards, a figure walked out from the black light curtain. This figure was Zhang Zhanfei. Seeing Zhang Zhanfei, Su Qiqi and Zhang Taiping stopped at the same time. Zhang Zhanfei immediately looked in the direction of Qin Zhan and others, and then a bright smile appeared on his cheek. There are no other people taking the test here. It seems I am the first one to pass. I was just promoted to F rank not long ago, and I'm not used to combat yet. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you all. As Zhang Zhanfei spoke, he walked towards Qin Zhan and others with a smile on his face. Looking at Zhang Zhanfei's smug look, Qin Zhan and the others all looked weird. Zhang Monair's face turned ashen in an instant, and she couldn't help but curse. You're a piece of shit. A level cultivation talent actually lost to that guy with F level cultivation talent. How shameful. That guy was the first one to come out, you were the second, you know? Ah. The pride on Zhang Zhanfei's face froze instantly. Did he hear it right? That guy with F level cultivation talent actually passed the demon hunting hall assessment? And even got out before him? How the hell is this possible? Sister, he came out before me, so he was eliminated, right? Zhang Zhanfei asked. Zhang Monair's face turned even darker. She really wanted to beat Zhang Zhanfei, the idiot, to death. Are you fucking deaf? Zhang Monair said angrily, I just said that you lost to that guy with F level cultivation talent, and that guy even passed the 3 levels of the assessment with full marks. Don't embarrass me here. Zhang Zhanfei's brain froze instantly, and his face was filled with disbelief. That useless guy with F level cultivation talent actually passed the assessment with full marks in all 3 levels? Is this a behind the scenes operation? After being stunned for a long while, Zhang Zhanfei finally came back to his senses. Well, I have a question. Zhang Zhanfei gritted his teeth and said hesitantly, that guy has an F level cultivation talent and isn't even qualified to participate in the demon hunting hall assessment. How could he pass all 3 levels with full marks? Is there some shady deal going on here? Zhang Monair was dumbfounded. She never dreamed that Zhang Zhanfei could say such nonsense. Qin Zhan, Xiaoshan and other senior executives of the Nightwalker Zhuan branch looked gloomy. Zhang Zhanfei actually said that there was something fishy going on in the demon hunting hall assessment. Is he questioning their fairness? Kid, be careful with your words. Qin Zhan said coldly, if there is any shady dealings, you can ask your inviter Zhang Monair. Hearing this, Zhang Monair came back to her senses immediately, and her face turned extremely pale. She had already lost face today, and now Zhang Zhanfei was saying such nonsense. Wasn't this just throwing her face on the ground and letting people step on it? Fortunately, Nightwalker is a place that values strength, and Qin Zhan is not a stingy person. Otherwise, just because of Zhang Zhanfei's shady words, she would suffer countless troubles in the future. Zhang Zhanfei, shut up. Zhang Monair roared. Zhang Zhanfei couldn't help but shiver. Qin Zhan's words and Zhang Monair's roar made him suddenly realize that Zhang Monair was watching here. If there was any behind-the-scenes manipulation, how could Zhang Monair not bring it up? So he really lost to that guy with F-level cultivation talent. After realizing this, Zhang Zhanfei suddenly felt like he had lost all his parents, and became completely devastated. Looking at Zhang Zhanfei's distraught look, Qin Zhan, Xiaoshan and others present were speechless. You are a genius with a level cultivation talent, and you are the second person to pass the test. You should be happy and excited. Why are you so sad and distraught? But when they thought of the confrontation between Zhang Monair and Su Qiqi, they suddenly understood. Before this, Zhang Monair had often used Zhang Taiping to mock Su Qiqi, but was repeatedly slapped in the face by Zhang Taiping. Now Zhang Zhanfei was completely defeated by Zhang Taiping again, which means that Zhang Monair lost to Su Qiqi again, and lost miserably. It was a good situation where victory was certain, but it ended in a miserable defeat. How could Zhang Zhanfei be happy? Qin Zhan didn't say anything more. He began to review Zhang Zhanfei's performance in the 3rd round of the assessment. Chapter 23, Finding Being Ridiculed? I'll accomplish your success. In the 3rd level assessment, Zhang Zhanfei rescued the old man and also fought with 3 aliens. But he didn't last long before he was knocked to the ground by the aliens, and then beaten up by them. Fortunately, the assessment is conducted in an illusion, so there is no need to worry about life. Moreover, once you pass the level, everything will return to normal. If not for this, Zhang Junfei's bruised face and nose would be a small matter. It would be a question whether he could even stand here. After watching Zhang Junfei's performance in the third round of the assessment, Xin Zhan said, "Give him a score." "I'll give him an 8. Chao Shan and several other senior executives of the Nightwalker Zhuan branch also gave it an 8. Although Zhang Junfei failed to kill the 3 alien disciples and ultimately failed to save the old man, Zhang Junfei did help them and fought with the alien disciples. According to the assessment rules of the third level, Zhang Junfei should get 8 points. Zhang Junfei scored 8 points in all 3 levels of the test, an average of 8 points, and passed the Demon Hunting Hall test. From now on, Zhang Junfei is a member of the Demon Hunting Hall and belongs to the Demon Hunting Team 8. Zhang Manner, you are the captain of the Demon Hunting Team 8. Take him to complete the onboarding procedures. By the way, teach him how to speak. Xin Zhan announced the result directly. He did not care too much about what Zhang Junfei had just questioned. First, he could more or less understand Zhang Junfei's feelings, and second, the Nightwalkers were short of manpower. Zhang Junfei was an A-level cultivation talent and had passed the Demon Hunting Hall assessment. There was no need to reject a genius because of a trivial matter. "Yes, Minister." Zhang Man'er responded, looked at the distraught Zhang Junfei, and said with a dark face, "Follow me." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Man'er walked towards the elevator entrance, and Zhang Junfei followed. Before the two of them reached the elevator entrance, they saw Jiang Taiping and Su Qiqi standing at the elevator entrance. This made the two men's expressions suddenly freeze. Jiang Taiping and Su Qiqi were standing here, probably waiting to mock them. But the next moment, they saw Su Qiqi and Jiang Taiping enter the elevator. This scene made Zhang Man'er and Zhang Junfei a little confused. Didn't Su Qiqi and Jiang Taiping stay here to mock them? Why did he just glance at them and enter the elevator without saying anything? However, what they don't know is that the reality is not as they think. Su Qiqi and Jiang Taiping stayed here just to see Zhang Junfei's assessment results. As for mocking Zhang Man'er and Zhang Junfei, they had thought about it before, but it was no longer necessary now. "Hey, what do you mean?" Zhang Man'er walked quickly to the elevator entrance and asked. "What do you mean?" Su Qiqi asked back. Zhang Man'er hesitated for a moment and said, "Why don't you mock me?" Su Qiqi was speechless. "I said, do you deserve to be ridiculed?" Don't think that just because you don't mock me, I'll appreciate your kindness and not compete with you for the position of captain. Zhang Man'er said coldly, "This guy with F-level cultivation talent can't help you at all, but Zhan Fei with a level cultivation talent can help me a lot. I'm going to take the position of captain." Su Qiqi and Jiang Taiping looked at each other, both of them were speechless. They did not mock Zhang Man'er because they felt that silent mockery was more stimulating. They had no intention of repaying evil with kindness and asking Zhang Man'er to appreciate their kindness and not compete for the position of team leader. "Captain, they are looking for someone to be ridiculed. Why don't you help them?" Jiang Taiping sighed. "That's what I thought." Su Qiqi nodded and said, "I already mocked her during your assessment. How about you mock her a few times?" "Yes, Captain." Jiang Taiping responded, looked at Zhang Junfei, and said with disdain, "You, with your A-level cultivation talent, actually lost to me, who has an F-level cultivation talent. Your A-level cultivation talent is not that good. I think your A-level cultivation talent is not inflated, right?" The corners of Zhang Junfei's mouth twitched violently. He wanted to refute, but he didn't know how to refute. Because it is an indisputable fact that he lost to Jiang Taiping, and it was not just an ordinary loss, but a terrible loss. "And you?" Jiang Taiping looked at Zhang Man'er again and said with disdain, "With a mere A-level cultivation talent, you actually want to compete with me, a captain with S-level cultivation talent, for the position of team leader. You are simply a frog in a well, not knowing the immensity of the world. I'm telling you, you couldn't beat my captain before, and now that I'm with you, you'll be even less able to beat my captain." Su Qiqi was stunned. "What you said before made some sense, but what you said later, where did the confidence come from?" But this was obviously not the time to question Jiang Taiping, so she held back and said nothing. The corners of Zhang Man'er's mouth twitched violently a few times. A guy with F-level cultivation talent actually used the word merely to describe a level cultivation talent. Arrogant, really too arrogant. Let's wait and see. I'll take the position of captain. Zhang Man'er sneered. Just wait for me, I will definitely defeat you. Zhang Zhanfei spoke immediately. Then we'll see. Jiang Taiping was too lazy to argue with Zhang Monair and Zhang Zhanfei. He looked at Su Qiqi and said, "Captain, I'm done mocking you. Well, let's go." Su Qiqi nodded and pressed the elevator door close button. At the moment when the elevator door was about to close, a conversation was heard from the elevator. "Captain, I've seen many people who like to mock others, but this is the first time I've met someone who enjoys being mocked. The world is truly vast and full of surprises." Who says not? This is the first time I've met someone who enjoys being ridiculed. This person has a unique taste. Zhang Monair's face instantly turned extremely ugly. Who likes to be ridiculed? Who has a different taste? She was just a little confused as to why Su Qiqi didn't mock her. But the elevator door had already closed and the elevator had started to descend, so she didn't even have a chance to explain herself. "Zhanfei, you must practice well." Zhang Monair said harshly. That kid with F-level cultivation talent actually dared to use just 2 words to describe a level cultivation talent. I must let him see what a level cultivation talent is. "Sister, I will." Zhang Zhanfei nodded heavily. He would do the same without Zhang Monair's reminder. He, a man with a level cultivation talent, actually lost to a useless man with F-level cultivation talent, and was even despised by that useless man with F-level cultivation talent. If he doesn't get back at them, how can he survive in the demon hunting hall? Jiang Taiping did not hear the conversation between Zhang Monair and Zhang Zhanfei. If he had heard it, he would definitely be very disdainful. Zhang Zhanfei can't beat him now, and he will never be able to beat him in the future. As for using just 2 words to describe a level cultivation talent, he possesses dual cultivation talents, one God level and one S level. Is there anything wrong with using just 2 words to describe a level cultivation talent? Absolutely not. In the elevator going down. "Captain, the name Nightwalker sounds a bit shady, and it doesn't seem like a good organization." Jiang Taiping asked in confusion, "Why is our organization called Nightwalker?" Chapter 24 Sequence F1, Shura Field. When I first joined Nightwalker, I had the same doubts, but then I understood. Su Qiqi explained, "Monster beasts usually appear at night, which means we often have to act at night. That's why we named our organization Nightwalkers, implying that we must walk at night and protect every night. This situation has changed since the appearance of the aliens. Now, most of the trouble is caused by aliens. Situations can occur at any time of the day, but the name Nightwalker has been used for a long time and has been used ever since." I see. Jiang Taiping suddenly realized something, and he asked again, "Captain, I can judge the specific cultivation level of those with lower cultivation than me, but I can't judge the specific cultivation level of those with higher cultivation than me. What's going on?" Just now, he felt the fluctuation of blood and energy in Su Qiqi's body. The fluctuation of qi and blood was much stronger than his, but he was unable to judge what Su Qiqi's specific cultivation level was. This is level suppression. Su Qiqi explained, "People with high cultivation can sense the cultivation level of people with low cultivation, but people with low cultivation can only sense the strong fluctuations of the qi and blood of people with high cultivation, but cannot determine their specific cultivation level." Jiang Taiping nodded and said, "Captain, I have another question. The minister's cultivation should be very high, but I can't feel any fluctuations in his qi and blood. What's going on?" Once your cultivation reaches D level, you can perfectly conceal your own qi and blood fluctuations. Su Qiqi patiently explained, "When they're not in action, no one can sense the cultivation level of a D level cultivator or above. Only when they're in action will clues be revealed. The minister is a C level cultivator, so it's normal that you can't sense the fluctuations in his qi and blood." Is that so? Jiang Taiping nodded again. "By the way, speaking of this, let me remind you." Su Qiqi said seriously, "If you encounter aliens or beasts whose qi and blood fluctuations are much stronger than yours, or whose qi and blood fluctuations cannot be sensed, you must escape immediately, otherwise you will die without knowing how." Understood, Captain. Jiang Taiping patted his chest and promised, "If I encounter the situation you described, I will definitely run away at the first opportunity." Su Qiqi was stunned. "Just write it down. Do you need to give me a promise?" "I'm afraid I said something wrong." Su Qiqi sighed secretly. Jiang Taiping is very despicable, very low-key, and extremely cherishes his life. If he encounters an insurmountable danger, he will definitely run faster than anyone else and there is no need for her to remind him. Now she also specifically reminded that if Jiang Taiping encountered an invincible danger, he would probably run even faster. But then again, if you force your way into an overwhelming danger, it will only lead to more casualties. Jiang Taiping, you just said that with you around, Zhang Monair can't beat me. How can you, a guy with F-level cultivation talent, have the confidence to say that? Su Qiqi changed the subject. Captain, a man must have dreams and confidence in himself. Jiang Taiping said righteously. Su Qiqi curled her lips. It was a good thing to have dreams and confidence, but one had to act within one's capabilities. But she always felt that Jiang Taiping was hiding a lot of things. She even began to doubt whether Jiang Taiping really only had F-level cultivation talent. You must know that in the history of Night Walkers, there has never been someone with F-level cultivation talent as powerful as Jiang Taiping. But she had no intention of asking further questions. Because everyone has secrets, and she only needs to know that Jiang Taiping is a member of the Demon Hunting Team 9. Besides, even if she asked, Jiang Taiping would not tell her. While the two were talking, the elevator had already arrived on the first floor. Let's go, I'll take you to complete the employment formalities first. Su Qiqi greeted Jiang Taiping and walked out of the elevator, and Jiang Taiping followed. Come to the onboarding office in the lobby on the first floor. Su Qiqi pulled Jiang Taiping's assessment registration form from her pocket, handed it to the staff at the administration office, and said, Sister Zhang, he passed the Demon Hunting Hall assessment. I'll bring him over to complete the employment procedures. Okay, Captain Su. Sister Zhang responded. She glanced at Jiang Taiping's assessment registration form, a look of surprise suddenly appearing on her cheeks. Then she looked at Su Qiqi and said, Captain Su, F-level cultivation talent, is that correct? That's right. Su Qiqi said, he passed the Demon Hunting Hall assessment with full marks in all 3 stages, and he was the first one to pass. The minister has already announced that he is a member of the Demon Hunting Hall. If you don't trust me, you can call the minister to verify it. Captain Su, you're joking. How could I not trust you? I'm just a little surprised. Sister Zhang shook her head. She believed that Su Qiqi would not joke about such a thing. After all, this matter could be easily exposed. Su Qiqi wanted to laugh. Are you just a little surprised? Your expression is clearly as if you have seen a ghost. Sister Zhang, since you have no doubts, then quickly complete the employment procedures for him. Su Qiqi urged. Oh. Sister Zhang responded and started entering Jiang Taiping's information. After the input was completed, she looked at Jiang Taiping and said, Little brother, come and record your fingerprints and irises. You will need them to enter the 2nd floor and above of the branch in the future. Okay, Sister Zhang. Jiang Taiping nodded and walked to the counter to enter his fingerprints and irises. After the admission was completed, Sister Zhang took out something similar to a bank card and put it into the printer. After printing, Sister Zhang put a cover and a lanyard on the thing, and then handed it to Jiang Taiping. Little brother, this is your ID. Sister Zhang explained, it's more than just an ID, it's also a bank card. The Demon Hunting Hall's benefits and wages are distributed on the 1st of every month. Your wages will be deposited directly into the ID, and you need to go to the 2nd floor lobby to collect your benefits. Thank you, Sister Zhang, for the reminder. Jiang Taiping thanked him and took the ID to look at it. At the top of the ID is his portrait, below the portrait is his name, and below the name is the serial number, F1. At the bottom is his position, member of the Demon Hunting Team 9 of the Demon Hunting Hall. Captain, what does sequence F1 mean? Jiang Taiping asked. Sequence F1 has 2 meanings. Su Qiqi explained, F represents your cultivation talent, and the number represents your order of entry into the Nightwalker Demon Hunting Hall. Sequence F1 means that you are the first one with F-level cultivation talent to join the Nightwalker Demon Hunting Hall. You have made history by becoming the first member of the Nightwalker Demon Hunter Hall to ever have an F-rank training talent. Jiang Taiping blinked his eyes. He actually made history? He seemed really awesome. Let's go to the 2nd floor. I'll make you some combat uniforms and collect the first place and new employee rewards. Su Qiqi said this and walked towards the elevator, and Jiang Taiping followed. Entering the elevator, Su Qiqi pressed the button for the 2nd floor. Jiang Taiping was stunned. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that there were not only buttons for the 1st to 18th floors in the elevator, but also buttons for the -1st to -9th floors. Captain, what are the -1 to -9 floors used for? Jiang Taiping asked curiously. Su Chichi was silent for a moment, then said, "That's the Shura field." Chapter 25, Touch of the Heart, Qi, and Blood Pill. Shura field? Jiang Taiping's eyes narrowed slightly. Although he had never seen what the Shura field looked like, he had seen many similar places in novels, and any place named with the word Shura was not a good place. Yes, Shura field. Su Chichi said solemnly, "There's a demon cave suppressed beneath the Joan branch. Many of the Night Walker's predecessors have been guarding it, staying out of sight for months or even years. It's precisely because of their defense that this world hasn't been thrown into complete chaos. Every once in a while, the strange beasts would launch a charge, trying to break out of the Devil's Cave and occupy our home. Every battle was a river of blood, and every predecessor of the Night Walkers would fall. That's why we call the bottom 9 layers the Shura field." Jiang Taiping was shocked. There was actually a demon cave suppressed under the Joan branch of the Night Walker? He had long heard of the demon cave's notoriety. The demon cave is the lair of strange beasts, and it can also be said to be a passage connecting the other world with the earth. He originally thought that the Devil's Cave was very far away from him, but what he didn't expect was that the Devil's Cave was right under his feet. The fact that we can live a relatively peaceful life now and that you can go to school peacefully is all thanks to the elders who guarded the demon cave, bravely resisting the monsters, even at the cost of their own lives. So, Su Chichi paused and continued, "Jiang Taiping, please join us in protecting this hard-earned peace." Jiang Taiping's heart was deeply touched. Before this, he only knew that there were strange beasts in this world, but he didn't take them too seriously. Because he seldom heard of strange beasts causing trouble, and there was rarely such news on the internet. It was mostly about people from other worlds causing trouble. After hearing what Su Chichi said today, he suddenly understood that it was not that the strange beasts rarely caused trouble, but that the predecessors of the Night Walkers had firmly resisted the strange beasts in the magic cave, and the strange beasts could not come out to cause trouble at all. After a moment of silence, Jiang Taiping said, "Captain, I will." Su Chichi nodded and said, "Let's not talk about this heavy topic. After all, our current strength is not enough to enter the Shura field. Let's go to the second floor." As soon as she finished speaking, Su Chichi walked out of the elevator and Jiang Taiping followed. Su Chichi introduced as they walked, "The first floor lobby handles basic affairs, and the second floor is the logistics hall, which manages the distribution and production of all supplies. If you need anything, you can come here to apply for it." When they arrived at a window, Su Chichi explained her purpose, and a middle-aged man walked out. He took out a tape measure and measured Jiang Taiping's body data in detail from head to toe. "What weapon do you use?" asked the middle-aged man. "Use the sword," Jiang Taiping said. "He has the talent to cultivate S-level sword embryo, so naturally he uses the sword." The middle-aged man didn't ask any more questions and just turned and left. Su Chichi brought Jiang Taiping to another window to receive the first place in the assessment and the reward for just joining the company. After confirming Jiang Taiping's identity, the staff looked as if they had seen a ghost. They stared at Jiang Taiping in surprise for a long time, and then took out 2 bottles from the warehouse at the back and handed them to Jiang Taiping. The first place in the assessment will be rewarded with a high-level Qi and blood pill, and the joining reward will be 10 low-level Qi and blood pills. Please check. Jiang Taiping was a little confused. What was the Qi and blood pill? Su Chichi checked it and said, "No problem." Jiang Taiping, let's go. "Captain, what is Qi and blood pill?" Jiang Taiping asked in confusion. Qi and blood pills can increase Qi and blood on top of cultivation. They are essential for practitioners. Su Chichi explained, Qi and blood pills are divided into low-level Qi and blood pills, intermediate-level Qi and blood pills, and advanced Qi and blood pills. A low-level Qi and blood pill can increase 1 card of Qi and blood, an intermediate-level Qi and blood pill can increase 10 cards of Qi and blood, and an advanced Qi and blood pill can increase 100 cards of Qi and blood. Swallow that advanced Qi and blood pill, and after it's absorbed, you might be able to advance to E level. Su Chichi didn't say it too confidently. If someone with E-level cultivation talent or above took the advanced Qi and blood pill, he would definitely be able to advance to E level. However, Jiang Taiping only had F-level cultivation talent, so it was not certain whether he could advance to E-level. After all, theoretically, a person with F-level cultivation talent can only reach F-level at most. Before this, there was no precedent for a person with F-level cultivation talent taking high-level Qi and blood pills, nor was there a precedent for a person with F-level cultivation talent being promoted to E-level. Jiang Taiping was only concerned with the effect of the Qi and blood pill and did not consider Su Chichi's words too much. So, if an ordinary person takes a high-level Qi and blood pill, wouldn't he be directly promoted to E level? Jiang Taiping asked in surprise. Ordinary people can't take it. Su Qiqi shook her head and explained, ordinary people can't withstand the effects of qi and blood pills. Taking qi and blood pills will only result in death. Only cultivators can take qi and blood pills. I see. Jiang Taiping asked again, Captain, if you eat a lot of high-level qi and blood pills in one day, wouldn't you be able to become an unrivaled expert in one day? You want to die. Su Qiqi was speechless and said, practitioners can't eat qi and blood pills like candy. They can only take the next one after digesting the medicinal power of one qi and blood pill. Otherwise, they will explode and die from the inability to withstand the medicinal power. Also, the higher your cultivation talent, the faster you absorb the medicinal power of the qi and blood pills. I have S-level cultivation talent, and I can only absorb the medicinal power of one qi and blood pill a day, not to mention other levels of cultivation talent. So don't think that qi and blood pills alone can improve your cultivation. Qi and blood pills are just an additional boost. The most important thing is your own hard work. Jiang Taiping scratched his head awkwardly. Captain, you can absorb one qi and blood pill a day. If you take a high-level qi and blood pill every day, wouldn't you be able to increase your qi and blood by 100 calories a day? I think so, but I can only think about it. Su Qiqi said gloomily, high-level qi and blood pills are extremely rare. You can't just buy them with money. You can only get them as rewards if you make significant contributions to the organization. The Demon Hunting Hall assessment is an exception. Jiang Taiping felt a little embarrassed again. He was thinking too much. After a moment's thought, Jiang Taiping asked, Captain, can I buy low-level and mid-level qi and blood pills? Can. Su Qiqi said, a low-level qi and blood pill costs 10,000 yuan each, and an intermediate qi and blood pill costs 100,000 yuan each. The shorter building next to the branch is the Zhouan branch of the Nightwalker Chamber of Commerce. You can buy qi and blood pills there, and they can also sell supplies. So expensive? Jiang Taiping asked in surprise. The qi and blood pill is extracted from the corpses of exotic beasts, and at least the corpse of an E-level exotic beast is needed to extract the qi and blood pill. It is hard to come by, so how can it not be expensive? Su Qiqi asked back. Jiang Taiping couldn't help but smacking his lips. When he received the huge sum of 150,000 yuan, he thought he had become a rich man. As a result, 150,000 yuan couldn't even buy 2 intermediate qi and blood pills, which made him suddenly feel that he was still extremely poor. Captain, how much is my monthly salary? What are the benefits? Jiang Taiping was looking forward to it. Chapter 26, Practicing in the Bottomless Pit, Moving in Together? At your level, the monthly salary is 50,000. Su Qiqi explained, the benefit is that you can receive 10 low-level qi and blood pills or 1 mid-level qi and blood pill every month. Jiang Taiping was shocked and excited. The monthly salary is 50,000, and an intermediate qi and blood pill is worth 100,000, which adds up to a monthly salary of 150,000. This salary is not low, and this is only the salary of ordinary members of the Demon Hunting Hall. The salaries of the captain, hall master, and minister must be higher. But then again, the Demon Hunting Hall has to face danger, so it's normal for the salary to be a bit higher. At this moment, Jiang Taiping realized how ridiculous his previous thoughts were. 15,000 yuan is not a huge sum of money at all, it is just a month's salary for the Demon Hunting Hall members. The next moment, Jiang Taiping frowned again. Although his salary is not low, it is a drop in the bucket compared to the cost of practicing. Su Qiqi just said that people with S-level cultivation talent can absorb 1 qi and blood pill a day. He has dual cultivation talents, one of which is at the god level. It shouldn't be a problem for him to absorb 2 qi and blood pills a day, right? If he uses low-level qi and blood pills, his salary can only last for a few days. But if he uses the intermediate qi and blood pill, his salary won't even last a day. Practice is really a bottomless pit. The poor learn literature, the rich learn martial arts. The ancients were right. I'm so poor that I can't just lie down and make money. Jiang Taiping sighed inwardly a few times and asked again, Captain, is there any way to make money quickly? Yes, enter the demon cave, kill strange beasts, rob resources, and then sell the corpses of the strange beasts and resources to the Zhouan Chamber of Commerce, that is, the Zhouan branch of the Nightwalker Chamber of Commerce. However, F-level strange beasts are not valuable. Only strange beasts above E-level are valuable. Su Qiqi said. Jiang Taiping was speechless. Even Su Qiqi is not qualified to enter the Devil's Cave, let alone him now. Isn't this in vain? Captain, are the exotic beasts in the demon hunting garden not good enough? Jiang Taiping asked. No. Suchichi explained, the beasts in the demon hunting garden have been kept captive by us for many years. Perhaps because they don't live in the demon cave, their corpses cannot be used to extract qi and blood pills. Alas, if I want to make money, I have to improve my cultivation as soon as possible. Jiang Taiping couldn't help but sigh. Seeing that Jiang Taiping had no intention of asking further questions, Suchichi said, the third floor is the medical center, where injuries can be treated free of charge. The fourth floor is the sutra library, where cultivation techniques and martial arts are stored. The fifth floor is the intelligence center. The sixth floor and above is where the night walkers rest and work. There's nothing much to introduce. Our demon hunting team 9 lives on the ninth floor. Every room is basically the same. Let me show you my room. Okay, Captain. Jiang Taiping nodded. Following Suchichi to the ninth floor, Suchichi took Jiang Taiping to visit her room. The room is not big, but it has everything you need for daily life, including a living room, bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom. It also has everything you need for daily life, such as sofas, water dispensers, TVs, computers, water heaters, etc. I have to say that the living conditions of the night walker are still very good, at least much better than Jiang Taiping's home. Captain, are these things provided by the organization? Jiang Taiping asked. Yes, everything is provided by the organization. You can move in right away. Suchichi said, you are now a member of the Demon Hunting Hall. According to the regulations, you can live here. Do you want to move in with me? Ah. Jiang Taiping screamed in surprise, Captain, isn't this progress too fast? What do you mean too fast? Suchichi was a little confused. Didn't you say we should live together? There is only one bedroom here. Jiang Taiping said weakly. Suchichi's pretty face flushed. She raised her hand and slapped Jiang Taiping on the head, saying unhappily, what are you thinking about? I told you to move in here, not with me, but in your own room. Jiang Taiping's head was buzzing from being hit. He rubbed his head, which was hurt by the blow, and muttered, you were the one who said I wanted to move in with you. Can you blame me? Suchichi thought about it and felt that what she had just said was indeed easy to be misunderstood. I didn't make myself clear, okay? Suchichi rolled her eyes at Jiang Taiping and changed the subject. The formalities are complete, and I've introduced you to everyone I can. I have something else to do, so go back to school and keep an eye on it to prevent any aliens from causing trouble. Jiang Taiping subconsciously wanted to refuse. He still had to go to the demon hunting garden to hunt exotic beasts, improve his cultivation, and earn lottery cards. But he swallowed the words back when they came to his lips. He had been busy until late at night yesterday and was exhausted. Today he had to take part in the Demon Hunting Hall assessment and he still hadn't recovered. As the saying goes, sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood, so he should take a day off. Besides, he had just joined the Demon Hunting Hall, so he had to give some face to the Captain Suchichi. Okay, Captain. Jiang Taiping agreed and asked, Captain, are you staying in school to keep an eye on it? Yes. Suchichi said, there are so many people in the school, it's very likely that they will become targets of attacks from outsiders. Plus, I'm a student at Zhuan No. 1 Middle School, so the hallmaster arranged for me to guard Zhuan No. 1 Middle School. No wonder you, a student, have an office. Then I'm leaving. Jiang Taiping suddenly realized, then turned and left. After leaving the Nightwalker Zhuan branch, Zhang Pingan took the bus to Zhuan No. 1 Middle School. After arriving at Zhuan No. 1 Middle School, Jiang Taiping thought for a while and walked towards the teacher's office. He has been absent from class for more than a day, so it is only right and proper for him to tell the teacher. But just as he walked into the office, before he could open his mouth, the teacher's voice rang out. Jiang Taiping, I understand your intentions, and I know everything. Well done. Jiang Taiping was stunned. From what the teacher said, it seemed that he already knew that he had joined the Demon Hunting Hall. No wonder his teacher didn't call him even once after he skipped classes for more than a day. However, what he didn't know was that Suchichi had already called his teacher yesterday, otherwise his phone would have been blown up by calls from his teacher. Teacher, I'll go back to class. Jiang Taiping said. Okay, go and do your work in the future, no need to come and ask me for leave. The teacher was very kind. He knew more about what the Demon Hunting Hall was doing than ordinary people, and he was proud that a member of the Demon Hunting Hall appeared in his class. When he returned to the classroom, it was just time for the get out of class to end, and Jiang Taiping went straight back to his seat. Jiang Taiping, where have you been these 2 days? Why didn't you come to class? Asked Jiang Taiping's deskmate Chen Xian. Something happened, so I asked my teacher for leave. Jiang Taiping replied casually. I see. Chen Xian didn't ask any more questions. He took out his phone and said mysteriously, Jiang Taiping, let me show you some photos. I guarantee you'll be surprised. What photo? Jiang Taiping was a little curious. You'll know when you see it. Chen Xian kept it a secret and slowly moved his right hand away, which was covering the phone. Seeing the photo on the phone, Jiang Taiping's face suddenly showed a look of surprise. Chapter 27, What a Shame. There is always a gain and a loss. The photo shows a small alley. There was a dead body lying in the alley, and a middle-aged man standing on the roof of the alley. On the wall of the alley was a man dressed in Spider-Man's outfit. Jiang Taiping, look at the clothes this man is wearing, and he is crawling on the wall. Does he look like a spider? Chen Xian asked. Similar. Jiang Taiping nodded. Let me show you another picture. Chen Xian swiped the screen, and another photo appeared in Jiang Taiping's sight. The photo shows the roof. There is a middle-aged man running in the front, and the man wearing Spider-Man clothes behind him stretches out his palm. You can clearly see a strand of spider silk shooting out from his palm. Jiang Taiping was speechless. He originally thought that someone just saw him, but what he didn't expect was that someone actually took a photo, and it just happened to capture the key thing. What a perfect timing. Did you see that spider silk? Chen Xian asked. I see. Jiang Taiping nodded again. He looks like a spider, and he can spit out spider silk. He's hunting down the aliens again. Chen Xian said, I named him Spider-Man. Do you think it's appropriate? Suitable. The corners of Jiang Taiping's mouth twitched. Spider-Man in his previous life got his name from this, how could it not be appropriate? When he got Spider-Man's clothes, he thought that he was the only one who knew the name Spider-Man in this life, but he didn't expect that by accident, the name Spider-Man appeared again. Someone uploaded these 2 photos online, but they were quickly deleted. Luckily, I was quick and saved them. Chen Xian continued, Jiang Taiping, just tell me if it's awesome or not. How can your hand speed not be awesome after being single for more than 10 years? Jiang Taiping teased. That's not what I'm talking about. Chen Xian explained, I'm asking if Spider-Man is awesome or not. Jiang Taiping was a little amused and helpless, he was Spider-Man. You asked me in front of me whether I am awesome or not, how do you want me to answer? Jiang Taiping, I'm asking you a question. Chen Xian urged. Awesome. Jiang Taiping was a little embarrassed. It felt so shameful to praise himself. I think it's awesome too. Chen Xian sighed, it's a pity it's just a photo. I want to see Spider-Man in person. Jiang Taiping looked at Chen Xian with a strange expression. Young man, Spider-Man is sitting next to you, you just don't know it. Jiang Taiping, do you want to see Spider-Man with your own eyes? Chen Xian asked again. Jiang Taiping didn't know how to answer again, but it would be inappropriate not to answer, so he could only nod. Ding-a-ling. Just at this moment, the class bell rang and the teacher walked in. Jiang Taiping breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he didn't have to be chased by Chen Xian with questions, otherwise he would have been so embarrassed. The teacher started the class, but Jiang Taiping didn't listen. He thought of the qi and blood pill. Jiang Ping'an put his hand in his pocket, and with a thought, a low-level qi and blood pill appeared in his hand. Yes, Jiang Taiping stored the qi and blood pill in the system warehouse. He looked at Chen Xian, then looked around, and when he found that no one was paying attention to him, he raised his hand and stuffed the qi and blood pill into his mouth. Originally, he planned to take the advanced qi and blood pill directly, but after thinking about it, he changed his mind. The qi and blood pill melts in your mouth, but it tastes a bit bitter and not very delicious. Jiang Taiping summoned the lottery system of all worlds. While paying attention to the system interface, he concentrated on feeling the changes in his body. However, no matter how much he felt, he didn't feel any changes in his body. The qi and blood values on the system interface didn't change at all, and there was no movement after the juice from the qi and blood pill entered his body. Could it be that it hasn't been absorbed yet? Jiang Taiping waited patiently, but after waiting for half an hour, there was still no change. Could it be that the qi and blood pill is useless to me? Jiang Taiping frowned. He just changed his mind temporarily because he was worried that the chi and blood pill would be useless to him. After all, his cultivation level was improved by devouring and absorbing the enemy's chi and blood with his god-level cultivation talent. But that was just what he thought at the time. After a moment's thought, Jiang Taiping asked in his heart, in the lottery system of the 10,000 worlds, are the chi and blood pills useless to me? Yes, not only the chi and blood pills, but also the martial arts that you didn't get through the lottery are useless to you. Jiang Taiping was speechless. He said with a pained look on his face, lottery myriad world system, why didn't you tell me about this earlier? I lost a low-level chi and blood pill for nothing. That's $10,000. You didn't even ask me. Jiang Taiping was frowning. What you said makes so much sense. Fortunately, he changed his mind temporarily, otherwise he would have lost more than 10,000 yuan by taking the advanced chi and blood pill. Buzz. 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 Jiang Taiping's phone suddenly started vibrating. He took out his phone and saw that it was Su Qiqi calling. They were still in class at this time. If it were in the past, Jiang Taiping would have hung up the phone decisively, but he had already joined the demon hunting hall. Su Qiqi knew that he had returned to school and called him, so there must be something, so she immediately answered the phone. Jiang Taiping, I just forgot one thing. Su Qiqi's voice rang out on the phone. After joining the demon hunting hall, you can practice the demon hunting hall's mental methods in martial arts. When you have time, go to the Sutra Library on the 4th floor and choose a mental method in martial arts. Oh, I see. Jiang Taiping responded weakly. The mental methods and martial arts in this world were useless to him. He really had no interest in them. Su Qiqi was a little surprised. People who have just entered the demon hunting hall are all very excited when they hear about the mental methods and martial arts. Why is Jiang Taiping so calm? But she didn't think much about it. She said, nothing else, hang up. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Taiping sighed deeply. There is gain in loss and loss in gain, the words of the ancients still make sense. Take him for example, he has the lottery system of all worlds, which is a gain, but he cannot use the chi and blood pills, nor can he practice the martial arts and mental methods of this world, which is a loss. However, if he were given a chance to choose, he would choose the lottery system of all worlds without hesitation. Because the chi and blood pills and the mental and martial arts skills of this world are simply incomparable to the lottery system of all worlds. Buzz. 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 Jiang Taiping's phone started vibrating again. He took out his phone and saw that it was Su Qiqi calling again. What's going on? You called me again right after I hung up. Did you forget something again? Jiang Taiping was speechless, but he still answered the phone. Immediately afterwards, Su Qiqi's somewhat anxious voice came from the phone. Jiang Taiping, we've received news that 2 aliens are heading towards Zhuan No. 1 Middle School. I'm afraid they're going to attack Zhuan No. 1 Middle School. They should be E-level cultivators, but the details are unknown. Be careful and handle them. I'll rush over as soon as possible. Jiang Taiping's eyes suddenly brightened. He was still thinking that he couldn't improve his cultivation today and couldn't earn lottery cards, but he didn't expect the experience baby and the lottery card extraction machine to be delivered to his door. This is really like someone delivering a pillow when you are sleepy. Chapter 28, Holy Shit. Spider-Man. A fatal blow. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Taiping began to think about how to remind the school about this matter. But before he could think about it, alarms blared over the campus. Immediately afterwards, the voice of the principal of Zhuan No. 1 Middle School rang out. Everyone, please pay attention. Everyone, please pay attention. There are aliens heading towards the school and they might attack it. Teachers of all classes should immediately lead students out of the classroom and gather in the safe building. I repeat, all teachers, please lead all students out of the classroom immediately and gather in the safe building. Jiang Taiping laughed in silence, he was worrying too much. Su Qiqi informed him, so how could she not inform the school? Everyone follow me immediately, don't panic, and leave in an orderly manner according to the usual drills, the teacher shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, the teacher walked out the door. The students in the class stood up, left the classroom quickly and orderly, and followed the teacher to the safety building. Jiang Taiping is hanging at the end of the team. He did not leave the team immediately, but planned to find a suitable time to leave. When passing by the toilet in the teaching building, Jiang Taiping left the team and walked towards the toilet. Jiang Taiping, what are you doing? Come back quickly. Chen Xian shouted. Jiang Taiping was a little depressed. He left the team to go to the toilet because he didn't want others to know. But Chen Xian shouted and made everyone know about it. What was going on? Although he was depressed, Jiang Taiping quickly said, "My stomach hurts, I need to go to the toilet." "It's already this late, and you're still going to the bathroom? Hold it in for a while, and come here quickly." Chen Xian was speechless. "Chen Xian, hurry up and catch up," the teacher interrupted. Chen Xian hesitated for a moment, then quickly caught up with the team. The teacher nodded to Jiang Taiping and left with the team. Jiang Taiping entered the toilet. He looked around and made sure that no one was in the toilet. Then he changed into Spider-Man's clothes, climbed onto the roof of the teaching building through the back window of the toilet, hid on the roof, and paid attention to the movements in the school. At this time, students from each class, led by their teachers, quickly gathered towards the safety building. Everyone was very nervous, but everything was in good order. In order to ensure the safety of students, the school holds emergency drills every week. Students have long been accustomed to evacuating from the classroom in an emergency, and this is when the effectiveness of daily drills is reflected. The security building is a large bungalow built by the school at great expense. It is strong enough to withstand the full-force attack of a D-level practitioner. Its purpose is to provide students with a safe hiding place in an emergency. But Su Qiqi's notification was still a little late. Before all the students entered the security building, two people in black robes appeared at the school gate. They jumped over the school gate and rushed towards the students. This scene made the expressions of the teachers and students who had not yet entered the security building change suddenly. "Don't panic, everyone hurry up and get into the safe building," the principal roared. "Don't crowd, crowding will only slow things down. Everyone run, faster." The teachers shouted loudly to maintain order, while the students all ran. However, there are still many students who have not entered the security building, and the aliens are running very fast. According to the current situation, it is impossible for all students to enter the safe building before the aliens arrive. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that some students made mistakes out of fear and panic. The student's legs went weak and he fell at the entrance of the security building. The students behind were caught off guard and were tripped by the fallen student. Then many students fell down one after another, piling up at the entrance of the security building like a pyramid, blocking the entrance tightly. "People behind, stop and help them up." The teacher shouted loudly at the first moment, and then hurriedly helped the fallen student up. It's too late. The principal, standing next to the security building, looked back at the many students who had not yet entered the building. A look of determination appeared on his face. He shouted fiercely, "All security guards, follow me and stop those two scumbags." As soon as he finished speaking, the principal took the lead in rushing towards the two aliens, and many security guards followed him reluctantly. At this moment, a figure jumped down from the tall building behind the two aliens. He grabbed the spider silk with one hand and used the spider silk stuck on the tall building to quickly swing towards the two alien disciples. This figure is Jiang Taiping wearing Spider-Man's costume. He had sensed the cultivation level of the two aliens, and their blood fluctuations were stronger than his. It was not wise to confront the enemy head-on, so he did not take action immediately. Instead, he ran to a high building with his back to the two aliens, and then launched an attack. "Fuck, Spider-Man!" A voice full of shock rang out among the students. These words came from Chen Xian's mouth, and he had not yet entered the security building. The students and teachers who were blocked outside the door looked over at the first moment, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on their cheeks. Although the photo of Spider-Man killing the alien that was uploaded to the internet was quickly deleted, due to Chen Xian's boasting, it had already spread throughout Zhuan No. 1 Middle School. Not only the students knew about it, but even the teachers and the principal had heard about it. "Classmates, Spider-Man is here to save us," Chen Xian said excitedly. "Shut the fuck up," the teacher's voice rang out immediately. Chen Xian was stunned. He was not wrong. Why should he be told to shut up? But he soon realized that the two aliens had their backs to Spider-Man and didn't know he was coming. If they cheered loudly, wouldn't that alert the two aliens? Thinking of this, Chen Xian decisively shut up and whispered to the students around him not to talk. The principal and many security guards also saw Spider-Man, which made them breathe a sigh of relief. "Follow me and keep charging." The principal growled and continued to rush towards the two aliens, but he slowed down. He wanted to attract the attention of the two aliens and create conditions for Spider-Man to kill them. But the two outsiders were not fools. Although they did not hear Chen Xian's excited voice, they saw that many students and teachers who were blocked outside the security building were looking behind them, and some were taking pictures. This incident made them realize that something was wrong, and they looked back. But at this time, Jiang Taiping had already arrived. Slit the throat. A light shout sounded in Jiang Taiping's heart. At the same time, a dagger with a cold glow appeared out of thin air in his right hand. He held the dagger in reverse and slashed at the neck of an alien with lightning speed. The two alien disciples who had just turned around had not yet seen anything clearly when a cold light flashed before their eyes. Squeak! Along with the sound of a sharp blade entering the body, the neck of an alien was directly cut off by Jiang Taiping. Jiang Taiping did not hesitate. He used the spider silk to change direction and slashed at another alien. But the moment he delayed changing direction gave the alien a chance to react. The alien retreated immediately, barely avoiding his fatal blow. Chapter 29 Close Combat, Super Draw Card. What a pity! Jiang Taiping sighed secretly. If the alien had reacted a little slower, he could have killed one more person and ended the battle instantly. But he just felt a little regretful. There were two alien disciples before, and their cultivation was higher than his, so it would be troublesome to face them head-on. But now that he has killed one person, there is only one left, and it is much easier to deal with. Retract the spider silk and land in front of the principal. Principal, please retreat and take the students to the safe building. Jiang Taiping lowered his voice so that the principal wouldn't hear it later. Okay. The principal responded and stepped back. At the same time, he shouted in a deep voice, "What are you all dawdling about? Hurry and get into the safe building." He understood why Spider-Man asked him to take the students into the secure building. Since there are no students around, Spider-Man can focus on fighting the aliens. Chen Xian and many other students were reluctant because if they entered the security building they would not be able to see Spider-Man fighting with the aliens. But under the teacher's urging, they had no choice but to rush into the safety building quickly. Jiang Taiping did not take action immediately. He stared closely at the alien not far ahead. This is a campus with an open terrain and the surrounding teaching buildings are quite far away. Spider-Man's clothes won't be of much use in this situation. He has to wait until everyone enters the safe building before taking action. Then he won't have anything to worry about. "It's you?" the alien said coldly. Jiang Taiping was a little surprised. "Do you know me? You killed two of my brothers this morning." The alien paused for a moment, then continued, "No, there are three. You just killed another one." Jiang Taiping breathed a sigh of relief. When the alien said that just now, he thought the alien knew who he was. Just kill him. The aliens are traitors to humanity and lackeys of the alien beasts. Everyone has the right to kill them. Jiang Taiping looked indifferent. There are still students who have not entered the security building, and he doesn't mind chatting with the aliens for a while. Humph, by cooperating with the strange beasts, I have endless cultivation resources. The alien tempted him, "Boy, if you agree to become one of us, I can forgive you for killing three of my brothers, and I can also give you endless cultivation resources. What do you think?" "I feel a little moved." Jiang Taiping raised his hand and touched his nose. But he said this to buy time for the students to enter the safe building. Qi and blood pills are useless to him. He is not yet able to cultivate the mental methods and martial arts of this world. What is the point of having resources for cultivation? "Since you are moved, why are you still hesitating?" asked the disciple from the other world. "I have a question." Jiang Taiping said, "You have endless cultivation resources, but you only have a 1-star E-level cultivation. I don't have many cultivation resources, but I'm also a 1-star E-level cultivator. I have to doubt the truth of what you said, or are you just too weak?" Yes, Jiang Taiping asked the lottery system of all worlds to remove the concealment of his cultivation level, otherwise people would find out that he only had a 1-star F-level cultivation level. If Su Chichi knew about this, she would definitely suspect that Spider-Man was him. The alien disciple's face darkened a little. He defended himself, "That's because I just started working with the alien beasts. Now I have endless cultivation resources. It won't be long before I can become a D-level or even C-level expert." "Maybe, but the prerequisite is that you have to have time," Jiang Taiping said with a smile. "What do you mean?" The alien was a little confused. "What I mean is that even if you have endless cultivation resources, you still have to have the life to use them." Jiang Taiping sneered. He quickly took a few steps forward, swung his dagger and stabbed at the alien. At this point, everyone has entered the safe building, so there is no need to be hypocritical with the aliens. The alien's face turned pale. Just now he thought Jiang Taiping was really moved, but it turned out that Jiang Taiping was playing tricks on him. "You're looking for death." The alien roared, drew a dagger from his waist and rushed towards Jiang Taiping. Then the two of them started fighting. When the difference in cultivation level is not that big, cultivation level is no longer the main factor in determining victory or defeat. Combat experience, martial arts, and belief are the key factors that determine victory or defeat. Jiang Taiping is good at all three of these. After years of boxing practice, sparring with classmates, and a day of fighting in the demon hunting garden, Jiang Taiping has a wealth of combat experience. The assassination technique he used to cut the throat was not an ordinary martial art, it could even be said to be exquisite, tricky, and cruel. As for faith? Jiang Taiping really wants to become stronger, but he can only become stronger by killing enemies. Now that he has the opportunity to become stronger, and it is an opportunity that he can grasp, how could he give it up? Under Jiang Taiping's deadly and fierce attack. In just a few moments, the black robe on the alien turned into rags. Through the gaps between the rags, one could vaguely see several bloody wounds on the alien's body. As Jiang Taiping injures the aliens from other worlds, he becomes more and more courageous. The injured aliens became more and more depressed as the battle went on. At this time, the idea of retreating had already arisen in the minds of the outsiders. However, Jiang Taiping's attack was very swift, tricky and fierce, and he was entangled very tightly, so he couldn't get away just by wanting to. If the current situation continued, he would be the only one to die. The alien disciple doesn't want to die. He still has a lot of cultivation resources that are not being used. He still has many years left to live, but he can't get away. In helplessness and panic, he tempted again. "Boy, I will give you a lot of cultivation resources, how about calling off this battle?" "Okay." Jiang Taiping agreed decisively. The alien disciple was delighted. This kid actually agreed? But the next moment, he saw Jiang Taiping holding a dagger and stabbing it into his heart. When masters fight, victory or defeat depends on a split second, so you can't be distracted. When Jiang Taiping agreed, the alien felt a little relieved. It was this moment of relaxation that cost him a huge price. Swish! The dagger in Jiang Taiping's hand pierced directly into the heart of the alien like stabbing tofu. You are plotting against me," the alien said in pain. "Idiot, we are enemies. Do you believe what the enemy says?" Jiang Taiping curled his lips. As he spoke, he suddenly exerted force with his right hand holding the dagger, directly crushing the heart of the alien. "You." The alien wanted to say something, but before he could say anything, his eyes rolled up and he reported to the underworld. At this moment, the somewhat mechanical voice of the lottery system of all worlds rang in Jiang Taiping's mind. Bite. The host kills an enemy and obtains a super draw card. Jiang Taiping was very surprised. He actually won a super lottery card? But this was not the time to think too much. He pulled out the dagger that had stabbed into the alien disciple's heart, then raised his hand and reached out to the teaching building next to him. A strand of spider silk shot out from his palm and then stuck to the roof of the teaching building. The crisis is over, everyone can go back. Jiang Taiping took a look at the security building and flew to the roof of the teaching building with the help of spider silk. He crawled back to the toilet along the wall behind the teaching building, and then took off his Spider-Man clothes. Chapter 30. It's not me, Su Chichi's suspicion. In the safe building. The principal, who was watching outside through the crack in the door, immediately noticed that the battle was over. "Students, the crisis has been resolved and everyone can go back," said the principal. As soon as he finished speaking, the principal opened the heavy alloy door of the security building. The students standing at the door rushed out, they wanted to see Spider-Man again. But at this time, Spider-Man was no longer on campus, only the bodies of 2 aliens were left. "Don't stay, go back to class," the principal ordered. Many students rushed to their respective classes with regretful looks on their faces. What a great opportunity to get up close and personal with Spider-Man, and we just missed it. Many of them even wanted to ask Spider-Man for his autograph. Jiang Taiping, who was hiding in the toilet, heard the noise outside and walked out of the toilet. He swaggered among the crowd and walked towards the classroom. When Jiang Taiping rushed back to the classroom, it was still empty. But not long after, his classmates came back one after another. Seeing Jiang Taiping, Chen Xian asked, "Jiang Taiping, when did you come back?" "Just got back." Jiang Taiping explained, I came out of the bathroom and saw that all my classmates had returned, so I followed them back. Chen Xian didn't think much about it. He teased, you don't have stomachaches in the morning or in the evening, but you have stomachaches after the alarm sounded. I wonder if you were scared by the aliens? Of course not. Jiang Taiping explained, I felt a little uncomfortable in my stomach before that. Maybe I had an upset stomach. I was just kidding you. Chen Xian laughed and said, don't I know you? You're such a brave fellow, how could you possibly be scared by an alien? It's just a pity that Spider-Man just showed up and killed 2 aliens in a row. That scene was so cool, but you missed it. Ah? Spider-Man appeared? Jiang Taiping pretended to be stupid. Yeah, I took several photos. Let me show you. Chen Xian took out his cell phone and showed the photos he took to Jiang Taiping. After looking at all the photos, Chen Xian said again, I just want to ask you, are you handsome? Are you awesome? Jiang Taiping felt a headache. It was really shameful to praise himself, but he couldn't help it. Ouch, my stomach hurts again. Jiang Taiping held his stomach, stood up and left quickly. Not only Chen Xian was praising Spider-Man, other classmates were also praising Spider-Man. Although he felt very happy when hearing his classmates praising Spider-Man, he always felt weird when he was asked to praise himself. If he stayed any longer, he would be so embarrassed that he could only leave on the pretext of a stomachache. After leaving the classroom, Jiang Taiping saw the principal and others standing beside the corpses of 2 aliens. After thinking about it, Jiang Taiping walked downstairs and walked towards the principal and others. Seeing Jiang Taiping approaching, the principal asked, Xiao Jiang, what should we do with the bodies of the alien disciples? Principal, the people from the demon hunting hall will be here soon, let them handle it. Jiang Taiping said. Okay. The principal nodded. A moment later, 2 cars stopped at the gate of Zhuan No. 1 Middle School, one of which was Su Qiqi's Ferrari. Immediately afterwards, 5 figures walked out of the car and ran quickly towards Zhuan No. 1 Middle School. The 5 people were wearing the same black uniform and had their faces covered. Jiang Taiping didn't recognize who the person was, but he recognized Su Qiqi's car, so he quickly walked up to him. Jiang Taiping, where are the disciples from other worlds? Asked a masked man. Captain? Jiang Taiping was stunned. The voice was Su Qiqi's. It's me. Su Qiqi asked again, let me ask you, where are the disciples from other worlds? He's dead, lying there. Jiang Taiping raised his hand and pointed at the 2 corpses on the ground not far behind him. Upon hearing this, Su Qiqi and the other 5 people looked over subconsciously, and then were stunned. On the way here, they were all worried that the aliens' attack on Zhuan No. 1 Middle School would cause heavy casualties, but what they didn't expect was that when they arrived, the 2 aliens had already been killed. Jiang Taiping looked Su Qiqi up and down. The uniform on Su Qiqi should be the combat uniform of the demon hunting hall. It looks like a leather jacket and leather pants, but it is very close-fitting, which causes Su Qiqi's extremely hot body to be exposed. It's big where it should be big, thin where it should be thin, and curvy where it should be curvy. When Su Qiqi came back to her senses from her daze, she found that Jiang Taiping was staring at her closely, and the location he was staring at was a bit inappropriate. Jiang Taiping, what are you looking at with those dog eyes? Su Qiqi said angrily. Captain, I'm looking at your serial number. Jiang Taiping was calm and collected. The words S28 were embroidered on the upper left side of Su Qiqi's chest, which meant that Su Qiqi was the 28th person with S-level cultivation talent to join the demon hunting hall. Su Qiqi glared at Jiang Taiping and asked, did you kill him? It wasn't me, it was Spider-Man who killed him. Jiang Taiping denied it decisively. Su Qiqi and others were stunned again. Who is Spider-Man? As if aware of the confusion of Su Qiqi and others, the principal ran over quickly. He took out his phone, opened a picture, and said, he killed him. Spider-Man was the name his classmates gave him. Su Qiqi and others suddenly realized. They have seen photos of Spider-Man, but the photos of Spider-Man on the internet were deleted by Nightwalker. Spider-Man, this name is quite appropriate. Su Qiqi sighed and asked, Principal, where is Spider-Man? He left after killing 2 aliens, the principal explained. Su Qiqi frowned. This morning, the Midnight Pedestrian Zhuan branch sent people to investigate Spider-Man, but Spider-Man seemed to have disappeared and they did not find any trace of him. Now Spider-Man suddenly appeared again, killed 2 aliens and disappeared again. The next moment, she suddenly turned her head to look at Jiang Taiping, but quickly looked away. In the morning, Jiang Taiping told her that 2 aliens were killed, which means that Jiang Taiping was present. Now, 2 more aliens were killed by Spider-Man, and Jiang Taiping was still present. Isn't this just a coincidence? She had to suspect that Spider-Man was Jiang Taiping. You know, Jiang Taiping beat an alien to death with a brick and refused to admit it. Jiang Taiping was a little nervous. Su Qiqi suddenly glanced at him. Could it be that this little girl was doubting him? However, although he thought so in his heart, he appeared very calm on the surface and did not show the slightest abnormality. Everyone, what should we do with the 2 bodies of aliens? Asked the principal. Su Qiqi thought for a moment, then looked at the people following her and said, take the bodies of these 2 aliens away. I have something else to do, so I won't be going back yet. Okay, Captain. Several people responded, and 2 of them lifted the body of an alien and walked out of the school. Su Qiqi looked at the principal and said, Principal, tell me about the scene where Spider-Man killed 2 aliens. Okay. The principal responded and recounted the scene of Spider-Man killing the alien in detail. Su Qiqi nodded, looked at Jiang Taiping, and said, come with me. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Qiqi walked towards the office building. Chapter 31 The Terrible Sixth Sense, Bad News. Bang! As soon as Jiang Taiping entered Su Qiqi's office, the door was slammed shut by Su Qiqi. Immediately afterwards, Su Qiqi pressed Jiang Taiping against the wall, and then raised her hand and pressed it on the wall next to Jiang Taiping's head. Captain, you're pushing me against the wall again. Jiang Taiping said weakly, not only does this not make me feel oppressive, it also makes me feel very ambiguous. Su Qiqi's pretty face turned red. She thought for a moment and moved her right hand away from the wall next to Jiang Taiping's head. Speak. Su Qiqi sat down on the sofa with an expression as if he was interrogating a prisoner, showing leniency to those who confessed and severity to those who resisted. Captain, what do you want me to say? Jiang Taiping asked in confusion. Still pretending for me? Su Qiqi glared at Jiang Taiping, tell me. Are you Spider-Man? I want to, but it's not me. Jiang Taiping explained aggrievely, Captain, didn't you say those 2 aliens were both E-level cultivators? I'm only F-level, and it wasn't a sneak attack, so how could I possibly kill them? Su Qiqi was suddenly stunned. She only thought about Jiang Taiping's presence, but ignored Jiang Taiping's cultivation. According to the principal, Spider-Man can fight against the aliens head-on without being defeated, which is enough to prove that Spider-Man is at least at the E level, while Jiang Taiping is only at the F level, so it seems that he is indeed not Jiang Taiping. But why does she always feel that Spider-Man is Jiang Taiping? I have to say that women's sixth sense is really scary. Even with ironclad evidence, it is difficult to dispel their suspicions. Captain, why are you all wearing masks? Are you afraid of revenge from the aliens? Jiang Taiping changed the subject. Why are you afraid of retaliation from the aliens? Su Qiqi said proudly, from the moment I joined the demon hunting hall, I have never been afraid of revenge from the alien disciples. Then why are you all wearing masks? Jiang Taiping asked puzzledly. Su Qiqi thought for a moment and said, are the students in your class all crazy about Spider-Man? Jiang Taiping didn't know why Su Qiqi asked this, but it was the fact, so he nodded. So are we? Su Qiqi explained, we are wearing masks because we don't want to reveal our identities and attract the attention of ordinary people. Jiang Taiping suddenly understood, and he also agreed with Su Qiqi's explanation. Take Chen Xian for example, that guy is so fanatical about Spider-Man. If he knew that Su Qiqi was the captain of the Demon Hunter Hall, he couldn't imagine how fanatical Chen Xian could be. He might be even more crazy than those crazy fans in his previous life. By the way, Captain, why are you so late? Jiang Taiping said, if Spider-Man hadn't suddenly appeared and killed those 2 aliens, by the time you arrived, I'm afraid you wouldn't just be collecting my body, but also the bodies of many of my classmates. Su Qiqi's pretty face flushed, and she smiled bitterly, I also want to come earlier, but the distance is a bit far. Can't practitioners fly? Why did you drive here? Jiang Taiping asked. Not all practitioners can fly. Su Qiqi explained, only when your cultivation reaches sea level can you fly. In the entire Nightwalker Zhouan branch, only the director has a sea level cultivation. I have contacted the director, but he seems to be busy and has been on the phone the whole time. Is that so? Jiang Taiping nodded. No wonder it took Su Qiqi and the others so long to arrive, and they even drove here. Su Qiqi looked at Jiang Taiping, thought for a moment, and asked, by the way, are you moving to the branch office? If so, there's an empty room next to mine. I'll have someone reserve it for you so it doesn't get taken by someone else. Jiang Taiping blinked. He didn't think Su Chichi liked him, so Su Chichi let him live next door. It was very likely that she was still suspicious of him and wanted to keep an eye on him. He subconsciously wanted to refuse, but swallowed the words back when they came to his lips. With a beautiful woman inviting him and the accommodation being so good, he had no reason to refuse. He immediately said, "Of course I'll go. The accommodation at the branch is much better than my home, and it will be more convenient to move around there." "Okay, then I'll call someone and ask them to keep it." Su Chichi took out her cell phone and made a call. "This little bitch really wants to stare at me." Jiang Taiping sighed secretly. After he agreed, a smile of success appeared on Su Chichi's pretty face. Although the smile was fleeting, he still caught it. It seems that he needs to be more careful in the future. After finishing the call, Su Chichi said, "It's better to do it now than today. The aliens just came to the school to cause trouble, and they probably won't come again in the short term. I have nothing to do now, so I'll help you move." "Captain, this is such a big trouble for you." Jiang Taiping said politely. "What's the trouble?" Su Chichi smiled and said, "I'm your captain, it's my duty to help you." "Let's go." "Then I'll trouble you, Captain." Jiang Taiping was no longer polite. When she reached the door, Su Chichi suddenly stopped again. "By the way, you go out first, I'll change my clothes." Su Chichi said. "Oh." Jiang Taiping responded, opened the door and walked out. Closing the door, Su Chichi said proudly, "Go ahead and pretend, little bastard. I'll definitely find evidence." After she finished speaking, Su Chichi quickly changed her clothes, found a bag to pack her combat uniform, and walked out the door with the bag. After walking out of the office building, Su Chichi and Jiang Taiping saw many students walking towards the school gate. "Is it time for school to end?" Su Chichi looked at the watch on her wrist and said, "It's really time to go home from school. I didn't even notice the time. It's already 12 noon. Jiang Taiping, you've done me a great favor today. Let me treat you to a meal. Then I will respectfully obey your command." Jiang Taiping agreed decisively. How could he not accept the invitation from a beautiful woman? "Stop quibbling with me." Su Chichi rolled her eyes at Jiang Taiping and walked forward. Jiang Taiping followed. The two walked to the school gate and drove away. I saw Jiang Taiping and Su Chichi together, and he left in Su Chichi's Ferrari. I wonder how many students heard the sound of their own broken hearts. At the same time, sour discussions also rang out. "It's that guy again. Is there something going on between him and School Beauty Sue? That guy actually sat in the passenger seat of School Beauty Sue's car. That's my seat. That guy is just a little handsome and has good grades, so how come he's attracted to the School Beauty Sue? It's over. Someone else got the goddess of my dreams first." Su Chichi found a restaurant and took Jiang Taiping in. "Jiang Taiping, what do you want to eat?" Su Chichi asked. "I'm not picky about food, anything is fine with me." Jiang Taiping said. "Then I'll just order casually." Su Chichi didn't hesitate to order 4 side dishes and 2 bowls of rice, which was enough for 2 people. At this moment, Su Chichi's cell phone rang. She took out her cell phone and saw that it was Qin Zhan calling, so she answered the call immediately. Su Chichi didn't say much, Qin Zhan was the only one talking. But Su Chichi's expression turned ugly at a speed visible to the naked eye. After hanging up the phone, Su Chichi hesitated for a moment and said, "Jiang Taiping, I have some bad news." Chapter 32, Hidden Rules. Want to kick me out of the demon hunting hall? Jiang Taiping was not surprised at all when he heard what Su Chichi said. As soon as he saw Su Chichi's face turn ugly, he realized that something bad might have happened. "What news?" Jiang Taiping asked. "It's about you." Su Chichi whispered, "According to the regulations, new recruits joining the demon hunting hall must be reported to the higher-ups 1 level at a time. We first reported it to the Nanshan provincial headquarters, who then reported it to the Longhua headquarters. However, your information was suppressed by the Nanshan provincial headquarters. They also said they would return it and have the Zhoan branch revoke your membership in the demon hunting hall." Jiang Taiping was stunned. How could it be related to him? "Captain, I have passed the demon hunting hall assessment with honors, and I passed all 3 levels with full marks. Why do you want to cancel my membership of the demon hunting hall?" Jiang Taiping was a little puzzled. Su Chichi smiled bitterly and said, "Because your cultivation talent is too low. If I remember correctly, you said that the Demon Hunting Hall's rules for recruiting new members don't explicitly prohibit people with F-level cultivation talents from joining the hall, and the minister and others didn't object. This should be correct. Zhang Taiping said, since there are no explicit regulations, why can't I join the Demon Hunting Hall? There are no explicit regulations, but there is an unwritten rule. Su Qiqi said, the Demon Hunting Hall never recruits people with F-level cultivation talents. Otherwise, the Night Walkers have been established for so long, and there are many people with F-level cultivation talents. How could you become sequence F1? I see. Zhang Taiping asked in confusion, since there are such unspoken rules, why are you still allowing me to participate in the Demon Hunting Hall assessment? To be honest, it was because of me. I couldn't find anyone with a natural talent for cultivation, so I had to ask you to fill in. After all, having a poor talent for cultivation is better than having no talent at all. Back then, I didn't expect you to pass the Demon Hunting Hall assessment. Su Qiqi smiled bitterly and said, the minister probably allowed you to take the test out of my favor. At that time, he probably didn't expect you to pass the test, let alone pass it with excellent results of full marks in all 3 stages. Zhang Taiping was frowning. Did he accidentally get in through the back door? He also understood what Su Qiqi meant. Su Qiqi was one of the few geniuses with S-level cultivation talent in Zhuan City, Nanshan Province, and even the entire Long Country. And for geniuses, there are always some special care. Captain, what did the minister say? Zhang Taiping asked. The minister argued forcefully and finally got the Nanshan provincial headquarters to temporarily retract their decision. I couldn't get through to him before, but he was calling the Nanshan provincial headquarters. Su Qiqi said, but I'm only temporarily withdrawing my decision. The Nanshan provincial headquarters will send someone to test you. If you pass the test, you can become a member of the Demon Hunting Hall. But if you fail the test, your membership will be revoked. Call. Zhang Taiping breathed a sigh of relief. He really didn't want to expose his cultivation talent. If his membership in the Demon Hunting Hall was revoked immediately, he would have to reveal more. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to join the Demon Hunting Hall. Where would his continued income come from? Where would his chances of killing otherworldly disciples come from? Now that his membership in the Demon Hunting Hall has not been revoked immediately, things will be much easier. Captain, has the Nanshan provincial headquarters told us how to test me? Zhang Taiping asked. No. Su Qiqi said, but what is certain is that this is not the kind of test you experienced today. The minister said that the Nanshan provincial headquarters does not allow people with F-level cultivation talents to exist in the Demon Hunting Hall, so their test will probably be very difficult. I want to see how difficult it is. Zhang Taiping laughed and said, you want to kick me out of the Demon Hunting Hall? No way. Where do you get this confidence from? Su Qiqi was stunned. Captain, you said so before, but what was the result? Zhang Taiping asked back. Su Qiqi was stunned. The result? She got slapped in the face. After taking a deep look at Zhang Taiping, Su Qiqi's eyes flashed slightly. Before, she suspected that Zhang Taiping was hiding a lot of things, and now she is even more suspicious. Feeling Su Qiqi's gaze, Zhang Taiping immediately realized that what he said was a bit inappropriate, and immediately changed the subject. Captain, has the Nanshan provincial headquarters said when they will send someone? No, but it shouldn't take long. Su Qiqi said. It seems that I need to improve my surface strength. Zhang Taiping sighed. Before, he was still thinking of continuing to act under the title of F-level cultivation. After all, keeping a low profile will prevent you from being targeted by thieves and help you live longer. But if someone wants to kick him out of the Demon Hunting Hall, he can't do that anymore, otherwise it will give people a reason to criticize him. However, when improving your surface strength, you can't do it too abruptly, you have to do it step by step. After a moment's thought, Zhang Taiping asked again, Captain, how many cards of Qi and health can an F-level cultivation talent increase in a day? That's not certain. It depends on your own efforts and the Qi and blood pill. Su Qiqi said, according to historical records, people with F-level cultivation talents can increase their Qi and blood by more than 10 calories a day, while some can't even increase 1 calorie. Why are you asking this? I'm just a little curious. Zhang Taiping made up an excuse. He asked this because he wanted to see how many days it would take to raise his surface level to E level without looking awkward. But it's hard to tell Su Qiqi this reason. Besides, even if he tells her, Su Qiqi may not believe it. Su Qiqi didn't think much about it. She reminded him, the sutra library contains not only mental methods and martial arts, but also a lot of historical materials and records about strange beasts. Take a look at them when you have time. It will be helpful to you. Okay, Captain. Jiang Taiping agreed decisively. He also decided to find time to go and have a look as soon as possible, otherwise he would look like an idiot if he kept asking Su Chichi questions. At this time, the waiter came over with the food and placed it on the table one by one. Eat quickly, I'll move for you after dinner. Su Chichi said. Jiang Taiping nodded, and then the two of them started eating with big mouthfuls. Seeing that Su Chichi ate faster than him, Jiang Taiping asked in surprise, Captain, how come you eat so fast? I developed this after becoming a night walker. Su Chichi explained, sometimes missions take a long time, and there's not much time to eat. Over time, I've developed the habit of eating quickly, otherwise I'd have to fight on an empty stomach. Jiang Taiping suddenly realized, he didn't ask any more questions, and quickened his eating speed. The sight of the two men wolfing down their food made everyone in the restaurant look puzzled. Are these two guys the reincarnations of starving ghosts? Facing everyone's strange looks, Jiang Taiping and Su Chichi remained calm and continued to eat voraciously. The two of them finished their meal in less than 10 minutes, then left the restaurant and drove away. On the way home, Jiang Taiping glanced at Su Chichi from time to time, with a hint of thought in his dark eyes. The qi and blood pills are useless to him and not as delicious as candy beans. They are just for display. Su Chichi is a wealthy woman. Is he considering whether to sell the qi and blood pill to Su Chichi? Chapter 33, Selling Misery. Selling pills. Millionaire. Su Chichi noticed that Jiang Taiping glanced at her from time to time. At first, she ignored it, but after it happened so many times, she couldn't help it. Jiang Taiping, what are you looking at me for? Su Chichi asked. Captain, I have a question. Jiang Taiping said, you drive a luxury Ferrari, so you must be very rich. It's not difficult for you to buy intermediate level qi and blood pills. You can absorb one qi and blood pill a day and gain 10 calories of qi and blood. How come you are only at E level cultivation? I've been a cultivator for less than 2 months, okay? Su Chichi said unhappily. What does only E level cultivation mean? Is this guy looking down on her? Jiang Taiping suddenly realized. If you calculate it as 2 months, if it's less than 2 months, 10 calories of qi and blood a day is only 600 calories of qi and blood. Captain, there is a method in front of you to quickly increase your cultivation level. Do you want it? Jiang Taiping asked. Tell me about it. Su Chichi was a little curious. Don't I have a high-level qi and blood pill? Jiang Taiping explained, I'll sell it to you, and you can increase your qi and blood by 100 calories a day. Su Chichi was a little tempted, but quickly dismissed the idea. Jiang Taiping, do you know what you are doing? Su Chichi said seriously, high-level qi and blood pills are extremely rare. No one will sell them. If you take them, you might be able to reach E level in no time. How can you sell them? Captain, I know what I'm doing. Jiang Taiping smiled bitterly and said, you also said that it is possible to enter the E level, but not necessarily. I am now almost at the 2-star F level cultivation base. If I take the high-level qi and blood pill and still can't enter the E level, it really is a waste. Also, I'm really short of money. I need to buy a car and a house. I can't always take a taxi when I have a mission, right? It's a waste of time. After all, you have to wait for a taxi. And I can't always rent a house, right? These aren't the most important things. The most important thing is that I'm not sure if I can stay in the demon hunting hall. If I'm stripped of my membership, I'll have a house. At least my life will be better in the future. Su Chichi didn't know how to persuade him, because what Jiang Taiping said made a lot of sense. After a moment's thought, Su Chichi said, it's better not to sell the high-level qi and blood pill. If you need money, I can lend it to you. Jiang Taiping felt a little touched and a little guilty. He was touched because Su Chichi clearly wanted the advanced qi and blood pill, but she suppressed her desire and persuaded him, even saying that she would lend him money. He felt guilty because what he just said was trying to make Su Chichi feel sorry for him. Captain, I can't lend you money. Jiang Taiping said, buying a car and a house is a lot of money. If I stay in the demon hunting hall, I can still pay you back the money I borrowed from you. But if I am expelled from the demon hunting hall, how can I pay you back with so much money? Don't tell me you don't want the money I lent you just because I've been expelled from the demon hunting hall. Your money didn't come from the wind. Besides, although I'm poor, I still have some integrity and will never accept charity. Don't try to persuade me. I must sell the advanced qi and blood pill. If you don't want it, I'll sell it to someone else. Seeing Jiang Taiping's firm stance, Su Qiqi stopped trying to persuade him, because it would be a waste of time to try. How much do you want to sell it for? Su Qiqi asked. 2 million. Jiang Taiping said. Some people may say that a high-level qi and blood pill increases qi and blood by 100 calories. Based on the prices of low-level and intermediate qi and blood pills, it is only worth 1 million. Jiang Taiping asked for 2 million right away. Isn't he too cruel? Actually, it's not like that. Take Su Qiqi for example, she can absorb 1 qi and blood pill a day. Taking a high-level qi and blood pill can give her an extra 100 calories of qi and blood a day, but taking an intermediate qi and blood pill will take her 10 days to get 100 calories of qi and blood. As the saying goes, one step faster, every step faster. In the eyes of practitioners, the time difference of 9 days is of immeasurable value. Also, high-level qi and blood pills cannot be purchased and can only be obtained by making significant contributions to the night walkers. As the saying goes, scarcity makes things valuable. Not to mention 2 million, even 5 million can be easily sold. Originally, Jiang Taiping wanted to sell it for 5 million, but feeling a little guilty and touched, he softened his heart and offered a lower price. I want it, Su Qiqi said decisively. Jiang Taiping was not surprised at Su Qiqi's decisiveness. 2 million to buy a high-level qi and blood pill, only a fool would not buy it unless he has no money. Captain, I still have 9 low-level qi and blood pills. Would you like to buy one too? Jiang Taiping said. Ah. Su Qiqi was stunned for a moment. She said in surprise, Jiang Taiping, you wouldn't even take the low-level qi and blood pills, right? No, I want to take the intermediate qi and blood pill. Jiang Taiping said. Su Qiqi breathed a sigh of relief. If Jiang Taiping was reluctant to take even the low-level qi and blood pill, she would have wanted to beat him up. Then I will change it for you into an intermediate qi and blood pill. Su Qiqi said. Captain, I won't bother you anymore. Jiang Taiping flatly refused, I don't have a way to sell low-level qi and blood pills. You give me the money and I'll go to the Zhouan Chamber of Commerce to buy them myself. Well, low-level qi and blood pills are 10,000 each, and I only have 9. Just give me 80,000. He said that taking the intermediate qi and blood pill was just an excuse. If he replaced it with the intermediate qi and blood pill, wouldn't it just be a decoration? All right. Su Qiqi didn't think much about it. She took out her phone, tapped a few times, and said, the money has been transferred to your ID. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Taiping received a new message on his mobile phone. He took out his cell phone and saw that it was a message from Nightwalker Bank that the money had arrived. What a rich little woman. She swiped over 2 million just like that. TSK, we're millionaires too. Jiang Taiping sighed a few times and asked in confusion, Captain, isn't it 2.08 million? Why am I given 2.09 million? I can sell low-level qi and blood pills for 10,000 each. Su Qiqi hesitated for a moment, then added, actually, I'm taking advantage of you. High-level qi and blood pills are priceless. If you spread the word about selling them, someone will be willing to pay a higher price for them. I know. Jiang Taiping said, but you're my captain, and we're family. How can we talk about cheapness? Besides, high-level qi and blood pills are so scarce, so naturally we give priority to our own people. How can we give them to outsiders? As he spoke, Jiang Taiping took out the qi and blood pill from the system warehouse and handed it to Su Qiqi. Su Qiqi took the qi and blood pill and felt a little touched. Jiang Taiping still knows how to be grateful, and it was worth it for her to argue for Jiang Taiping and Jiang Monair. Jiang Taiping, don't forget to buy the intermediate qi and blood pill as soon as possible. Su Qiqi warned, whether you can stay in the demon hunting hall or not, improving your cultivation is very important. Captain, I will. Jiang Taiping agreed decisively, and then he said, I took a low-level qi and blood pill, and it hasn't been absorbed yet. Su Qiqi nodded, said nothing more, and drove towards Jiang Taiping's home. But before she had driven far, she suddenly realized something was wrong. Chapter 34, Leave a Way Out. Knowledge increased greatly. That's not right. Su Qiqi said, Jiang Taiping, just now during dinner, you said you wanted to kick me out of the demon hunting hall, but it wasn't going to happen. Why are you leaving yourself a way out now? Where's your confidence? Captain, you may be confident, but it's not a bad thing to leave yourself a way out. Jiang Taiping explained. Why are you saying that? Su Qiqi curled her lips. She always felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't figure out what it was. After that, Su Qiqi and Jiang Taiping didn't say anything else. Come to Jiang Taiping's home. Su Qiqi suddenly realized. She knew that Jiang Taiping lived in a slum, but she didn't know that Jiang Taiping actually lived in the basement. No wonder Jiang Taiping was so eager to buy a house. If it were her, she would also be very eager to buy a house. Jiang Taiping didn't know that Su Qiqi had imagined so much on her own. He was packing his clothes at the moment. After simply packing a few clothes, Jiang Taiping said, Captain, I'm done. Let's go. No. Jiang Taiping, you're just taking a few clothes when you move? Su Qiqi asked in surprise. Captain, the branch office has everything you need, so there's no need to take too much. Jiang Taiping said, besides, if you take too much, your car won't be able to hold it all. That's true. Su Qiqi nodded and said, then you should take all your clothes away. Do you want to come back? Captain, although this place is rented, I've lived here for a few years and have developed feelings for it. Jiang Taiping said, although I can stay at the branch office, it's not my home after all. I'll stay here so I can come back and stay for a while when I come back. Besides, I might have to move out of the branch office in a few days. Whatever you want. Su Qiqi stopped trying to persuade him. She knew Jiang Taiping was talking about the people sent by Nanshan Provincial Headquarters for testing. However, what she didn't know was that Jiang Taiping said that to find an excuse for him to go out at night. Of course, he went out at night not to have fun, but to practice martial arts. For example, sword controlling skills. He practiced the sword controlling skills when he participated in the Demon Hunting Hall assessment, but he had not yet practiced flying with a sword. After leaving Jiang Taiping's home, Su Qiqi drove Jiang Taiping to the Zhuan branch of Nightwalker. Rushing to the Zhuan branch of Nightwalker, Su Qiqi and Jiang Taiping cleaned the room together. Actually, there was nothing to pack, just have someone send over a set of bedding and some toiletries. Su Qiqi helped Jiang Taiping spread the bedding and hung the clothes Jiang Taiping brought in the closet. I've already told the logistics department about your move here. Su Qiqi said, this room is yours from now on. Just enter the room and unlock it with your fingerprint and iris. Thank you, Captain. Jiang Taiping expressed his gratitude. Didn't you say we're family? Why should we be polite to each other? Su Qiqi shook her head and asked, what are you going to do next? I have nothing to do right now, I want to go to the Sutra Library and take a look. Jiang Taiping said. Okay, the things in the Sutra Library are only allowed to be viewed there and are not allowed to be taken out. If you have any questions, just call me. I'm leaving first. Su Qiqi said and turned to leave. Jiang Taiping then left and took the elevator to the Sutra Library on the 4th floor. Arriving at the Sutra Repository, Jiang Taiping used his fingerprint and iris to open the door and walked in. The Sutra Repository is very large, covering an area of over 1,000 square meters. There are many bookshelves inside, and the bookshelves are full of books. Jiang Taiping first walked around the Sutra Library to see where the various books were placed to facilitate later searches. Then he walked to the bookshelf where the mental methods and martial arts were placed, pulled out a few books and took a quick look at them. Although the mental methods and martial arts of this world are useless to him, there is no guarantee that someone will ask him what mental methods and martial arts he chose. If he cannot answer, he will be exposed. After writing down the names of a mental method in several martial arts, Jiang Taiping walked to the bookshelf where historical materials were placed. He compared them, took out History of Night Walkers and Encyclopedia of Strange Beasts and read them carefully. As Jiang Taiping reads, time passes quietly. Before I knew it, it was already night. When Su Qiqi saw that Jiang Taiping had not returned yet so late, she ran to the Sutra Library to take a look. When she saw Jiang Taiping reading intently, she said nothing and quietly left the Sutra Library. Aside from his lack of talent in cultivation, this guy is excellent in everything else and works very hard. Su Qiqi muttered to herself, this guy still has many unknown secrets. I can't let the Nanshan Provincial Headquarters deprive him of his membership in the Demon Hunting Hall just because of the so-called unspoken rules. Jiang Taiping didn't know Su Qiqi had been here, he was still immersed in reading. It was not until late at night that Jiang Taiping finally finished reading History of Nightwalkers and Encyclopedia of Strange Beasts. This also gave him a deeper understanding of Nightwalkers and Strange Beasts, which was a huge increase in his knowledge. Taking out his phone and checking it, Jiang Taiping said in surprise, it's already 1 o'clock in the morning. After standing up and stretching his body, which was a little stiff from sitting for a long time, Jiang Taiping summoned the lottery system of all worlds. He killed 2 aliens at Zhuan No. 1 Middle School today, and he hasn't counted his gains yet. Host, Jiang Taiping. Age, 18. Realm, E level. Qi and blood, 152 calories. Talents, Devour God level, Sword Embryo S level. Before, it was 123 calories of Qi and blood, now it's 152 calories of Qi and blood, an increase of 29 calories. TSK Tisk, it's still faster to kill the aliens. Bullshit Qi and blood pill, it's weak compared to the God level cultivation talent swallowing. Jiang Taiping sighed inwardly, but his tone was a little sour. He also wanted to take the Qi and blood pill. After all, taking the Qi and blood pill could increase some extra Qi and blood. But what he said was the truth. Compared with the Qi and blood pill and the God-level cultivation talent swallowing, it was indeed weak. Although the amount of Qi and blood he absorbed today is not as much as that of a high-level Qi and blood pill, this is because he only killed 2 aliens today. If he went to the demon hunting garden to kill the enemy today, the amount of Qi and blood he absorbed would definitely be more than that of a high-level Qi and blood pill. Also, high-level Qi and blood pills are not available whenever you want, but the God-level cultivation talent swallowing is always there. As long as he works hard to kill the enemy, he can continuously absorb the enemy's Qi and blood and improve his cultivation. As for the low-level and intermediate Qi and blood pills, they have now been completely devoured by the God-level cultivation talent. After sighing, Jiang Taiping opened the system warehouse again. There is 1 super draw card and 56 low-level draw cards stored in the system warehouse. Except for a low-level lottery card, the rest were the gains he got from killing 2 aliens today. TSK, I actually got a super lottery card. That alien is truly a boy who brings wealth. Jiang Taiping smacked his lips and asked, the lottery system of all worlds. I've killed some aliens and many alien beasts before, but I only got low-level lottery cards. Why did I get a super lottery card this time? Chapter 35, Observation Hockey. Going on a mission? Jiang Taiping suspected that there was some trick to getting the super lottery card, so he asked this question. It's a matter of chance, but major events can increase the chances of getting a super draw card. The host saved the entire school today, preventing major casualties and increasing the chances of obtaining a super draw card. Jiang Taiping's eyes lit up slightly. His suspicion was correct. He really did have a trick. Lottery system of all worlds, use the super lottery card to draw. Jiang Taiping's face was full of anticipation. You are sure to win the super lottery card and get something good. Last time I used the super lottery card to draw, I got the God-level cultivation talent devouring. I wonder what I can get this time. Start the lottery, consume a super lottery card. Bite. Congratulations to the host for winning the prize and obtaining observation hockey. As the lottery system of all worlds was speaking, a stream of information flooded into Jiang Taiping's mind. It was the method of cultivating the observation hockey. Fuck. Jiang Taiping couldn't help but swear, his cheeks full of ecstasy. In One Piece, observation hockey is one of the most powerful auxiliary skills. The ability of observation hockey is to perceive breath. To be precise, observation hockey can sense danger, sense the strength of the opponent, sense things beyond sight, and even predict the opponent's attack within a certain range. These are the basic abilities of observation hockey. If the observation hockey is deeply developed, it can not only increase the perception distance, but also have the ability of perspective, and even read the hearts of others and listen to the voices of all things. These are not what Jiang Taiping thinks are his most amazing abilities. He thinks the most amazing ability is to predict the future. Predicting the future is different from predicting your opponent's attack, but it means you can briefly see what will happen in the future. What would be the effect if you mastered the ability to predict the future? I know what's going to happen next, what the enemy will do next, so I can react in advance and crush all their schemes. How can the enemy still play? There's absolutely no game. But then again, it is not easy to develop your observation hockey to have the ability to predict the future. But the moment he obtained the observation hockey, Jiang Taiping decided to develop the ability to predict the future no matter how difficult it was. Practice, you must practice as soon as possible. Jiang Taiping, who seemed a little tired, instantly became full of energy. He repeatedly pondered the method of practicing observation hockey, and after figuring it out, he began to try it. Call. Jiang Taiping took a deep breath and concentrated on sensing the surrounding situation. The next moment, a slightly unreal picture appeared in front of his eyes. This picture shows the scene of the sutra library within a 10-meter radius centered on Jiang Taiping. Every bookshelf can be clearly seen in the picture, and you can even vaguely see the name of each book on the bookshelf. It felt as if Jiang Taiping had eyes in front, behind, left and right, and each eye was a X-ray eye. Otherwise, standing between two rows of bookshelves, he could only see the two rows of bookshelves in front and behind, and it would be impossible to see the bookshelves farther away. To be more precise, this feeling is very similar to turning on the God's perspective when playing games. But in fact, it is not the God's perspective, but the picture created by the observation haki through the perception of breath. Awesome, really awesome. This thing is absolutely the best weapon for playing hide and seek. It doesn't matter where the opponent hides. There's absolutely no escape. But how can you use observation haki to play hide and seek? Isn't that like using a cannon to kill a mosquito? But the principle is the same. As long as I'm within my perception range, the enemy will have nowhere to hide. Also, with the ability to sense danger through observation haki, why would you need to worry about a sneak attack? As long as the enemy is within 10 meters of me, I can sense it immediately. And I knew what he was going to do, so I could respond in time. Ha, I'm so awesome. Just started training and you've already developed your observation haki to this level. This is just the beginning. As you continue to practice, your observation haki will be developed to a higher level. One day, I will bring the entire Dragon Kingdom, no, the entire world into my range of perception. Isn't this ideal a bit too arrogant and exaggerated? Well, a person must have ideals, and those ideals must be far-reaching. Jiang Taiping was so excited that he couldn't control himself. It took him a long time to calm down. Try to predict the future again. Jiang Taiping talked to himself. He thought about it and threw the book in his hand away. Immediately afterwards, he saw the books flying into the air, then drawing a parabola and falling to the ground. But these were what he saw, not what he predicted. That's a bit wishful thinking. I can't even predict the future. Jiang Taiping sighed, but there was no disappointment on his face. He just started practicing observation haki, and if he can predict the future, that would be weird. A 10-meter radius is more than enough. But a 10-meter radius isn't very large. We can't be complacent and must keep working hard. Jiang Taiping muttered to himself, and then continued to practice his observation haki. He did not develop his observation haki in a single direction, but developed it in multiple directions at the same time. As he continued to practice, time passed quietly. His efforts were not in vain, the level of development of his observation haki continued to increase with his practice. Soon, it was 8 o'clock in the morning. After practicing for a whole night, Jiang Taiping completely forgot about time and was still immersed in practice. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. Jiang Taiping's cell phone suddenly rang, waking him up from his practice. I took out my cell phone and saw that the call was from Suchichi. Oh my god, it's already 8 o'clock in the morning, and I've been practicing all night. Jiang Taiping was stunned for a moment, and then a bright smile appeared on his cheek. After a night of practice, the perception range of the observation haki expanded from 10 meters to 20 meters. Although this result was far from his ideal of covering the entire world, it was undoubtedly a solid step forward, and to have such gains in just one night could be said to be quite a harvest. As soon as the call was connected, Suchichi's somewhat embarrassed and annoyed voice came from the phone. Jiang Taiping, are you a pig? I knocked on the door for a long time but there was no response. Captain, I'm not in the room. It's no use knocking down the door. Not in the room? Then where are you? In the Sutra Library. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, and then Suchichi's voice suddenly rose. Oh my god, you've been here since yesterday afternoon? Yes. You're awesome. Suchichi's words were full of complexity. She had underestimated Jiang Taiping. How could Jiang Taiping just work hard? He was clearly fighting tooth and nail. Captain, do you have something to talk to me about? You almost made me forget what I was doing. Hurry back to your room. We have a mission. Chapter 36, 3-star F level, disliked by teammates. Going on a mission? I'll be there right away. Jiang Taiping hung up the phone and rushed out of the Sutra Library. He didn't know what mission he was going to take, but no matter what it was related to aliens and beasts. Aliens and beasts were like experienced treasures and lottery card extraction machines to him, and he couldn't miss it. What's more, this is his first mission since joining the demon hunting hall, so he can't miss it. Soon, Jiang Taiping returned to the ninth floor. Seeing Jiang Taiping, Su Qiqi was stunned for a moment, then she started giggling. Captain, what are you laughing at? Jiang Taiping was a little puzzled. Jiang Taiping, you look like a national treasure and can be seen in the zoo. Su Qiqi explained. National treasure? Giant panda? Jiang Taiping was frowning. Was Su Qiqi saying that he had two big dark circles under his eyes? I'm not going to tease you anymore, let's get down to business. Su Qiqi said seriously, you haven't slept all night and you're in such a bad state. Can you do it? Captain, a man can't say no. Jiang Taiping said seriously. Bah, how can you talk like that? Su Qiqi's pretty face turned red. Jiang Taiping was a little confused for a moment. What he said seemed to be correct. But he soon realized it, and said speechlessly, Captain, your thoughts are a bit dirty. Your longing is filthy. Su Qiqi glared at Jiang Taiping, handed the big bag in her hand to Jiang Taiping, and then took out a watch and a black furry thing the size of a fingernail from her pocket and handed them to Jiang Taiping. This is your combat uniform, watch and headset. I got them all for you. Su Qiqi explained. Captain, what are the uses of watches and headsets? Jiang Taiping asked. This watch looks like an ordinary watch, but it can detect the breath of strange beasts. Su Qiqi explained, if a strange beast or alien comes within 5 meters of us, the watch will vibrate to alert us. However, it can only detect the presence of some strange beasts, so we have to be extra careful when we act. The headset is for communication during operations. It has a range of 5 kilometers. Simply press the switch on the headset while you speak. We still have more than 10 minutes until departure time. Hurry and change into your combat uniform and get ready to go. Yes, Captain. Jiang Taiping responded and returned to the room. He quickly changed into combat uniform, put on a watch and headphones, and walked out again. Originally he didn't want to wear a watch because it was too weak compared to his observation haki. But in order not to arouse Su Qiqi's suspicion, he still chose to wear the watch. I just forgot to give you a weapon. Su Qiqi pulled out a long sword from her waist and handed it to Jiang Taiping, saying, this long sword is a flexible sword, easy to carry. You can put it in the secret compartment on the waist of your combat uniform like a belt. If you feel it doesn't fit, you can go to the logistics department to exchange it. It's fine, no need to change. Jiang Taiping took the sword and casually inserted it into the secret compartment of his combat uniform. He has no sword skills yet, and his only assassination technique is cutting the throat, which he would be more comfortable doing with a dagger. You haven't eaten yet? Su Qiqi raised her hand and pointed at the backpack on the ground. There are compressed biscuits and water in it. We don't have time to eat now. Eat some compressed biscuits and drink some water to fill your stomach. Jiang Taiping didn't feel hungry at first, but after hearing what Su Qiqi said, his stomach suddenly started to growl. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that he had not eaten last night and had not eaten this morning. I'm a little hungry indeed. Jiang Taiping didn't force himself. He picked up a backpack, took out some compressed biscuits and water and started eating. While eating, he used his observation haki to sense Su Qiqi's cultivation level, and then he found that Su Qiqi was a 9-star E-level cultivator, only one step away from the D-level realm. Hey, you kid has been promoted to 3-star F-level? Su Qiqi asked in surprise. Yeah. Jiang Taiping said, yesterday I chose a mental method in the sutra library and practiced it all night. I feel my strength has increased a bit. I didn't expect that I could directly skip the 2-star F level and be promoted to 3-star F level. Yes, Jiang Taiping improved his surface cultivation a bit. To be exact, on the way back, he asked the lottery system of all worlds to conceal his cultivation level to 3-star F level. Originally, he had not planned to improve his cultivation to 3-star F level all at once, but thought of raising it 1 star at a time. However, considering that people from Nanshan province headquarters might arrive at any time, he decided to take bigger steps. According to Su Qiqi, people with F-level cultivation talent can increase their qi and blood by more than 10 calories a day. The history of Night Walkers he read also confirmed this, and it would not arouse suspicion if he could increase his qi and blood by more than 10 calories a day. Your training speed is quite fast. Su Qiqi sighed, and a hint of regret appeared in her beautiful eyes. Yesterday, Jiang Taiping said that his cultivation level was close to the 2-star F level. He was promoted to the 3-star F level after only practicing for 1 night, which increased his qi and blood by more than 10 cards. From this, we can see that Jiang Taiping's cultivation speed is very fast, but unfortunately, Jiang Taiping only has F-level cultivation talent. Captain, thank you for your compliment. Jiang Taiping said modestly. Su Chichi warned, practice requires relaxation and moderation, don't tense yourself too much. Yeah, I got it. Jiang Taiping nodded. Su Chichi didn't say anything else. She raised her hand and looked at her watch. There were only a few minutes left before departure. Then he pressed the microphone and said, Demon Hunter Team 9, assemble. The next moment, figures walked out from the surrounding rooms. Jiang Taiping looked at the people who walked out. There were 7 people in total, including him and Su Chichi, making it 9 people. The 7 of them were all relatively young, only around 20 years old, and all of them were at E-level cultivation. The serial numbers of 3 of them start with B, and the serial numbers of the remaining 4 start with C. This means that 3 of them have B-level cultivation talents, and 4 of them have C-level cultivation talents. Su Chichi briefly introduced the 7 teammates to Jiang Taiping. Jiang Taiping greeted the 7 people with a smile, but the 7 people looked indifferent and ashamed to be with him. Jiang Taiping didn't care either. He knew that the 7 people disliked his low talent for cultivation. My serial number starting with F is really eye-catching. But you'll soon find it's an honor to be my teammate. Jiang Taiping muttered to himself. Su Chichi noticed that the 7 people were becoming distant from Jiang Taiping. She wanted to say something, but it was almost time to depart, so she had no time to say anything. She could only find an opportunity to persuade the 7 people after completing the task. Confirm whether the headset is intact. Su Chichi said. It's fine. 7 people spoke at the same time. It's fine. Jiang Taiping followed suit. Jiang Taiping takes my car, and the rest of you can set off as usual. Su Chichi ordered. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Chichi picked up a backpack and turned to walk towards the elevator. Jiang Taiping and 8 others picked up their backpacks and followed. Take the elevator to the underground garage. Su Chichi drove Jiang Taiping, and the other 7 people got into 2 cars and drove out. Captain, what is the mission this time? Jiang Taiping asked curiously. Chapter 37. This is a trap. Please trust me once. Clear the bases of the aliens. Su Chichi explained, according to the information provided by the informant, there is a base of aliens in the Sunset Mountain east of Jiuan City. The informant also said that the aliens will move away in the afternoon. We must arrive and eliminate them before noon. Jiang Taiping's eyes suddenly brightened. There must be a lot of alien disciples in the hideout, right? Captain, how did the informant know there was a den of aliens in Sunset Mountain? The informant is also a disciple from another world. Su Chichi explained, after we caught him, he was influenced by us and became our informant. Jiang Taiping frowned. The aliens are people who have been contaminated by alien beasts. It can be said that they have betrayed humanity. Such people are different from ordinary criminals. He doubts whether such people can be reformed? Captain, is that informant reliable? Reliable. Su Chichi said, before this, he had provided us with information several times, and it was all accurate. That's good. Captain, I'm a little sleepy. I'm going to take a nap first. When we get there, call me. Jiang Taiping didn't think about it anymore. Su Chichi said it was reliable, so what else was there to think about? Perhaps those who have been contaminated by strange beasts can also find their conscience? Su Chichi was speechless. We are on a mission now, and you want to sleep? But thinking that Jiang Taiping had not slept all night and there was nothing to do at the moment, she didn't say anything. Jiang Taiping was really sleepy. He closed his eyes, leaned back in his chair and fell asleep. You fell asleep so quickly? It seems you are really sleepy, but you are so brave. Su Chichi shook her head speechlessly. It was the first time she encountered someone falling asleep during a mission. Drive forward all the way. It took more than an hour before the group finally arrived at the foot of Sunset Mountain. Wake up, we're here. Su Chichi raised her hand and pushed Jiang Taiping, who was sleeping like a dead pig. Jiang Taiping woke up instantly. He took the water from the storage compartment and washed his face to make himself more awake. Jiang Taiping, is everything okay? Su Chichi asked. Captain, there's absolutely no problem. Jiang Taiping assured. Okay, get out of the car. Su Chichi opened the door and got out of the car, and Jiang Taiping got out after her. The other 7 members of Demon Hunting Team 9 also got off the car. There is no road ahead. Leave the car here, put on your backpacks, and run forward. Su Chichi ordered. Yes, Captain. Jiang Taiping and others responded and followed Su Chichi to run towards Sunset Mountain. Along the way, Jiang Taiping used his observation haki to sense the movements around him, but he didn't find anything unusual. This made Jiang Taiping feel a little confused. This was the hideout of the aliens. Wouldn't the aliens send anyone to guard it? It took more than 10 minutes for Su Chichi, Jiang Taiping, and others to reach the halfway point of the mountain. The wooden house in front is the hideout of the aliens. Su Chichi raised her hand and pointed forward. Jiang Taiping and others looked up and saw a wooden house standing about 100 or 200 meters ahead. Spread out, find cover, and don't get noticed. Su Chichi said, according to our informant, those aliens are all E-level cultivators below 3 stars. Everyone, be careful when fighting, and keep moving forward. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Chichi crouched down, and with the help of the flowers, plants, and trees on the mountain, she tiptoed towards the wooden house. Jiang Taiping and others dispersed and walked towards the wooden house very carefully. When he walked within 20 meters of the wooden house, Jiang Taiping suddenly frowned. With the help of his observation haki, he clearly saw 10 middle-aged men in the wooden house. They all looked alert, and one of them was even standing by the window looking out, as if he had already discovered them. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the information provided by the informant is wrong. Not all of those outsiders have E-level cultivation below 3 stars. There is a middle-aged man with 2-star D-level cultivation. The next moment, Jiang Taiping's expression suddenly changed. Before, he thought the aliens were stupid for not sending anyone to guard. But now he suddenly realized that he was wrong. It was not that the aliens were stupid, but that this was a trap set for them. The aliens looked alert, not because they had discovered them, but because they had known they were coming. Because if the aliens discovered them, how could they still stay in the wooden house? You have to know that there are people with 2-star D-level cultivation among the disciples from other worlds. Such cultivation is enough to crush them, so there is no need for them to stay in the wooden house. So there is only one explanation: the aliens did not discover them, but knew they were coming a long time ago. There's definitely something wrong with that informant. Damn it, luckily I got observation haki yesterday, otherwise I would have been in trouble today. Jiang Taiping couldn't help but curse inwardly, his cheeks full of fear. The person with the highest cultivation level in the Demon Hunting Team 9 is Su Chichi, but Su Chichi only has a 9-star E-level cultivation level. If they go looking for trouble with the 2-star D-level alien cultivators, it is undoubtedly like a mouse licking a cat's nose, they are looking for death. Captain, wait. Jiang Taiping pressed the headset to stop them. Everyone stop. Su Chichi immediately gave the order and then asked, F1, what's wrong? Captain, the situation is not right. We can't take action, otherwise something big will happen. Jiang Taiping said. F1, are you kidding me? Yeah, the arrow is already on the string, and you tell me not to do it? If we don't do anything, what are we doing here? Traveling? F1, isn't this your first mission and you're scared out of your wits? Before Su Chichi could say anything, the sarcastic voices of others rang out in her headset. Are you done? If you're done, shut up. Jiang Taiping said in a deep voice, if you want to know whether I am a coward or not, just ask the captain. F1 is not for the faint of heart. Su Chichi's voice then rang out in the headset, F1, what's going on? Jiang Taiping thought for a moment and said, Captain, this doesn't feel right. If we take action, we'll all be killed. He didn't mention observation haki because no one knew what observation haki was or what it did. F1, feeling is not evidence. Give me convincing evidence. Su Chichi replied. Captain, I can't give you any definite evidence. Jiang Taiping said seriously, but my feelings are always accurate. Please trust me no matter what. If my feelings are wrong, I will leave the demon hunting hall on my own. Su Chichi frowned. What Jiang Taiping said was indeed a bit mysterious, but she could see that Jiang Taiping really wanted to stay in the demon hunting hall. Now Jiang Taiping has even said that he will leave the demon hunting hall on his own, which shows that he is not joking. F1, do you know what you are saying? Su Chichi said seriously. Captain, I know exactly what I am saying. Please believe me this time. Jiang Taiping said affirmatively. Su Chichi did not answer immediately, she was a little confused. She somewhat believed Jiang Taiping, but the mission was issued by the Demon Hunting Hall. If she didn't take action, how would she report back? After thinking for a while, Su Chichi asked, F1, if we don't take action, what do you think we should do? Chapter 38, Extreme Joy Leads to Sorrow, and the Glory Lasts Only a Minute. Seeking help. Jiang Taiping decisively expressed his thoughts and asked, Captain, what is the Hall Master's cultivation level? 6-star D rank. Then call the Hall Master over. Jiang Taiping said. The alien disciple has the cultivation level of 2-star D level, and Chao Shan with the cultivation level of 6-star D level is enough. F1, this place is a bit far from the city, and the Hallmaster can't get here in a short time. Su Chichi said. Then call the minister over. Jiang Taiping said, the minister can fly, it won't take him long to get here. Su Chichi was silent for a moment. Okay, I'll contact the minister now. Jiang Taiping breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally persuaded Su Chichi and avoided the terrible consequence of being wiped out. Team leader. Team leader. The voices of several team members were heard in the headsets. They wanted to stop it, but were interrupted directly by Su Chichi. I believe him. After saying that, Su Chichi took out her cell phone to contact Xinjiang. Captain, tell the minister exactly what I said. Jiang Taiping said. A moment later, the call was connected, and Su Chichi told Xinjiang what Jiang Taiping had said. Xinjiang made a decisive decision and he would come as soon as possible. It's not that he also believes in Jiang Taiping, but even if there is a slight possibility, he has to come and take a look. Otherwise, if it is really as Jiang Taiping said, the loss of the Demon Hunting Hall will be huge, especially for Su Chichi, a genius who was one of the few S-level cultivation talents. After hanging up the phone, Su Chichi said, the minister said he'll be here soon. Everyone stay where you are. The 7 members of the Demon Hunting Team 9 were very unhappy, but since Su Chichi said so, they had no right to object. F1, if your feeling is wrong, the captain will be punished, someone said. Shut up. Su Chichi said, I know F1 better than you all. He's not an alarmist. Also, I'm the captain, and I'm responsible for your safety. Even if what F1 said is only a tiny bit possible, I can't risk your safety. Captain, thank you for your trust. Jiang Taiping said, you will soon find that you have made a very correct decision. I hope so. Su Chichi smiled bitterly. Even though she spoke so forcefully, she wasn't very sure in her heart. After all, this kind of thing seemed a bit mysterious. Everyone, stop talking, keep silent, and wait for the minister to arrive. Su Chichi ordered. Next, Jiang Taiping, Su Chichi and other members of the Demon Hunting Team 9 lay quietly in the grass. After a few minutes, Su Chichi's phone vibrated. She took out her cell phone and saw that it was Xinjiang calling, so she answered the call immediately. Chichi, I'm already here, right next to you. Attack. Roger that, minister. Su Chichi responded and hung up the phone. The minister has arrived. Demon Hunter Team 9, listen to my orders. All members, attack. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Chichi stood up and rushed towards the wooden house. Before, she asked everyone to be careful because she was worried that the aliens would discover them and run away. Now, Xinjiang has arrived. With Xinjiang, a sea-level strongman, in charge, there is no need to worry about the aliens escaping. Jiang Taiping and other members of the Demon Hunting Team 9 followed suit and rushed towards the wooden house. Soon, Jiang Taiping, Su Chichi and others rushed to an open space in front of the wooden house. At this moment, the door of the wooden house opened and the people inside rushed out quickly. Seeing the middle-aged man in the lead, except for Jiang Taiping, Su Chichi and other members of the Demon Hunting Team 9 were all stunned. They could not sense the middle-aged man's cultivation level, which meant that the middle-aged man was at least at D level. This incident undoubtedly confirmed what Jiang Taiping said. If they launched an attack rashly, they would probably be defeated here. Realizing this, Su Chichi felt a little scared, but fortunately she chose to believe Jiang Taiping, otherwise her day would be over. The faces of the 7 members of the Demon Hunting Team 9 were filled with fear, and there was a hint of embarrassment in that fear. Just now they were all questioning Jiang Taiping, but Jiang Taiping saved their lives. Not only them, even Xinjiang who was hiding in the dark was scared. Oh, isn't this Sumerian from the Demon Hunting Team 9 of the Demon Hunting Hall of the Night Walker Joan branch? The middle-aged man said in surprise. Su Chichi's face looked extremely ugly. Now she realized that the information was wrong, and she also saw the informant. The informant was looking at her with a smug look on his face. It was obvious that the wrong information was not an accidental mistake, but was intentional. This means that the demon hunting hall has been fooled. Monkey, the Sumerians are staring at you, it seems they have discovered you, said the middle-aged man. Monkey is the informant Suchichi mentioned. Brother Tiger, what if she finds out? It's too late now. The monkey laughed. Well done. The middle-aged man laughed and said, before, I thought I could just catch a few small shrimps, but I didn't expect to catch the top genius beauty of the Juan branch. After I'm done playing, I'll reward you with some fun. Thank you, Brother Tiger. The monkey said excitedly, I've been thinking about her for a long time, and I never thought I'd be able to have sex with her. Ha, you can eat meat if you follow me, Brother Tiger, said the middle-aged man proudly. Suchichi ignored Brother Tiger. She looked at Monkey and asked coldly, why? There is a future in following the strange beast, the monkey laughed. Since you have no remorse, why do you provide us with accurate information? Suchichi asked again. If I don't give you a little sweet taste, will you be fooled? Brother Tiger laughed and said, don't you think it's worth it to trade a few small shrimps for your team? Suchichi's face turned extremely pale. At first, they were still on guard, but the pieces of information provided by the monkey were very accurate, which made them think that the monkey was truly remorseful and they let down their guard. However, what she didn't expect was that this was actually a long-planned trap. Sume, here I come. Brother Who laughed loudly and rushed towards Suchichi. At this moment, a figure fell rapidly from the air and landed in front of Suchichi. This figure was none other than Shinjan. Shinjan? When he saw Shinjan, Brother Who's face suddenly changed, and he wanted to flee frantically the first moment. You still want to run away from me? Shinjan sneered, he raised his hand and gently shook hands with Brother Who. An invisible force imprisoned Brother Who, and then Brother Who flew towards Shinjan and landed at Shinjan's feet. Minister Chin. Minister Chin, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Brother Tiger begged for mercy, I will turn from darkness to light and help you deal with the monsters. Please spare my life. Shut up. Shinjan said coldly. Brother Who couldn't help but shudder, and then he shut up decisively. Demon Hunting Team 9, kill them. Shinjan ordered. He did not attack the remaining people, not because he was disdainful, but because he wanted the Demon Hunting Team 9 to take action, so as to train the Demon Hunting Team 9 and increase their combat experience. Yes, Minister. Suchichi, Jiang Taiping, and the other members of the Demon Hunting Team 9 responded and rushed towards the remaining alien disciples. Chapter 39 Shame on You. Shinjan's promise. There are 9 people in the Demon Hunting Team 9, and the remaining aliens are also 9 people. Suchichi, Jiang Taiping, and other members of the Demon Hunting Team 9 just happened to find someone each. The Demon Hunting Team 9 is in high spirits, but the aliens have no desire to fight. The reason is that the Demon Hunting Team 9 has the big boss Shinjan in charge. Bang! Suchichi knocked a disciple from another world away with one punch and directly killed him. She has the cultivation level of 9 stars E level, so it is easy for her to defeat those with the cultivation level of 3 stars or less E level. After killing a disciple from another world, Suchichi wanted to help Jiang Taiping. In her opinion, Jiang Taiping only had 3-star F level cultivation, and he was definitely no match for the E level alien. But the next moment, she saw Jiang Taiping, holding a dagger, actually suppressing the alien disciple. What's going on? Suchichi was a little confused. Since when could someone with F-level cultivation defeat someone with E-level cultivation? Shinjan was also paying attention to Jiang Taiping. He was also stunned by this scene. He seemed to be dazzled and rubbed his eyes and looked again, but the situation he saw was the same as before. Chichi, what's going on with this kid? Shinjan couldn't help but ask. Minister, I don't know either. Suchichi said in confusion. Shinjan stared at Jiang Taiping for a while and sighed, this kid's martial arts are very exquisite. He didn't fight the alien disciples head-on, but relied on his exquisite martial arts to deal with them, thus avoiding the lack of strength. Suchichi nodded. What Shinjan said made sense. However, what they didn't know was that Jiang Taiping did it on purpose, and he didn't attack the alien's throat in order to avoid exposing a flaw. You know, the 4 aliens he killed when he transformed into Spider-Man all had their throats cut. If not, facing the weakened aliens, he would have ended the battle long ago. Chichi, when did this kid get promoted to 3-star F level? Shinjan asked. This morning. Su Chichi said. He moved to the branch office yesterday afternoon and then went to the sutra library. He stayed there until this morning. He didn't come out until I called him. Xinjiang was stunned. A trace of regret appeared on his cheek. The reason for his regret was the same as Su Chichi's. Jiang Taiping was good at everything and worked very hard, but his talent for cultivation was too poor. By the way, Chichi, have you told him about that? Xinjiang asked. I've already said it. Su Chichi knew that Xinjiang was asking about the matter of Nanshan provincial headquarters sending people to test Jiang Taiping. Squeak. At this moment, Jiang Taiping stabbed the alien in the chest with a knife, ending the battle. Xinjiang and Su Chichi looked at each other, both of their faces filled with shock. Jiang Taiping, who had 3-star F-level cultivation, actually killed a 1-star E-level alien in a head-on fight? Jiang Taiping looked around and felt a little depressed. Except for Su Chichi, the others have not finished fighting yet. Those aliens are both experienced treasures and lottery card extraction machines to him. He really wants to steal the monsters. But he thought about it and decided to give up. It was immoral to steal monsters, and the members of the Demon Hunting Team 9 had the upper hand. It was only a matter of time before they would kill the aliens. There was no need for him to intervene. Well. Jiang Taiping sighed deeply and walked over to Xinjiang and Su Chichi. Xiao Jiang, well done. Xinjiang praised. Thank you for your compliment, Minister. Jiang Taiping said modestly that alien was frightened, otherwise it would not be easy to kill him. Su Chichi looked up at the sky. This guy started to keep a low profile again. Xinjiang didn't think much about it, because he thought so too. Before long, the members of Demon Hunting Team 9 killed the aliens one after another and ended the battle. Xiao Jiang. Xinjiang said awkwardly, to be honest, when you passed the Demon Hunting Hall test, I kind of regretted letting you take it. But now I don't regret it at all. I'm even glad I made that decision. If Jiang Taiping had not sensed the danger in advance and persisted, the Demon Hunting Team 9 would have all been killed here today. If such a thing really happens, the Zhuan branch will become famous, not a good name, but a bad name. Because since the establishment of the Night Walkers, no demon hunting team has ever been wiped out by aliens. Especially since Demon Hunting Team 9 also has Su Chichi, one of the few geniuses with S-level cultivation talent in the entire Dragon Kingdom. If Su Chichi dies here, it will be a huge loss for the Night Walkers. At that time, as the director of the Zhuan branch, he would probably have to resign and even become a sinner of the Night Walker. So Jiang Taiping not only saved the Demon Hunting Team 9, but also saved him. Minister, I am a member of the Demon Hunting Team 9, and this is what I should do. Jiang Taiping said. F1, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you before. F1, I was wrong, please don't bother with me. The members of Demon Hunting Team 9 all apologized. It's okay, I understand. Jiang Taiping laughed and said, in this world, the strong are supreme. I have poor cultivation talent, so it's normal for you to look down on me. The 7 members of Demon Hunting Team 9 were so ashamed that they wanted to find a hole to crawl into. They looked down on Jiang Taiping, ignored him, and even mocked him after he said there was a problem. But Jiang Taiping saved their lives. Now Jiang Taiping not only did not make a fuss with them, but also said that he understood them. Such a narrow mind really makes them ashamed. Looking at the shame-filled faces of the others, Jiang Taiping muttered to himself, you little brats, you actually dared to look down on me, ignore me, and even mock me. I'm so ashamed of you. But he just wanted to vent his anger on a few people and had no plans to do anything else. After all, they were all teammates. Speaking of this, let me say a few words. Su Chichi said, in this world, the strong are supreme, but don't look down on others just because you have good cultivation talent, because those with poor cultivation talent may not be inferior to you in other areas. What's more, we are teammates. Teammates should help each other, not despise each other. If Jiang Taiping hadn't ignored your ridicule and insisted on his own opinion today, and instead walked away in anger, what do you think would have happened to us today? Captain, we know we were wrong. The 7 members of Demon Hunting Team 9 lowered their heads one by one. Su Chichi didn't say anything else. Seeing that Su Chichi had no intention of speaking again, Xinjiang said, Xiaojiang, I can't guarantee that you will be able to stay in the Demon Hunting Hall, but I can guarantee that I will do my best to help you stay there. He made such a promise because Jiang Taiping's super sense of crisis was too important to the Demon Hunting Hall. Today, Jiang Taiping saved the Demon Hunting Team 9 and saved him, which is enough to prove this. This also made Jiang Taiping's importance in his heart soar. Thank you, Minister. Jiang Taiping expressed his gratitude. He didn't need Qin Zhan's promise at all because he could solve it himself, but this obviously couldn't be said. Qin Zhan didn't say anything more and turned his gaze to Brother Hu. Jiang Taiping then looked at Brother Hu, his eyes flickering, and it was obvious that he was planning to take advantage of Brother Hu. Chapter 40, Word Game? Make a fortune. Just now you said you wanted to abandon the dark and join the light. Qin Zhan looked at Brother Hu. It's no use just talking, you have to show your sincerity. Of course I know a den of aliens. Brother Hu's eyes flashed, and he told everyone about the hideouts of the alien disciples he knew about. You better not lie to me, or I'll make you wish you were dead. Qin Zhan took out his cell phone and made a call. After a moment, he said, Lao Chao, I got a piece of news. It's the lair of the aliens. You take people. Brother Hu's expression suddenly changed. He made up a place to fool Qin Zhan, but he didn't expect that Qin Zhan would immediately call Chao Shan to bring people over. If he waited for Chao Shan to go over, wouldn't his lies be exposed on the spot? Minister Qin. Minister Qin, wait. Brother Hu said hurriedly, I suddenly remembered that the aliens in that den have already evacuated. Lao Chao, wait a moment, I'll call you back later. Qin Zhan hung up the phone after he finished speaking. He looked at Brother Hu and said coldly, I'll give you one last chance. I hope you'll seize it and don't let me down. Listen carefully, this is the last chance. Yes, yes, yes. Brother Hu was sweating profusely as he mentioned another hideout of a disciple from another world. Qin Zhan took out his cell phone and called again, but when he saw that Brother Hu's expression did not change, he put the phone back in his pocket. It's just a den, it's not sincere enough. I want full sincerity. Qin. Minister Qin, don't worry, I have repented and will tell you all the hideouts of the aliens that I know of. Please believe me. Brother Hu promised. Then say it. Qin Zhan said. This. Brother Hu hesitated for a moment and said, Minister Qin. Minister Qin, if you promise not to kill me, I will tell you. Bargaining with me is your sincerity? Qin Zhan said coldly, don't forget, you are now a prisoner. Your life is in my hands. You have no right to bargain with me. You only have one choice, show enough sincerity to impress me. Qin. Minister Qin. Brother Hu wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Qin Zhan before he could finish his words. Don't you understand what I'm saying? As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Zhan raised his right foot and stepped on Brother Hu's right leg. Snap. There was a crisp sound of bones breaking, and Brother Hu's right leg broke. Ah. Immediately afterwards, a pig slaughtering scream came out of Brother Hu's mouth. Do you want me to say it again? Qin Zhan asked. Brother Hu was a little hesitant. He was worried that Qin Zhan would turn against him and kill him after he revealed the locations of all the alien disciples. It seems that your sincerity was just a lie. If that's the case, then go to hell. Qin Zhan didn't give Brother Hu too much time to think. As he spoke, he raised his foot and stepped on Brother Hu's head. Seeing this, Brother Hu said quickly, I'll tell you. Qin Zhan's right foot stopped in front of Brother Hu, but he didn't retract it. He said, speak. Brother Hu quickly named several alien hideouts. Just these few? You still lack sincerity. Qin Zhan sighed. Brother Hu feels aggrieved. He has already mentioned several locations of disciples from other worlds, so why is he still not sincere? If there are only these few, you can go to hell. Qin Zhan continued. There's one more. There are still many aliens in this den. Brother Hu revealed another alien hideout. I ask a question and you answer it. Is this your sincerity? Qin Zhan said coldly. Minister Qin. Minister Qin, I have told you all the hideouts of the aliens that I know of. Brother Hu was almost crying. You have no sincerity at all, you can go to hell. As Qin Zhan said this, he was about to continue stepping on Brother Hu's head. Minister Qin. Minister Qin, there is really nothing left, really, I promise. Brother Hu said incoherently. Qin Zhan thought for a moment, then removed his right foot from Brother Hu's head. He warned, I'm going to call someone right now to verify the location of the alien disciples you mentioned. If there's any mistake, I'll make you wish you were dead. Brother Hu breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly said, Minister Qin, please verify. I guarantee that nothing is wrong. Qin Zhan nodded and said, that's right, then you deserve to die. Brother Hu's expression suddenly froze. Yes, he deserved to die. What was going on? But he reacted the next moment and roared, "Sheen, are you kidding me? You are not sincere. Forget it, I won't play word games with you anymore. I've suffered this loss once, and that's enough. Do you think I'll suffer it a second time? From today on, Nightwalker will no longer trust any aliens. If we encounter one, we will only have one choice: kill them without mercy." As soon as he finished speaking, Xinjiang raised his foot and stepped on Brother Hu's head. At this moment, a voice of stopping suddenly sounded. "Minister, wait a minute." This voice of resistance came from Jiang Taiping. Xinjiang stopped immediately. He looked at Jiang Taiping and asked doubtfully, "Xiao Jiang, is there something wrong?" "Minister, I have a request." "Can I kill him?" Jiang Taiping asked. Xinjiang was a little surprised. "Isn't it the same if you kill him or if I kill him? Can it be the same? If you kill him, I won't get anything. But if I kill him, I can absorb his energy and blood, and I can also get a lottery card." Jiang Taiping muttered to himself, but he couldn't say it out loud. After thinking for a while, Jiang Taiping explained, "Minister, the result is the same, but you must have killed many D-level aliens, and I haven't killed a D-level alien yet. I want to experience what it feels like to kill a D-level alien." "Okay, then let you do it." Xinjiang agreed decisively. What he wanted was to kill Brother Hu, no matter who did it. Besides, Jiang Taiping has made great contributions today. There is no need to reject Jiang Taiping because of such a small matter. "Thank you, Minister." Jiang Taiping was almost drooling. Brother Hu has D-level cultivation. If you kill Brother Hu, you will definitely be able to absorb a lot of energy and blood and get a lot of lottery cards. As if he was afraid that Xinjiang would go back on his word, Jiang Taiping stabbed Brother Hu's chest with a dagger after he finished speaking. The next moment, the somewhat mechanical voice of the lottery system of all worlds rang in Jiang Taiping's mind. Bite. The host killed an enemy and obtained 222 low-level lottery cards. At the same time, Jiang Taiping clearly felt a warm current entering his body. That warm current was much stronger than any other warm current he had ever felt. Apparently, just as he thought, killing Brother Hu allowed him to absorb a lot of energy and blood. Xinjiang nodded imperceptibly. Jiang Taiping's move was decisive and ruthless enough. "Xiao Jiang, you've done a great job today." Xinjiang said, "Not only did you save the Demon Hunting Team 9, but you also let us know the locations of many alien disciples. According to the rules of the Demon Hunting Hall, I will reward you with a high-level Qi and Blood pill." "Thank you, Minister." Jiang Taiping was very surprised. A high-level Qi and Blood pill could be sold for 2 million. "I absorbed a lot of energy and blood, obtained more than 200 low-level lottery cards, and earned 2 million. This trip today was not in vain, I made a lot of money. And these are not all the harvests today." Chapter 41, Old Silver Coins Grab Monsters. This is reality. Xinjiang just interrogated Brother Hu and got the locations of many alien disciples' hideouts. Jiang Taiping did not forget about this matter. He was also thinking about the hideouts of these alien disciples. If we can wipe out all these alien dens, we will definitely gain more. "Xiao Jiang, this is what you deserve." Xinjiang shook his head, took out a high-level Qi and Blood pill and handed it to Jiang Taiping. The members of Demon Hunting Team 9 were all envious. That was a high-level Qi and Blood pill, and they wanted it too. But they were just envious and had no objection to the reward Xinjiang gave to Jiang Taiping. Not to mention Jiang Taiping's life-saving grace, Jiang Taiping's achievements alone are enough to qualify him to receive the advanced Qi and Blood pill. Jiang Taiping took the advanced Qi and Blood pill, put it in his pocket, and then put it into the system warehouse. He didn't bother being polite with Xinjiang anymore. He looked at Su Qiqi and asked, "Captain? What's wrong?" Su Qiqi asked. Jiang Taiping was speechless. "Is your reaction too slow?" But Su Qiqi didn't react, he could only remind, "Captain, those alien disciples' hideouts." Su Qiqi suddenly understood. She looked at Xinjiang and said, "Minister, you just interrogated and uncovered a number of alien dens. Demon Hunting Team 9 requests to go into battle." "No need, I'll deal with them myself." Xinjiang shook his head, a chill appeared on his cheeks. He almost suffered a big loss today, which made him very angry, and there is a price to pay for being angry. "Minister, those aliens' hideouts are just a bunch of small fry. If you deal with them yourself, isn't that like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut?" It's better for our demon hunting team 9 to take action. Jiang Taiping spoke immediately. He was also hoping to raid the dens of those aliens to increase today's harvest. If Qin Zhan takes action, he will get nothing. How can this be possible? It feels like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Qin Zhan nodded, then suddenly changed the subject and said, "But the aliens dared to plot against us. I want to let them know that they will pay a huge price for doing so. This will serve as a warning to them and make them behave themselves." Jiang Taiping was filled with black lines on his head. After hearing Qin Zhan's first words, he was secretly happy, but the following words made a 180-degree turn. "Minister, what you said makes sense, but didn't you just call the hall master?" Su Qiqi said. "I was just pretending to see if what that guy said was true," Qin Zhan said. Su Qiqi and others were stunned. Was it just an act? This guy is such an old silver coin, he even fooled me. Jiang Taiping couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Just now he thought Qin Zhan really called Xia Shan. It's settled now. Qiqi, take the team back and rest. Qin Zhan made the decision immediately, then took off into the air and left quickly. Watching Qin Zhan leave, Jiang Taiping's heart was bleeding, and the blood and lottery card that were about to reach his mouth flew away. Do you want to go grab a wave of monsters? A thought flashed through Jiang Taiping's mind. But he quickly rejected the idea. Qin Zhan's old silver coin can fly. When he rushes over, he will only be left collecting the corpses of the alien disciples. You old silver coin, do you have any shame? You actually stole my monster. Jiang Taiping was so depressed that he couldn't help cursing in his heart. Let's go. Su Qiqi called out to Jiang Taiping and others, and rushed towards the foot of Sunset Mountain. Jiang Taiping and others followed. Jiang Taiping, you have already joined the demon hunting hall. Why did the minister say that he would try his best to keep you there? Someone asked. Because of the demon hunting hall's unspoken rules, and because my cultivation talent is too poor. Jiang Taiping did not hide anything and roughly told the story that the Nanshan provincial headquarters wanted to cancel his membership in the demon hunting hall. I've already joined the demon hunting hall, how can this happen? That's right, isn't this too much? What kind of bullshit are these unspoken rules? They're all outdated conventions that should have been broken long ago. No, we have to think of a way to prevent Jiang Taiping from being expelled from the Demon Hunting Hall. The members of Demon Hunting Team 9 all spoke up for Jiang Taiping and said they wanted to help Jiang Taiping. Jiang Taiping was not surprised at all. If it weren't for what happened today, none of his teammates, except Su Qiqi, would oppose the decision of the Nanshan provincial headquarters. Now his teammates have spoken out against it because they have seen his value. To be precise, his teammates are not fools and they realize the terrifying effect of observation hockey when in action. It is precisely for this reason that his teammates are reluctant to let him leave. This is also the reason why he dared to say that it was an honor to be his teammate. Although he understood it, Jiang Taiping did not feel dissatisfied with his teammates. Because this world is so realistic, only when you are valuable can you get the attention of others. I appreciate everyone's kindness. Jiang Taiping said, I can handle this myself, so don't interfere. Listen to Jiang Taiping, don't interfere. Su Qiqi said immediately. Even Qin Zhan cannot easily change the decision of the Nanshan provincial headquarters, let alone the members of the Demon Hunting Team 9. Moreover, if the members of the Demon Hunting Team 9 interfere recklessly, it may cause more trouble. After hearing what Jiang Taiping and Su Qiqi said, the members of Demon Hunting Team 9 didn't say anything else. In fact, they also knew that they were powerless and could not help Jiang Taiping, and they just said that to show their willingness to be teammates with Jiang Taiping, and to make up for their previous contempt for Jiang Taiping. After arriving at the foot of Sunset Mountain, Su Qiqi, Jiang Taiping and others drove towards the Zhuan branch of the Night Travelers. Captain, do you want the advanced Qi and blood pill? Jiang Taiping asked. No? Su Qiqi asked in surprise, you already have over 2 million, and you still want to sell it? 2 million isn't a lot. I can't even afford your car. Jiang Taiping said, you don't need to persuade me. I must sell it. Just tell me whether you want it or not. How much does it cost? Su Qiqi said decisively. Jiang Taiping was determined to sell it, and no amount of persuasion from her could help. And only a fool would not want the high-level Qi and blood pill. The old price, 2 million. Jiang Taiping said. Jiang Taiping, are you stupid? You can sell it at a higher price. Su Qiqi said. Captain, I'm not stupid, I just don't want to take advantage of outsiders. Jiang Taiping smiled and said, "You are the only one in the demon hunting hall who didn't ignore me just because of my poor cultivation talent. And just based on what you just said, I would rather make less money and sell it to you." A complex look emerged in Su Chichi's beautiful eyes. She just felt that all people were equal and should not be treated differently based on their cultivation talents. This seemed like a very normal thing to her, but she didn't expect to receive Jiang Taiping's gratitude. "Then I won't be polite to you." Su Chichi took out her cell phone and directly transferred 2 million to Jiang Taiping. Jiang Taiping handed the high-level qi and blood pill to Su Chichi and said, "Captain, I'll sleep a little longer." Su Chichi was speechless. This guy wanted to sleep again? However, what she didn't know was that Jiang Taiping was not going to sleep this time, but wanted to take stock of today's gains. Chapter 42, 3 stars increased. The lottery is really terrible. Summon the lottery system of all worlds. Host, Jiang Taiping. Age, 18. Realm, E level. Qi and blood, 401 cards. Talents, Devour God level, Sword Embryo S level. 401 calories? That's a full 249 calories more. Jiang Taiping's eyes suddenly widened, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his cheeks. Before the mission, his Qi and HP were 152 calories. During the mission, not counting Brother who was stabbed to death by him, he only killed one alien disciple with a 1-star E-level cultivation level. According to past experience, killing a 1-star E-level alien can absorb more than 10 calories of blood, which means that when he stabbed Brotherhood to death, he absorbed more than 230 calories of blood. It's worth all my efforts to snatch the monster from old silver coin. His cultivation level jumped directly from 1-star E-level to 4-star E-level, a 3-star increase. This is enough to be called a huge increase in cultivation level. This monster is so damn worth it. Jiang Taiping was so excited. However, he also knew that this kind of situation of killing enemies above one's level was purely an isolated case and difficult to replicate. But his cultivation level increased dramatically, and when he goes to the demon hunting garden again, he can kill higher level monsters. Killing high-level monsters absorbs more energy and blood than killing low-level monsters, so there are still many benefits brought by this sudden increase in cultivation level. Jiang Taiping, didn't you say you wanted to sleep? Su Chichi's voice suddenly rang out. Why are your eyes as big as ping-pong balls and your face so excited? Hearing this, Jiang Taiping immediately realized that Su Chichi was still sitting next to him. Captain, I'm sleeping here. Jiang Taiping didn't explain, he just closed his eyes as he spoke. Su Chichi had a strange look on her face. Could it be that this guy was happy because he made 2 million today? But she only thought about it for a moment, then concentrated on driving towards the Night Walker Joan branch. Jiang Taiping forced himself to suppress the excitement in his heart and opened the system warehouse again. There are 320 lottery cards in the warehouse. 56 of the lottery cards are from the past, and the remaining 264 lottery cards are today's harvest. Lottery system of all worlds, combine 3 advanced lottery cards and 2 intermediate lottery cards. Jiang Taiping said in his heart. 3 high-level draw cards and 2 mid-level draw cards have been synthesized, consuming 320 low-level draw cards. Jiang Taiping did not start the lottery immediately. He was considering whether to warm up with the intermediate lottery cards first, or go straight to the advanced lottery cards. After thinking it over for a while, Jiang Taiping decided not to warm up with the intermediate lottery card, but to directly use the advanced lottery card to draw. Lottery system of all worlds, 3 consecutive draws of advanced lottery cards. Jiang Taiping said in his heart. Start the lottery, consume 3 advanced lottery cards. Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating. Jiang Taiping's face turned dark instantly. He had used the advanced lottery card many times and had always gotten something every time, but this time he got 3 consecutive thanks for participating. If he hadn't won good things with the high-end lottery cards, he would probably suspect that the high-end lottery cards were counterfeit goods. At this time, Jiang Taiping regretted not using the intermediate lottery card to warm up, but it was too late to regret it. My luck is a bit bad today. Jiang Taiping sighed secretly, gritted his teeth and continued to draw the lottery. He wanted to see how bad his luck would be today. Lottery system of all worlds, 2 consecutive draws of intermediate lottery cards. Jiang Taiping said, gritting his teeth. Start the lottery, consume 2 intermediate lottery cards. Bite. Congratulations to the host for winning the prize and obtaining the sword move 1 sword immortal kneeling. Bite. Congratulations to the host for winning the prize and obtaining the sword move 2 sleeves green snake. While the lottery system of all worlds was speaking, two pieces of information flooded into Jiang Taiping's mind. That is the practice method of the sword moves immortal kneels with 1 sword and 2 sleeves of green snake. Jiang Taiping was a little confused. Before, he was full of anticipation, but ended up receiving 3 consecutive thanks for participating. Now, he was ready to thank you for participating twice in a row, but he won 2 prizes in a row. Lottery system of all worlds, are you kidding me? But then again, even if the lottery system of all worlds was playing tricks on him, he was having a lot of fun. Because winning is definitely better than just saying thank you for participating, and the prize is a sword move. With sword moves, the soft swords equipped in the demon hunting hall will be put to good use. After being stunned for a long time, Jiang Taiping finally came to his senses. Oh, the lottery is so annoying. Extreme sorrow and joy, even people with weak hearts can't stand it. The lottery is also a mystery. Expect too much and you'll be disappointed, but don't expect too much and you'll often be pleasantly surprised. We must keep a normal mind in life, and the same applies to lottery draws. Jiang Taiping couldn't help but sigh a few times, then closed the lottery system interface. Would you like to practice in your mind? A thought flashed through Jiang Taiping's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. When he was on a mission before, he was full of energy and forgot about being sleepy. Now that I have completed the task and my mind is relaxed, I suddenly feel sleepy and my head feels dizzy. Practicing in this situation is a complete waste of effort, so just take a break. He also did not ask about the purpose of the sword moves 1 sword immortal kneeling and 2 sleeves of green snake in the lottery of all worlds system. Sword moves are used for fighting and killing enemies, there is no need to ask. He also knew the sword moves 1 sword makes the immortal kneel and 2 sleeves of green snakes, which were Li Chuangong's famous skills. However, Li Chuangong's most powerful sword move is to open the sky gate with 1 sword. Jiang Taiping is looking forward to the sword move that will open the sky gate. He believed that with the sword moves 1 sword makes the immortal kneel and 2 sleeves of green snakes, it was only a matter of time before he could draw the sword move 1 sword opens the gate of heaven. Not long after, Jiang Taiping fell into a deep sleep. By the time we arrived at the Night Walker Zhuan branch, it was already noon. Jiang Taiping, wake up. Su Chichi raised her hand and pushed Jiang Taiping, who was sleeping like a dead pig. Are we there yet? Jiang Taiping said sleepily, Captain, I'm going back to sleep. Call me if you need anything. Don't push yourself so hard in the future. Rest when you need to. Su Chichi warned Jiang Taiping and said, go back to sleep. Oh. Jiang Taiping responded, and in a daze, he took the elevator to the 9th floor with Su Chichi, and then returned to the room. Take a break and practice at night. Jiang Taiping muttered something and fell on the bed with his back to the sky without even taking off his combat uniform. This guy, he doesn't even forget to practice when he's sleeping. Also, how sleepy is this? The door isn't even closed, and the combat uniform isn't even taken off. Su Chichi sighed and helped Jiang Taiping close the door. However, what she didn't know was that the cultivation Jiang Taiping was talking about was not to improve his cultivation, but to practice sword moves and sword controlling techniques. Time passed quietly while Jiang Taiping was snoring. Soon, the afternoon passed and it was evening. According to Jiang Taiping's plan, he planned to go out at night to practice sword moves and sword controlling techniques. But unfortunately, plans are just plans. He hasn't had much rest for 2 consecutive days and is still sleeping soundly. What he didn't know was that while he was sleeping, a big event happened in Zhuan City. Chapter 43, Old Silver Coin Misled Me, Fully Armed. Early morning. Jiang Taiping's tightly closed eyes slowly opened. The next moment, he seemed to have thought of something, sat up suddenly, and took out his cell phone from his pocket. Fuck, it's already 8 in the morning. A sound of surprise came out of Jiang Taiping's mouth. He raised his hand and patted his forehead, a look of regret appearing on his cheek. Yesterday he had planned to go out to practice sword moves and sword controlling techniques before dark, but he overslept. No. How could this just be oversleeping? He clearly slept through the night, and even woke up naturally. Oh, what a waste of an evening. Forget it, it's already wasted. There's no point thinking about it anymore. Jiang Taiping sighed. He took off his combat uniform, put it in the system warehouse, then went to the bathroom to wash up briefly and walked towards the door. As soon as the door was opened, a jade fist hit Jiang Taiping. Jiang Taiping was stunned. Captain, you're going to play little fist pounding games with me so early in the morning? Who played the little fist pounding chest game with you? Su Chichi rolled her eyes at Jiang Taiping and explained, I wanted to knock on the door, but you were about to open it. I didn't react in time and knocked on you. Oh. Jiang Taiping asked expectantly, Captain, are you here to see me for a mission? No. Su Chichi said, I thought it was getting late, so I came over to wake you up. You really can sleep a lot. You've been sleeping since you came back yesterday at noon, a full 17 or 18 hours. Even a pig can't sleep as long as you. Am I not too sleepy? Jiang Taiping awkwardly changed the subject. Captain, do you have any mission today? No, and I'm afraid there won't be any more missions in the next period of time. Su Chichi said. Ah? Jiang Taiping was stunned again. Captain, what's going on? Yesterday, the minister massacred several dens of aliens, killing nearly 100 people. He even hung the bodies of the aliens up as a warning to them. He even recorded the incident and uploaded it online. Su Chichi took out her phone and opened a video, saying, Look, the minister is so domineering. Watching the video of Qinzhan slaughtering the aliens as easily as cutting melons and vegetables, Jiang Taiping's heart was bleeding. These were all his experience babies and lottery card extraction machines, and they were all destroyed by that old silver coin Qinzhan. The minister also threatened us not to be the lackeys of the alien beasts, let alone touch his bottom line, otherwise he would turn Zhouwen City upside down and catch all the aliens in Zhouwen City. Su Chichi continued, the minister was really angry about the schemes by the aliens yesterday. With what he did, the frightened aliens should calm down a bit, and we can have some peace for a while. Old silver coin misled me. Jiang Taiping couldn't help but let out a silent long sigh. He really doesn't want to live in peace. It's not that he doesn't tea like Anqing, but Anqing can't improve his cultivation and can't get the lottery card. But then again, he also knew that Qinzhan's actions were a great thing for Zhouwen City. I guess there's nothing to do today. What are you planning to do? Su Chichi asked. Jiang Taiping thought for a moment and said, either go to the sutra library to read, or find a place to practice cultivation. Well, don't push yourself so hard. Su Chichi continued, you just got up and haven't eaten yet. There's a restaurant on the first floor. The food tastes pretty good, and it's free. Go eat. Okay, Captain. I'm going to eat then. Jiang Taiping nodded and walked towards the elevator. After arriving on the first floor, Jiang Taiping had some breakfast in the restaurant, then left the Zhuan branch and took a taxi to the demon hunting garden. There are no tasks to do today, and he wants to improve his cultivation as quickly as possible, so he can only go to the demon hunting garden. On the way, Jiang Taiping got off at a clothing market. He bought a long black robe and a pair of sunglasses. The alien attack on the school the day before gave him an inspiration, which was to use a long black robe to hide his identity. As for Spider-Man's suit, he can't wear it in the demon hunt. One reason is that it is too conspicuous, and the other is that Su Chichi has become suspicious. When they were still some distance away from the demon hunting garden, Jiang Taiping got out of the car again. After finding a deserted place, Jiang Taiping changed into a long black robe, put on sunglasses and a mask, and swaggered towards the demon hunting garden. Alas, I'm the only one who comes to the demon hunting garden to kill enemies like a thief. Jiang Taiping said self-deprecatingly. However, in order to avoid being targeted by thieves and to live longer, it is still necessary to do this. Seeing the fully armed Jiang Taiping, the guards of the demon hunting garden were speechless. It's not shameful for you to come to the demon hunting garden to practice, so is it necessary to wrap yourself up so tightly? They never thought that Jiang Taiping was a person from another world, because people from other worlds would never come to the demon hunting garden. This time, Jiang Taiping didn't wait for the guard to speak before punching the huge obsidian next to the entrance of the demon hunting garden. Immediately afterwards, 4 orange beams of light burst out from the obsidian. For star E level. The guard said, you can only go 1,300 meters deep, or your life will be in danger. Remember this. Jiang Taiping nodded and stepped into the black light curtain. He chose to reveal his true cultivation level in order to cover it up, or to prevent Su Chichi from suspecting him. You know, Su Chichi knew that he had entered the demon hunting garden last time. Who knows if Su Chichi will know this time? The next moment, Jiang Taiping appeared in the demon hunting garden. After looking around and confirming that there was no one around, Jiang Taiping took off his black robe, mask and sunglasses, then put on Spider-Man's clothes, put on a black robe, and put on a mask and sunglasses. There are many trees in the demon hunting garden. In this case, the effect of Spider-Man's clothes can be brought to the limit, and he put on a black robe, a mask, and sunglasses to prevent other people in the demon hunting garden from discovering his identity as Spider-Man. After making good cover, Jiang Taiping walked out of the safe zone and headed deep into the dense forest. At the same time, his observation haki was unleashed, and a dagger appeared out of thin air in his hand. The last time Jiang Taiping entered the demon hunting garden was when he first entered the demon hunting garden and didn't know much about it. At that time, he had only cultivation but no martial arts skills. A dagger might not be as useful as fists and feet. Hiding the dagger might be able to surprise the enemy at a critical moment. But this time, he had martial arts and equipment, so there was no need to hide them anymore. Soon, a strange beast wanted to sneak attack Jiang Taiping. Under the perception of observation haki, those strange beasts hiding in the grass seemed to be standing right in front of Jiang Taiping. The strange beasts on the edge did not have high cultivation levels, which meant their sneak attacks were doomed to be useless. Before they could even get close to Jiang Taiping, they were killed by Jiang Taiping with one punch. Jiang Taiping did not look for strange beasts outside the forest. The cultivation level of the strange beasts outside is too low, and they cannot absorb much blood and energy. It is a waste of time to look for strange beasts outside. However, if he encounters it head-on, he will still deal with it easily. After all, no matter how small a mosquito leg is, it is still meat. As Jiang Taiping continued to move forward, he quickly went deeper into the dense forest. Then he suddenly understood the good intentions of the Night Walker. Chapter 44, Demon Hunting Back Garden, Deadly Crisis. The last time Jiang Taiping came to the demon hunting garden, he felt that the strange beasts within 100 meters outside the forest were a bit weak. But at that time, he was only concerned with killing strange beasts and improving his cultivation, so he didn't think much about it. This time when he came to the demon hunting garden, with his observation haki, Jiang Taiping could clearly sense the cultivation level of the strange beasts. As he went deeper into the dense forest, he discovered some things. The exotic beasts within 100 meters outside the forest are all 1-star F-level cultivation, but they are just entering the 1-star F level, with no more than 13 cards of blood and energy. The last time he came to the demon hunting garden, they had 18 cards of blood and energy. It is normal to feel that the exotic beasts are a little weak. The strange beasts within a range of 100 to 200 meters also have a 1-star F-level cultivation base, but their chi and blood are between 13 and 19 cards. No wonder the guard warned him not to go deeper than 100 meters, otherwise his life would be in danger. The strange beasts within the range of 200 to 300 meters are of 2-star F-level cultivation. After that, for every 100 meters of depth, the beast's cultivation level will increase by 1 star. This means that the exotic beasts in the demon hunting garden have extremely clear level divisions and territorial limits. This is not the point. The point is that the strange beasts strictly move within their own range. This can be seen from the fact that some strange beasts clearly want to attack him, but they stand still and wait until he steps into the activity range of those strange beasts before launching an attack. Low-level exotic beasts have little intelligence, and most of them are bloodthirsty and violent, but they strictly adhere to their range of activities. Add to that the fact that the demon hunting garden was built by the Night Walkers, and there is only one explanation. It is the rule of the Night Walkers not to cross the range, and this rule has also been engraved into the subconscious of the strange beasts. As for why the Night Walker did this? It's very simple, it's to protect the Night Walkers in the trial. After all, the demon hunting garden was established to allow Night Walkers to undergo trials, not to die. Although Night Walkers are somewhat pedantic, for example, they don't allow people with F-level cultivation talents to enter the demon hunting hall. But the Night Walkers are still very protective of their own members. Jiang Taiping sighed and continued to go deeper into the dense forest. Soon, he came to the range of 1,200 to 1,300 meters. The strange beasts in this range are all 3-star E-level cultivation, while the strange beasts 1,300 meters away are 4-star E-level cultivation. This incident also confirmed Jiang Taiping's judgment. The Night Walker lets the person undergoing the trial conduct the trial within the range of activities of strange beasts with slightly lower cultivation than themselves. This can not only ensure the effectiveness of the trial, but also avoid casualties as much as possible. Jiang Taiping had no intention of going deeper into the jungle. Although killing a higher-level beast can absorb more chi and blood, it is dangerous, and higher-level beasts are also difficult to kill. The gains per unit time may not be more than killing a lower-level beast. At this moment, a fox demon about 1 meter tall jumped out from the withered grass and bit Jiang Taiping from behind. Jiang Taiping stood there motionless, as if he didn't notice anything. But at the moment when the fox demon approached Jiang Taiping suddenly moved. He suddenly turned around and swung the dagger in his hand towards the fox demon's throat at lightning speed. Squeak! Along with the sound of a sharp blade entering the body, the fox demon's throat was directly cut off by Jiang Taiping's blow, and then it fell from the air like a dead dog, and then hit the ground with a dull impact sound. Want to launch a sneak attack? Little do you know that you are as bright as a light bulb in my eyes. Jiang Taiping curled his lips, his face full of contempt. With the help of his observation hockey, he had already noticed that there was a fox demon lying in the grass not far away, and he also noticed the fox demon's sneak attack at the first moment. However, he did not move because he wanted to give the demon a taste of its own medicine. No. It should be to use the same evil methods against the evil one uses. The host killed an enemy and obtained 23 low-level lottery cards. The somewhat mechanical voice of the lottery system of all worlds rang in Jiang Taiping's mind. Jiang Taiping was stunned. Only 23 low-level lottery cards? You should know that the alien disciples he killed were not as powerful as the fox demon, but he could still get 40 or 50 low-level lottery cards. Summoning the lottery system of all worlds, Jiang Taiping frowned slightly. Killing a 1-star E-level alien can gain more than 10 cards of blood and energy, but the fox demon killed is a 3-star E-level cultivator, and only 5 cards of blood and energy are gained. The less energy you absorb, the fewer lottery cards you get. It seems that killing alien beasts is not as rewarding as killing aliens. That should be the case. There's no other explanation. Jiang Taiping sighed inwardly. He did not ask about the lottery system of all worlds, because the facts were there and there was no need to ask more questions. Furthermore, even if he asked, it would not change the fact that killing alien beasts would not bring as much reward as killing aliens. Whoosh! A strand of spider silk shot out from Jiang Taiping's hand, and he used the spider silk to swing towards a distance. There was also a fox demon hiding there, staring at him fiercely, ready to attack him. The moment he reached the place where the fox demon was hiding, Jiang Taiping swung the dagger in his hand again with lightning speed. Squeak! Another sound of a sharp blade entering the body was heard, and before the fox demon could launch a sneak attack, Jiang Taiping cut his throat directly. Next, Jiang Taiping crazily slaughtered the strange beasts within a range of 1,200 to 1,300 meters. Relying on the suppression of his cultivation, the tricky assassination technique of cutting the throat, the perception of the observation hockey and the clothes of Spider-Man, Jiang Taiping was like a fish in water, killing the monsters at an extremely fast speed. Especially Spider-Man's clothes, which can fully play their role in the environment full of trees. No beast that Jiang Taiping has set his sights on can escape his pursuit. In just 1 or 2 hours, dozens of strange beasts fell into Jiang Taiping's hands. At this moment, Jiang Taiping suddenly realized something was wrong. He has killed so many strange beasts, his cultivation must have improved a lot, there is no need for him to stay within the range of 1,200 to 1,300 meters. Thinking of this, Jiang Taiping summoned the lottery system of all worlds. Host, Jiang Taiping. Age, 18. Realm, E-level. Qi and blood, 638 calories. Talents, Devour God level, Sword Embryo S level. I absorbed more than 200 calories of Qi and blood in just over an hour. I'm already a 6-star E-level cultivator now. There's no need to stay here any longer. I can go deeper. At this rate of improvement, I can break through E-level and advance to D-level today. The God-level cultivation talent devouring is really awesome. The demon hunting garden is simply my backyard for improving my cultivation. Jiang Taiping laughed and walked into the depths of the forest. But at this moment, Jiang Taiping suddenly shuddered, and a strong sense of crisis suddenly arose in his heart. Retreat! Jiang Taiping didn't know where the sense of crisis came from, but it was so strong that he felt like he was going to die here. He didn't have time to think about it and made the decision to retreat immediately. Whoosh! A strand of spider silk shot out from Jiang Taiping's palm and stuck to a big tree behind him. He used the spider silk to swing towards the outskirts of the forest, then used both hands to quickly retreat. Chapter 45, The Wolf Demon with Shifty Eyes, the plan goes down the drain. Only after retreating back to the safe zone did Jiang Taiping's sense of crisis disappear. After thinking about it, Jiang Taiping walked out of the safe zone again, but then the sense of crisis rose again. Jiang Taiping did not dare to be careless and retreated back to the safe zone, staring closely at the dense forest not far ahead. A moment later, a wolf demon that was about 2 meters tall and looked a bit shifty walked out of the dense forest. This wolf demon was the same one that was slapped to the ground by Qinjian not long ago. Why do we say it has shifty eyes? Because before the wolf demon walked out of the dense forest, he looked around, shrank back, and tucked his tail between his legs. When he saw the wolf demon, a solemn expression suddenly appeared on Jiang Taiping's face. He knew where the sense of crisis came from. The wolf demon not far away in front of him was actually a 7-star D-level cultivator. But what puzzled him was how a wolf demon with a 7-star D-level cultivation level could run to the outskirts of the forest. At this time, the wolf demon also saw Jiang Taiping standing in the safe zone, and then instantly became majestic. "You just killed many of my men?" The wolf demon spoke in human language. Jiang Taiping didn't answer. He asked instead, "Why did you run to the periphery, you beast?" The wolf demon didn't answer either. The matter of energy was the secret of the strange beasts. How could it tell humans? "There's no one else here, it should be you." The wolf demon ordered, "Two-legged standing insect, come here quickly and let the majestic wolf master eat you." Jiang Taiping was stunned. This beast can speak human language, which shows that it has some intelligence, but why are the words it says so stupid? "What the hell are you thinking about, you beast?" Jiang Taiping sneered, "You're the only one who's acting so majestic? Who was that shifty, tail tucked away look just now? It's so damn embarrassing." "No, it's so damn embarrassing." The wolf demon was a little embarrassed and annoyed. It was worried that Qin Zhan was here, so it walked out timidly with its tail between its legs. But what it didn't expect was that its wretched appearance was actually seen by the two-legged standing insect in front of it. "You two-legged bug, I'm going to kill you." The wolf demon was furious. As it spoke, it swung its sharp claws and slapped the air, but at the moment it slapped, it paused. An invisible force of energy shot out from the wolf demon's sharp claws and hit Jiang Taiping. Jiang Taiping subconsciously wanted to step into the black light curtain and leave the demon hunting garden, but the next moment he stood firmly in place. Bang! The invisible energy arrived in an instant, but did not hit Jiang Taiping, but hit the ground outside the safe zone. "A beast is a beast, even its aim is so bad." Jiang Taiping sneered. Just now, with the help of his observation hockey, he realized that the wolf demon's attack would not fall on him, so he suppressed the idea of leaving the demon hunting garden. The wolf demon was even more embarrassed and angry. It's not that its aim is bad, but when it attacked, it suddenly realized that it couldn't attack the safe zone, so it changed the angle of attack. Otherwise, the protective barrier would tremble and attract Qin Zhan again, and it would be a tragedy. But it couldn't say this. "You two-legged bug, if you have the guts, come out and I'll tear you apart," the wolf demon roared. Jiang Taiping blinked his eyes. It seemed that this beast didn't dare to attack the safe zone. Thinking of this, Jiang Taiping raised his hand and hooked his finger at the wolf demon, saying sarcastically, "You beast, I'm just standing here, come over here if you have the guts." The wolf demon was a little crazy. It really wanted to eat Jiang Taiping, the two-legged bug that dared to provoke it, but Jiang Taiping was standing in the safe zone and did not dare to attack the safe zone, so it could only stare helplessly, without any way. "You beast, you stepped out of the designated area, do you want to die?" Jiang Taiping threatened again, "Believe it or not, I will tell Minister Qin right away and have him kill you." The wolf demon couldn't help but shiver. Without saying a word, it turned around and ran deep into the forest. Jiang Taiping was stunned. Was he scared away so easily? However, what he didn't know was that the wolf demon had just been taught a lesson by Qin Zhan not long ago, and he was also told that if it dared to step out of its range of activity, it would be killed. Now that he was using Qin Zhan as a threat, how could the wolf demon not be afraid? What a cunning guy! He's embarrassing the wolf. Jiang Taiping curled his lips, walked out of the safe zone, and walked towards the forest cautiously. But before he had gone far, a roar was heard in the forest. "Kill that two-legged bug for me, or I'll tear you apart." Jiang Taiping stopped and frowned slightly. That voice belonged to the wolf demon, and judging from the meaning of the words, the wolf demon wanted other strange beasts to kill him. Fuck! You don't dare to break the rules yourself, but you order other beasts to break the rules. This beast actually has some cleverness. Jiang Taiping couldn't help but curse. Immediately afterwards, a sense of crisis arose in his heart. Jiang Taiping did not delay and decisively retreated to the safe zone. Not long after, a pig demon over 1 meter tall jumped out of the forest and ran towards Jiang Taiping. 2-star D level. Jiang Taiping's eyes narrowed slightly. He did not leave the demon hunting garden immediately, but stood there quietly. According to the history of night walkers, the safe zone has restrictions and will actively attack any strange beast that steps in. He wanted to see if the pig demon dared to step into the safe zone. Soon, the pig demon rushed to the safe zone and stepped into it without stopping. Oh my god, this is really a life-threatening thing. Jiang Taiping cursed loudly and stepped decisively into the black light curtain. Although there are restrictions in the safe zone, it may not be possible to kill the pig monster in the first time, and his small body cannot withstand a claw from the 2-star D-level pig monster, so it is better to leave as soon as possible. Almost at the same time, the pig demon let out a shrill roar, and its body, which was more than 1 meter tall, instantly became covered in blood. Then it quickly left the safe zone and staggered into the forest. Outside the demon hunting garden, the two guards immediately noticed the vibration of the protective barrier. But before they could think about it, they saw Jiang Taiping walking out from the black light curtain. This made them all think that the protective barrier was shaking because Jiang Taiping walked out. But what they don't know is the reason why the protective barrier is shaking and the pig monster has entered the safe zone. Jiang Taiping didn't say anything and walked forward. Should we tell the minister about this? A thought flashed through Jiang Taiping's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. If he were to tell this, the fact that he had entered the demon hunting garden would be exposed, and his true cultivation level would also be exposed. There was no point in telling this matter again. The strange beast was trying its best to kill him. In this situation, Qin Zhan's threats would not be enough. Unless Qin Zhan has been watching in the demon hunting garden, but is this possible? Obviously not. Why did that beast violate the rules and go outside its activity area? Why would I let other strange beasts fight to the death to kill me? Jiang Taiping was really confused about this. He didn't think that just because he mocked the wolf demon a few times, the wolf demon would disregard the life and death of its own kind and must kill him. Damn it, it's okay for the old silver coin to mislead me, but even a beast wants to mislead me. Jiang Taiping cursed. After being messed with by the wolf demon, his plan to be promoted to D level today will be ruined. But the next moment, Jiang Taiping seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes suddenly brightened. Chapter 46 Dancing on the Edge of a Knife. Playing hide and seek with the wolf demon. After stopping and waiting for a while, Jiang Taiping turned and walked towards the black light curtain. The two guards of the demon hunting garden were a little puzzled. Why did this guy want to go in again when he just came out? However, their duties were to prohibit ordinary people from entering the demon hunting garden, to remind those who entered the demon hunting garden, and to pay attention to the movements of the guarding barrier. Other matters were not within their scope of responsibility, so they did not speak out to stop it. Step into the black light curtain and enter the demon hunting garden. A smile appeared on Jiang Taiping's cheek. Just now, he suddenly thought that Qin Zhan couldn't have been watching here all the time, and the wolf demon couldn't have been watching here all the time either. As long as he waited a while before entering the demon hunting garden, he could continue hunting the strange beasts. I never thought that I would have to engage in guerrilla warfare against the enemy one day. This is inheriting the fine traditions of the revolution. Jiang Taiping smacked his lips and quickly rushed towards the forest. The shifty wolf demon might discover him at any time. He must seize the time and hunt as many exotic beasts as possible to improve his cultivation before the wolf demon discovers him. Although he was anxious, Jiang Taiping knew very well that he was dancing on the edge of a knife and everything would be over if he was not careful. So he did not relax at all, and his heart was full of vigilance. He used his observation haki to the fullest. While searching for strange beasts around him, he also paid attention to the movements around him. If anything went wrong, he would retreat immediately. The fact was just as Jiang Taiping thought. He had just killed a dozen strange beasts when a roar sounded in the depths of the dense forest. That damn two-legged bug is here again, tear him apart. Fuck, they were discovered so quickly? Jiang Taiping was a little depressed, and there was still a hint of confusion in his heart. The roar just now was made by that shifty wolf demon. Judging from the location where the sound came from, the distance between the wolf demon and him was definitely not close. He was in a dense forest with countless trees blocking his view. It was impossible for the wolf demon to see him, but the wolf demon discovered him. What happened? However, what he didn't know was that the wolf demon didn't see him. Instead, he noticed that the energy of the strange beast had decreased and realized that it was him. Whoosh! Jiang Taiping did not delay because of the confusion in his heart. He immediately used the spider silk to quickly swing towards the safe zone. Not long after Jiang Taiping returned to the safe zone, the pig demon that had previously entered the safe zone rushed out of the dense forest. But what's different from before is that the pig demon is covered in blood. Damn it, it's this pig again. Even after being injured like this by the restrictions in the safe zone, he still attacks me. Is this beast a pig? Jiang Taiping couldn't help but curse. As soon as he finished speaking, he was suddenly stunned. This beast is a pig. Jiang Taiping did not leave the demon hunting garden immediately. He did not step into the black light curtain until the pig demon rushed into the safe zone. He was very upset to be driven away by the pig demon. But he couldn't defeat the pig demon, so he thought of using the restrictions in the safe zone to kill the pig demon. The two guards of the demon hunting garden were surprised to see Jiang Taiping walking out of the black light curtain. This guy just went in not long ago, why is he coming out again? However, what surprised them even more was yet to come. Jiang Taiping stood for a while, then turned around and stepped into the black light curtain. What's going on with this guy? How does he get in and out? A guard asked in confusion. You ask me, who should I ask? Another guard rolled his eyes. At this time, Jiang Taiping had already entered the demon hunting garden and did not hear the conversation between the two guards. If he heard it, he would definitely feel helpless, and he wouldn't want to go in and out. After looking around and not seeing the pig monster and feeling no sense of crisis, Jiang Taiping decisively rushed into the dense forest. But this time, before he could kill a few strange beasts, the wolf demon's roar sounded again. Ah, that two-legged bug is here again. Don't come back here, you idiot. Stand at the entrance and stare at him. Jiang Taiping's face turned dark instantly. The wolf demon with shifty eyes actually asked the pig demon to stand at the entrance and stare at him. This wolf is so evil. Although he was depressed, Jiang Taiping retreated immediately. Just like before, Jiang Taiping did not leave immediately after retreating to the safe zone, but waited for the pig demon to arrive. Only after the pig demon rushed into the safe zone did he step into the black light curtain and leave the demon hunting garden. Seeing Jiang Taiping running out again, the two guards of the demon hunting garden were stunned. The two looked at Jiang Taiping stupidly. They wanted to see if Jiang Taiping would enter the demon hunting garden again? Alas, guerrilla warfare probably won't work for the time being. But I'm a little unwilling. Well, go in again and see if that pig is watching at the entrance. Jiang Taiping sighed inwardly, waited for a while, and stepped into the black light curtain again. Watched Jiang Taiping enter the demon hunting garden. A guard asked, this guy's been coming in and out for shorter and shorter periods of time. How long do you think he'll stay this time? Estimate. Before the other guard could finish his words, he said in surprise, it seems he has already come out. The guard who spoke first looked at the black light curtain, and then saw the black light curtain rippling with light, and then Jiang Taiping walked out of the black light curtain. He said speechlessly, hey, are you idle and have nothing to do, playing the in and out game? Jiang Taiping was very upset. What kind of game is this where you have to go in and out? He was driven out by a pig, okay? However, he couldn't tell the guard about this, so he asked in surprise, how did you know? The two guards were speechless. Are you really playing the in and out game? Jiang Taiping didn't stop and walked forward. As soon as he entered the demon hunting garden, he saw the pig demon guarding the entrance and then retreated. In this situation, we can no longer fight guerrilla warfare today. But if he can't defeat the pig demon today, he can still fight it tomorrow. He still doesn't believe that the pig demon will stay there forever. Seeing Jiang Taiping leave, a guard asked in surprise, why did this guy leave? Maybe he's tired of playing, said another guard. Jiang Taiping stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Oh my god, I just answered casually, and you two really believed it? The IQ of these two guys is worrying, but that's okay. If they were smarter, they might get suspicious. Jiang Taiping sighed secretly and summoned the lottery system of all worlds. Host, Jiang Taiping. Age, 18. Realm, E level. Chi and blood, 705 calories. I just stepped into the 7-star E level and was promoted to 3 stars. If it weren't for that wretched wolf demon causing trouble, my promotion to D rank today would have been a sure thing. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. I'll fight guerrilla warfare tomorrow. It's just past noon now, so Sunset Mountain shouldn't be crowded. Let's go there and practice sword techniques and sword control. Jiang Taiping sighed and quickened his pace. The demon hunting garden is located at the easternmost part of Zhoan City. A little further east is Sunset Mountain. Fortunately, there was no one around and no one heard Jiang Taiping sigh, otherwise Jiang Taiping might have been drowned by everyone's spit. Upgraded from 4-star E level to 7-star E level in half a day. Such speed is no different from riding a rocket. You actually used the word talent to describe yourself, why don't you just die? Chapter 47, Sunset Training, there is a foot. It took Jiang Taiping more than half an hour to reach the foot of Sunset Mountain. This place is out of the city, there are no villages around, not even a single person in sight, and the terrain is open. It is undoubtedly a good place to practice sword moves and sword controlling techniques. Jiang Taiping did not start practicing immediately, but sat cross-legged on the ground and slowly closed his eyes. He was trying to figure out how to practice the sword moves 1 sword immortal kneeling and 2 sleeves green snake. When it comes to cultivation, haste makes waste. Only by understanding the method of cultivation clearly can you succeed faster. After a moment, Jiang Taiping's eyes slowly opened. Although the sword moves of 1 sword immortal kneeling and 2 sleeves of green snake are very profound, the S-level sword embryo cultivation talent not only gives him the ability to make rapid progress in the way of the sword, but also gives him a terrifying understanding of the way of the sword. So in just a moment, he mastered the sword moves of 1 sword immortal kneeling and 2 sleeves green snake. The sword move 1 sword immortal kneeling is a single target attack martial art, used when fighting alone. The sword move 2 sleeves green snake has a wider range of uses. It can be used not only in single combat, but also in group attacks. Jiang Taiping stood up, stretched out his right hand, and a soft sword appeared out of thin air in his right hand. This soft sword is exactly the one equipped by the demon hunting hall. This morning, when he put his combat uniform into the system warehouse, he also put his soft sword into the system warehouse. Next, Jiang Taiping began to practice the sword moves 1 sword immortal kneeling and 2 sleeves of green snake. Relying on his S-level sword embryo cultivation talent, Jiang Taiping only took less than an hour to master the sword moves 1 sword immortal kneeling and 2 sleeves green snake to perfection. After mastering 2 sword moves, Jiang Taiping took a short break and started practicing sword controlling skills again. Jiang Taiping had figured out the sword controlling technique before when he acquired it, so he didn't need to figure it out again now. He casually threw the soft sword in his hand into the air, and the soft sword hovered in front of Jiang Taiping. Jiang Taiping leaped onto the soft sword, but because he was not standing firmly, he fell down again. After several attempts, he stood firmly on the soft sword. Fly! A light shout came out of Jiang Taiping's mouth, and the soft sword carried Jiang Taiping slowly forward. Because it was his first time using the sword flying technique, Jiang Taiping chose to fly close to the ground. Otherwise, if he flies too high and accidentally falls off the sword, he will have to go to the King of Hell for tea. After Jiang Taiping got used to flying in the air on the soft sword, he slowly increased his flying speed. 10 km per hour, 20 km per hour, 30 km per hour. It increased to 80 km per hour, and Jiang Taiping finally stopped. It's not that he doesn't want to continue improving, but his cultivation is too low and can no longer be improved. Next, Jiang Taiping began to increase the flight altitude again. Once you master the skills of flying with a sword, it is not difficult to increase your flying height. To be precise, as long as you are not afraid of heights, Jiang Taiping will soon increase the altitude to over 100 meters. After flying for a while at a height of 100 meters, Jiang Taiping fell back to the ground. Practicing in an open area isn't enough. I need to practice in a more complex environment. After all, not all places are open. Jiang Taiping talked to himself. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew towards Sunset Mountain on his sword. There are many trees on Sunset Mountain, and the environment is very complex. As long as you can fly freely in the woods, you can fly freely anywhere else. Not long after, Jiang Taiping flew out from Sunset Mountain again. After the training just now, he can already fly freely in the woods. It only took Jiang Taiping more than an hour from the beginning of practicing the art of flying with a sword to completely mastering it. Gurgle, gurgle. At this moment, Jiang Taiping's stomach suddenly growled. This also made Jiang Taiping suddenly remember that he hadn't had lunch yet. Eat something, fill your stomach, practice the sword-wielding technique to kill the enemy, and then you can go back. Jiang Taiping sat down on the ground, took out the food and water that had been prepared long ago from the system warehouse and started eating. When he took part in the Demon Hunting Hall assessment, he only practiced controlling the long sword, but simply controlling the long sword was of little use in battle, so he had to practice the art of controlling the sword to kill the enemy. After filling his stomach, Jiang Taiping immediately practiced the art of wielding a sword to kill the enemies. I saw the soft sword constantly changing its attack angle and attack posture in the air. Sometimes it stabs forward, sometimes it slashes in the air, and sometimes it cuts horizontally. The scene was as if an invisible hand was controlling the soft sword. After spending another hour or so, Jiang Taiping had mastered the art of wielding a sword to kill enemies to perfection. Be it the sword moves 1 sword, immortal kneeling and 2 sleeves of green snakes, or the sword controlling technique, Jiang Taiping only spent about an hour to fully master them. It has to be said that the talent for practicing S-level sword embryos is truly terrifying. After fighting for a whole morning and practicing for a whole afternoon, and having practiced all that was necessary, Zhang Taiping's tense mind relaxed a little, and then he felt a wave of fatigue sweeping over him. I looked up at the sky and it was almost evening. Take a break and then go back. As Zhang Taiping said this, he lay down in the grass, crossed his legs and took a rest. By the way, think about how to deal with the problem of that disgusting wolf demon staring at him. At this moment, two middle-aged men walked down from Sunset Mountain. One of them is fat and the other is thin, and they look to be in their 30s or 40s. Brother, it's really safe here. We have been hiding here for a whole day and nothing has happened. You are so smart, said the fat man. That's right, otherwise why am I your brother? The thin man said proudly, do you know what this move of mine is called? What's your name? The thin man was a little curious. This trick is called the darkest part under the lamp. Don't you understand? Let me explain it to you. The fat man said, the night walkers killed quite a few people here yesterday. They certainly didn't expect anyone else to dare come here. So we're hiding here. Not only is there no danger, but it's also very safe. This is what they call the darkest place under the lamp. Brother, you are very knowledgeable. I am grateful for your advice. The thin man flattered the fat man decisively. Learn more from me in the future. The fat man raised his hand and patted the thin man's shoulder, then said, Malago's target is all because of that old bastard Xinjiang. If he hadn't gone crazy, I would be holding my girl and exercising right now. How could I have run to this godforsaken place? That's right, I miss my Shelly every day. I haven't seen her. The thin guy spoke up and agreed. But before he could finish his words, he was suddenly stunned. Then he raised his hand and pointed in front of him, and said nervously, Brother, look over there seems to be a foot moving up and down. The fat man looked in the direction the thin man's finger was pointing, and saw at a glance the feet that the thin man mentioned, one up and one down. What do you mean? It's just a foot. The fat man whispered, Don't talk, let's go over quietly and see who it is. The thin man nodded, and the two of them tiptoed towards the foot. As the two of them slowly moved forward, the distance between them and the foot became closer and closer. Chapter 48, Even a mosquito leg is meat. There is definitely something wrong with this. The owner of that foot was none other than Zhang Taiping. He was thinking about something, and there was some distance between the fat man and the thin man, so he didn't notice them. But as the fat man and the thin man approached, he heard the noise and sat up immediately. Zhang Taiping's sudden sitting up scared the fat man and the thin man so much that they subconsciously took a few steps back. Who are you? Why are you hiding here? The fat man shouted in a deep voice. Zhang Taiping was a little confused. He was lying here to rest, so how could it be considered hiding here? Brother, this guy has a 5-star F-level cultivation. I can't sense any breath of strange beasts on him. He is very likely a night walker, said the thin man. He really is a 5-star F-level cultivator, and he can't sense any alien beast aura. The fat man narrowed his eyes slightly and said sternly, This guy must be a night walker. He must be hiding here because he knows we are hiding in Sunset Mountain and wants to ambush us. Kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, the fat man drew out the big knife hanging on his waist and rushed towards Zhang Taiping, and the thin man followed. Zhang Taiping was even more confused. I was lying here resting, and you said I was ambushing you? But he soon realized that these two guys were from other worlds. Zhang Taiping jumped up. He looked at the fat man and the thin man rushing towards him, and a speechless expression appeared on his cheeks. You talk so arrogantly, I thought you two had very high cultivation levels. After all this time, I still only have an 8-star F-level cultivation level. He had killed many aliens, but he had never killed one so weak. However, he overlooked the fact that he had asked the lottery system of all worlds to conceal his cultivation level to 5-star F level. If not for this, the two men would not have rushed over with swords, but would have fled in a panic at the first moment. I'll use you two to try out the sword-wielding technique I just learned. Zhang Taiping raised his hand and touched his nose. As soon as his mind moved, a soft sword appeared out of thin air in front of him. Sword control technique, kill. A light shout came out of Zhang Taiping's mouth. He just raised his hand and pointed forward a little, and the soft sword floating in the air shot out. Whoosh! The soft sword cut through the air with a sharp sound, and flew in front of the fat man in an instant, and then pierced his heart with incredible precision in the fat man's terrified eyes. Ah! A shrill scream like a pig being slaughtered came out of the fat man's mouth. But it soon stopped again, and then the fat man fell backwards and went to have tea with the king of hell. Seeing the fat man being killed instantly by Jiang Taiping's sword, the thin man was scared out of his wits. Oh my god! The thin man screamed and ran away frantically immediately. Can you run away? Jiang Taiping curled his lips, hooked his finger, and then pointed forward. The soft sword that pierced the fat man's heart flew back and shot towards the thin man who was fleeing madly. Whoosh! The next moment, the soft sword caught up with the thin man and stabbed into his back. The thin man couldn't control himself and rushed forward, hitting the ground hard, and then he was silent. Swordsmanship is still the coolest. Killing the enemy from a distance doesn't take much effort, and you don't have to chase them. Jiang Taiping sighed and summoned the lottery system of all worlds. 717 calories of qi and blood, only 12 calories increased. It's really just a mosquito leg, but a mosquito leg is also meat. Jiang Taiping raised his hand and touched his nose, then flew towards the city on his sword, sticking close to the grass. However, he overlooked that the mosquito leg in his mouth was meatier than an intermediate qi and blood pill, and he could eat the meat in just a few minutes, unlike the intermediate qi and blood pill, which required a lot of time to absorb. When he reached the edge of the city, Jiang Taiping stopped flying with his sword. If we go further, we will reach the city. If we continue flying with the sword, we may be seen. Taking a taxi is so inconvenient. In some places, taxis are unavailable, so we have to rely on public transportation. It's so inconvenient. I have to buy a car soon. Jiang Taiping sighed and ran forward quickly. When Jiang Taiping returned to the Night Walker Zhuan branch, it was already completely dark. After eating some food in the restaurant on the first floor and filling his stomach, Jiang Taiping returned to his room. After sitting on the bed and thinking for a while, Jiang Taiping left the room again and ran to the door of Su Qiqi's room next door. Bang! 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 Jiang Taiping raised his hand and knocked on the door. Soon, the door opened and Su Qiqi walked out. Seeing that it was Jiang Taiping, Su Qiqi teased, "Jiang Taiping, you're finally back. If you don't come back soon, I'll call you to see if you've been taken away by a strange beast." "Captain, are you concerned about me?" Jiang Taiping blinked. Su Qiqi rolled her eyes at Jiang Taiping and said, "I'm your captain and have the responsibility to take care of my teammates' safety." "Oh." Jiang Taiping responded and changed the subject, "Captain, I have something to ask you. Come in and talk." Su Qiqi invited Jiang Taiping into the room and closed the door. "Sit wherever you want." Su Qiqi greeted him and asked curiously, "What's the matter?" "Captain, have you ever been to the demon hunting garden?" Jiang Taiping sat down on the sofa. "Of course I have." Su Qiqi said, "The demon hunting garden is a place for trials. When I first joined the Night Walkers, I often went there to hunt exotic beasts. However, I've been too busy recently and haven't been there much." "Why are you asking this?" "I want to go to the demon hunting garden for trials, but I'm worried about encountering powerful monsters." Jiang Taiping explained. Su Qiqi curled her lips slightly and spoke as if it was her first time entering the demon hunting garden. She suspected that the person who had killed nearly 100 strange beasts in the demon hunting garden not long ago was Jiang Taiping, but she had no evidence. "You worry too much." Su Qiqi said, "The beasts in the demon hunting garden all have fixed ranges of activity. As long as you follow the guard's instructions and don't go too deep, you won't encounter high-level beasts." "Won't they cross their range of activity?" Jiang Taiping asked again. "They don't dare, unless they want to die. Night Walkers have strict rules. Strange beasts are not allowed to cross their range. If one breaks the rules, 100 will be killed." Su Qiqi said, "But you still have to be careful. A few days ago, the day I called you and asked if you'd been to the demon hunting garden, someone killed nearly 100 exotic beasts there. This caused the wolf demon from deep within the garden to come out, which alarmed the minister. He personally went over, slapped the wolf demon to the ground, and threatened to kill it without mercy if it dared to come out again." Jiang Taiping was stunned. Today was not the first time he had provoked the wolf demon. No wonder the wolf demon looked so shifty, it must have been scared by Qinzhan. In the past, during large-scale trials, the Night Walkers killed thousands of exotic beasts in a single day, and the exotic beasts deep in the demon hunting garden were ignored. But that day, they only killed nearly 100 exotic beasts and alarmed the wolf demon. "Something seems amiss." Su Qiqi said with a hint of meaning. The minister suspected that the wolf demon's abnormal behavior was related to the person who killed nearly 100 strange beasts that day. The minister wanted to find that person, but unfortunately, he didn't find him. Jiang Taiping's eyes flickered slightly. His judgment was correct. There was definitely something wrong with the wolf demon staring at him. Chapter 49, Good Things Come to Those Who Wait. Emperor Horse. Before this, Jiang Taiping suspected that there was something wrong with the wolf demon staring at him. What Su Chichi said made him more certain of his judgment, but he just didn't know where the problem lay for a moment. Captain, did the minister tell me the reason? Jiang Taiping asked. I asked, and the minister said he didn't know either. Su Chichi stared at Jiang Taiping and suddenly changed the subject, but that person may know the reason. Jiang Taiping was speechless. He is that person, but he doesn't know either, otherwise why would he come and ask Su Chichi? However, he couldn't refute this matter, otherwise he would be exposed. That makes sense. Jiang Taiping nodded. Su Chichi was a little annoyed. Jiang Taiping had an expression that said, "What you said makes sense," and she couldn't find any flaws. With such wonderful acting skills, it would be a waste if he didn't become an actor. But Jiang Taiping pretended to be ignorant even though he knew the truth, and she had no evidence, so she could only stare blankly. The next moment, Su Chichi was stunned. She asked in surprise, "You have been promoted to 5-star F level? Really? I found a place to practice for a whole day today." Jiang Taiping made up an excuse and asked in surprise, "Captain, I can't feel the fluctuation of your qi and blood. Have you been promoted to D level?" "Promoted yesterday afternoon." Su Chichi whispered, "Thanks to you for selling me the high-level qi and blood pill, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to advance to D level so quickly. It's just that each of us takes what we don't need." Jiang Taiping smiled and said goodbye. "Captain, it's getting late, and I'm a little tired. I'm going back to rest." After saying that, Jiang Taiping stood up and walked out the door. Back in the room, Jiang Taiping frowned. The Night Walker had carried out a large-scale trial, killing thousands of strange beasts, but he had not alarmed the strange beasts in the depths of the demon hunting garden. However, he had only killed nearly 100. No, today he had only killed dozens and had alarmed the wolf demon. If you said that there was no problem with this, he would not believe it even if you beat him to death. Could it be because I absorbed some of the alien beast's energy and blood? A thought flashed through Jiang Taiping's mind. As the saying goes, when something is out of the ordinary, there must be something wrong. The only difference between him and the others who entered the demon hunting garden for the trial was that the others entered the demon hunting garden just for the trial, while he entered the demon hunting garden to absorb the blood of the exotic beasts and improve his own cultivation. This unique difference is most likely the key to different results. I'm just absorbing some of the beast's energy and blood. I'm not digging up its ancestral grave. Do you really have to keep staring at me? Jiang Taiping was a little puzzled, but the next moment he was suddenly stunned. Could it be that they really dug up the ancestral grave of the strange beast? No. I shouldn't say that. I should say it damaged the foundation of the alien beast. Otherwise, why would that shifty wolf demon risk stepping out of its range? Why would you want to kill me even at the cost of your own life? Jiang Taiping's eyes suddenly brightened. Although this was just his speculation, he was very sure that his speculation was correct. Because apart from this, there is no other reason to explain the wolf demon's abnormality. I actually figured out what's going on. I'm so smart. You shifty wolf demon, just wait for me. One day I will dig up your ancestral grave. No, I will dig up the roots of the strange beasts. At that time, I was the hero who saved mankind. Jiang Taiping laughed out loud. But soon the laughter stopped abruptly, and a hint of depression appeared on his cheeks. The wolf demon stared at him intently, so it would be difficult for him to quickly improve his cultivation by using the demon hunting garden. Alas, when heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility upon a man, it will first test his mind and will, exhaust his muscles and bones, starve his body, deprive him of all want, and subject his actions to obstacles. This is to stir his heart and harden his nature, and to increase his ability to do what he was not capable of before. The ancients were truly not deceiving me. Jiang Taiping sighed. He didn't want to wait for things to go smoothly. He just wanted to improve his cultivation smoothly. After being depressed for a while, Jiang Taiping summoned the lottery system of all worlds and opened the system warehouse. Today he killed dozens of strange beasts and got a lot of lottery cards, but he hasn't drawn yet. 1,305 low-level lottery cards? Jiang Taiping was a little surprised. He had never received so many low-level lottery cards. But he soon calmed down. No matter how many lottery cards you have, it is useless. Only winning the prize is useful. Don't be happy with things. Don't be sad with yourself. Keep calm, keep calm. Jiang Taiping warned himself secretly, took a deep breath, and calmed his mind before saying, Lottery Myriad World System, combine 13 high-level lottery cards. 13 high-level lottery cards have been synthesized, consuming 1,300 low-level lottery cards. Lottery system of all worlds, 13 consecutive draws of advanced lottery cards. Jiang Taiping said again. Start the lottery, consume 13 advanced lottery cards. Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating. Jiang Taiping kept reminding himself to stay calm. But after hearing the series of thanks for participating, he really couldn't remain calm. Bite. Congratulations to the host for winning the prize. You have received a sword box. It has been placed in the system warehouse and can be retrieved with your mind. Jiang Taiping breathed a sigh of relief. After 6 consecutive thank yous for participating, he finally won a prize, otherwise he would have exploded. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, thank you for participating appeared again, 5 in a row. Fortunately, the last advanced lottery card won the prize. Bite. Congratulations to the host for winning the prize and obtaining the Emperor Horse. It has been placed in the system warehouse and can be retrieved with the power of thought. 2 out of 13, not bad. Jiang Taiping sighed, then became excited. He didn't know what sword was in the sword box, but he knew it was the Emperor's Horse. The Emperor Horse is the mount of Emperor Hero in Armor Hero. Not only does it look cool, it also has awesome functions. The Emperor Horse has 3 modes, flight mode, attack mode, and land mode. Among them, attack mode, flight mode and land mode can be turned on at the same time. Can I use all the abilities of the Emperor Horse in the lottery system of all worlds? Jiang Taiping asked. Flight mode and land mode are available, attack mode is not available. Why is this? Jiang Taiping was a little puzzled. The host does not have the Emperor Summoner and cannot use the full functions of the Emperor's Horse. Jiang Taiping suddenly realized that without the Emperor's summoning device, he would not be worthy of being the Emperor Knight. It would be great if I could draw the Emperor Summoner. Then I'm not only Spider-Man, I'm Emperor Man. But then again, being able to use the Emperor's Horse's flight mode and land mode is pretty good. Jiang Taiping smacked his lips, then was stunned again. When I came back today, I said I would buy a car as soon as possible. But no matter what car it is, it's weak compared to the Emperor's Horse. Now that we have the Emperor Horse, who needs a bicycle? The Emperor's Horse arrived just in time. It saved me the money to buy a car. Jiang Taiping raised his hand and touched his nose. As his mind moved, a somewhat ancient sword box appeared out of thin air in his hand. Looking at the sword case in his hand, Jiang Taiping showed a strange expression. This sword box is only about 1 foot long. What kind of sword can be put in such a small sword box? Chapter 50, 12 Flying Swords of Tai, Midnight Crisis. Is this sword box empty? A thought flashed through Jiang Taiping's mind. Generally speaking, long swords are about 3 feet long. But the sword case in his hand was only about 1 foot long, and it was impossible for it to hold a 3-foot-long sword. When Jiang Taiping opened the sword box, he was suddenly stunned. It's not that the sword box is empty as he thought, but there are 12 swords in the sword box. But each sword is very small, about the size of a human palm. Why do these small swords look familiar? Jiang Taiping always felt that he had seen these small swords somewhere, but he couldn't remember where for a moment. The next moment, Jiang Taiping discovered that there were words engraved on each small sword. Black armor, childhood plum, bamboo shoot, morning dew, spring water, peach blossom, eyebrow, vermilion bird, yellow tawn, ant, golden thread, Tai. Holy crap, aren't these the 12 flying swords of Deng Tai, the peach blossom sword god? Jiang Taiping instantly remembered where he had seen these small swords. This is the 12 flying swords of Tai from the TV series Snow that he had watched in his previous life. Jiang Taiping also instantly thought of the purpose of the Tai 12 flying swords, which is to use them in conjunction with the sword controlling technique. You should know that Deng Tai earned the title of Peach Blossom Sword God by relying on his sword controlling skills, the 12 flying swords and the Peach Blossom branches. But forget about the Peach Blossom branch, it makes me look a bit effeminate when holding it in my hand. TSK, I won 12 flying swords in one draw. This prize is worth it. Also, 12 flying swords plus the Emperor's Horse, that's exactly 13 things. I won 13 things in 13 draws. Doesn't that mean I won every time? Very good. Very good. Jiang Taiping smacked his lips, fully demonstrating Aku's spirit of self-comfort. Jiang Taiping was so excited after getting the Emperor Horse and the 12 Taiye flying swords that he instantly lost all his sleepiness. Go out and get familiar with the Emperor Horse, and practice controlling the 12 flying swords of Taiye. Jiang Taiping muttered to himself, then stood up and walked out the door, then took the elevator to the first floor. After leaving the Night Walker Zhuan branch, Jiang Taiping found an empty corner and took out the Emperor Horse. Looking at the white and gold Emperor Horse, Jiang Taiping couldn't help but sigh, so handsome, so cool. After sighing, Jiang Taiping couldn't wait to ride on the Emperor Horse. Set off! Jiang Taiping laughed loudly, and the Emperor Horse drove out of the corner and headed forward along the wide street. At the beginning, the Emperor Horse was a little slow, but as Jiang Taiping became more familiar with it, the speed became faster and faster. The Emperor's Horse has a very cool appearance and attracts countless people's attention wherever it goes. Look at that motorcycle, it's so cool. Holy crap! That motorcycle isn't just cool? It's stunningly handsome. Which company makes that motorcycle? I'd buy one even if it meant breaking the bank. I've never heard of any company producing a motorcycle like this. Could it be a modified one? Voices of discussion were heard wherever the Emperor's Horse passed. Anyone who sees the Emperor Colt is stunned by its cool appearance. What they don't know is that the Emperor Horse is not produced by any company, and they can't buy it even if they spend all their money. Jiang Taiping heard the discussions of people around him, but he was not worried at all. Although the Emperor's Horse has a very cool shape, it just looks like a motorcycle. As long as the Emperor's motorcycle's flying mode is not turned on, people who see it will just think that this motorcycle is very cool. As the Emperor Horse's speed grew faster and faster, it flashed across the wide street like a ray of golden light. Awesome, really awesome. This speed is enough to beat Su Chichi's Ferrari by several blocks. What the hell is this Ferrari? It's so weak. Besides, the Emperor Horse doesn't need to refuel, so it saves gas money. Jiang Taiping was so excited that he couldn't control himself. Fortunately, no one heard Jiang Taiping's inner voice, otherwise someone would definitely scold Jiang Taiping for being a country bumpkin. You are riding such a cool imperial horse, and you are still considering whether to refuel? As the Emperor Horse galloped at lightning speed, it soon left the city. Outside the city, there are no bright lights like in the city, only moonlight shining from the sky. Jiang Taiping used his observation haki to sense his surroundings, and after confirming that there was no one around, he did not delay any longer. Emperor Horse, activate flight mode. Along with a light shout from Jiang Taiping's mouth, the Emperor Horse took off into the air and flew into the sky. Yeah! It's so cool! Awesome Kraus! Jiang Taiping was so excited that he was incoherent. After flying in the air for quite a while, Jiang Taiping reluctantly drove the Emperor Horse back to the ground. The next moment, the Emperor Horse disappeared out of thin air, and was put into the system warehouse by Jiang Taiping. Immediately afterwards, a somewhat ancient sword case appeared in Jiang Taiping's left hand. Open the sword box. Jiang Taiping stretched out his right index finger and middle finger and turned them in a circle in the air, and the 12 flying swords in the sword box flew up one by one. Go! A light shout came out of Jiang Taiping's mouth. Whoosh! 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 12 flying swords flew forward in response at an extremely fast speed. They turned around in the air and flew back, hovering in front of Jiang Taiping. Next, Jiang Taiping tried to control the 12 flying swords in different ways. The 12 flying swords were arranged in a straight line, then in a human shape, and then in a circle. It took about 10 minutes for Jiang Taiping to control the 12 flying swords with ease. Go! Another light shout came out of Jiang Taiping's mouth. He raised his hand and pointed at a big tree in front of him. 12 flying swords shot out and pierced through the trunk of the tree, leaving 12 transparent holes on it. Ha ha ha! With the 12 flying swords of Taiye, the power of sword control has increased greatly. Under such circumstances, it's no problem to kill a D-rank expert. Jiang Taiping laughed out loud. The power of his sword-wielding technique increased greatly, causing his confidence to soar dramatically. But what he said was the truth. With the sharpness of the 12 flying swords of Taiye and the sword-controlling technique of killing the enemy from a distance, it is not impossible to kill a D-level strongman by surprise. Do you want to go to the demon hunting garden and kill a D-rank monster? A thought flashed through Jiang Taiping's mind. But after thinking about it for a while, he suppressed the idea. As the saying goes, sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. He has been busy all day today, so he should take a break and recuperate. Having made up his mind, Jiang Taiping took out the emperor horse and drove it towards the city. After returning to the city, Jiang Taiping did not rush to the Zhoan branch, but rushed to his home. He hadn't been home for a few days, so he wanted to go home and take a look, then have a nap at home and go directly to the demon hunting garden tomorrow. Not long after, Jiang Taiping arrived at the door. After making sure that there was no one around, Jiang Taiping put the emperor horse into the system warehouse and walked towards home. But at this moment, he suddenly shivered uncontrollably, and a sense of crisis arose in his heart. Danger! Jiang Taiping instantly became extremely alert, his handsome face full of vigilance. Almost at the same time, the observation haki was unleashed. Chapter 51, Invisible Enemies, Killing Enemies Above Their Level. In an instant, a picture appeared in front of Jiang Taiping. This picture shows the scene within a radius of 20 meters centered on Jiang Taiping. Jiang Taiping frowned. There was not even a single person in the picture, but he felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. There was only one explanation: the thing that caused him a sense of crisis was beyond the perception range of his observation haki. After a little thought, Jiang Taiping decided to look back. He could sense the sense of crisis coming from behind him. Oops, I forgot to take something. Jiang Taiping screamed and turned to walk forward. His steps were very relaxed, but his vigilance had reached its peak. The observation haki continues to be used, and every movement within a radius of 20 meters can be seen. He was ready to take out the sword case and perform sword controlling skills. I'm also ready to take out the dagger and deal a fatal blow to the enemy. He was even prepared to take out the emperor's horse and escape at any time. There's no one back there. Jiang Taiping frowned slightly. Although it was night, he could see far ahead with the bright moonlight. But there was not a single person in sight, and it was very quiet. This is not the point. The point is that the sense of crisis in his heart is getting stronger and stronger. Obviously, the distance between him and the thing that causes him to feel a sense of crisis is getting closer and closer. Jiang Taiping slowed down his pace and tried to make his expression more relaxed. After advancing about 4 or 5 meters, Jiang Taiping's pace suddenly stopped, but soon returned to normal. Just now, a breath entered the sensing range of the observation haki, but the scene in front of him was the same as before. That breath was completely different from that of humans, but he had sensed this breath from the aliens and the strange beasts in the demon hunting garden. He instantly determined that the breath was the breath of a strange beast. Jiang Taiping glanced at the left front with the corner of his eyes. With the help of his observation haki, he sensed that the breath was right in front of his left, but there was nothing in the picture created by his observation haki. He wanted to see if he could see it with his eyes, but unfortunately he saw nothing. I'm afraid that strange beast will hide its body. Jiang Taiping sighed secretly. Sometimes, the eyes can deceive, but observation haki never will. This means that the strange beasts that are constantly approaching him will hide. Only in this way can we explain why no strange beasts can be seen, and there are no strange beasts in the picture created by the observation haki. Call. Jiang Taiping breathed a sigh of relief. Unknown dangers can make people feel scared, but known dangers may not be. For example, now, although Jiang Taiping cannot see the strange beast, he knows clearly where the strange beast is by relying on his observation haki to perceive its breath. He also knows the cultivation level of the strange beast 8-starry level. 8-starry level is 1 star higher than Jiang Taiping's cultivation level, but the gap of just 1 star is not difficult to make up. Also, the strange beast doesn't know that Jiang Taiping has discovered it. If he attacks it by surprise, there is a high possibility that he will succeed with 1 strike. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. The distance between Jiang Taiping and the strange beast is getting closer and closer. Just when the distance between the two sides was only 5 meters, Jiang Taiping noticed that the strange beast suddenly rushed towards him. Here I come. Jiang Taiping's eyes narrowed slightly and his body tensed up instantly. Die. Along with a light shout sounding in Jiang Taiping's heart, a cold light appeared out of thin air in his right hand. Swish. Jiang Taiping held the dagger in reverse and slashed at the void in front of him with lightning speed. Squeak! The next moment, the sound of a sharp blade entering the body suddenly rang out. Immediately afterwards, a stream of dark green liquid fell from the air along with the dagger. Hiss! Almost at the same time, a somewhat shrill roar suddenly exploded in the quiet night sky. Ha! Not dead? Jiang Taiping was a little surprised. With his observation haki, He clearly sensed that the aura was rapidly retreating. Want to run? Can you run away? Jiang Taiping sneered, and with a thought, a somewhat ancient sword case appeared out of thin air in his left hand. Go, kill it. Jiang Taiping raised the index and middle fingers of his right hand, rotated them in the air, and then pointed them at the void in front of him. The ancient sword box opened instantly, and 12 flying swords flew up one by one, cutting through the air and shooting forward. Puff! 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 The next moment, clusters of dark green liquid suddenly bloomed not far ahead. Bite! The host killed an enemy and obtained 33 low-level lottery cards. As soon as the somewhat mechanical voice of the lottery system of all worlds fell, a giant snake that was pitch black, as thick as a bucket, and about 2 meters long appeared out of thin air not far ahead, and then fell to the ground with a dull crash. Call! Jiang Taiping breathed a sigh of relief, and with a casual move of his hand, the 12 flying swords flew back and landed in the sword box. Walking up to the giant snake, Jiang Taiping suddenly realized. He had seen this kind of snake-like beast in the book Encyclopedia of Strange Beasts. The snake was called Shadow Snake. He was covered in black and not very strong, but he had unique abilities, including the ability to hide in the shadows. No wonder he couldn't see it. Damn it! You actually tried to sneak attack me. It's just like a mouse licking a cat's nose seeking death. Jiang Taiping kicked Shadow Snake's body hard, then turned and left. But he hadn't taken a few steps when he suddenly stopped. We can't leave this thing here, otherwise it will definitely scare a lot of people tomorrow. That's not the point. The point is, according to Su Chichi, the corpses of E-level exotic beasts are quite valuable. This thing is out there, so it shouldn't be a beast from the demon hunting garden. Maybe it can sell for some money. Jiang Taiping muttered a few words to himself, then turned around and walked back. If anyone else wants to take Shadow Snake away, it will definitely be a headache. After all, the Shadow Snake's body is really not small, but Jiang Taiping, who owns the system warehouse, is an exception. He only needs to think about it and put the Shadow Snake's body into the system warehouse. At this moment, Jiang Taiping's cell phone rang. Jiang Taiping took out his cell phone and took a look. It was Su Chichi calling. Oh my god, I ran away all night and was discovered by this girl. Jiang Taiping sighed and answered the phone. Immediately afterwards, Su Chichi's voice came from the phone. Jiang Taiping, did you run away? I knocked on the door for a long time but there was no response. Jiang Taiping was speechless. Why are you knocking on my door in the middle of the night? Well, I'm going home to get something. Jiang Taiping made up an excuse and asked, Captain, why are you looking for me so late at night? Just now I suddenly remembered something I haven't told you, so I wanted to tell you so that you wouldn't get into trouble because of not knowing it. As a result, what I worried about came true, and you actually ran out in the middle of the night. Su Chichi replied. Jiang Taiping looked down at the Shadow Snake corpse at his feet. Why did he feel that what Su Chichi said was related to the Shadow Snake? Chapter 52, Hindsight? Almost a good intention leads to a bad end. Jiang Taiping, are you listening to me? Without hearing Jiang Taiping's reply, Su Chichi's voice came from the phone again. I'm listening. Jiang Taiping responded and asked, Captain, what are you talking about? Last night, a strange beast appeared and killed 5 or 6 people. After receiving the news, the intelligence department has been investigating the matter, but no trace of the strange beast has been found. We can only remind the citizens of Joan City not to go out at night. Su Chichi explained, according to a survivor, his friend was fine, but then half of his body was inexplicably lost. The minister suspects that a strange beast that can hide its body has appeared in the city. Monster beasts that can hide their bodies are elusive. If their aura is not within the monitoring range of the watch, you won't be able to detect them even if they pass by you. So don't wander around outside at night, or you will die without knowing how. The corners of Jiang Taiping's mouth twitched violently a few times. Although Su Chichi didn't say what kind of strange beast it was, the Shadow Snake can hide its body. But isn't your reminder a bit of hindsight? If he didn't possess the observation hockey, Su Chichi would probably have to collect his body tomorrow, and it would be half a body. Jiang Taiping, you are not outside now, right? Su Chichi asked. No. I'm at home. Jiang Taiping said without blushing or panting. That's good. Su Chichi said, those people who died yesterday were all strolling outside. They shouldn't be in any trouble at home, but you'd better be careful. Otherwise, hang up. Wait, Captain, I have a question. Jiang Taiping asked, wasn't the strange beast suppressed in the demon cave by the Nightwalker's predecessor? How did it escape? There's more than one demon cave, there are quite a few. Su Chichi explained, it's possible that he escaped from another demon cave, and there will be new demon caves appearing. It's also possible that he escaped from a newly appeared demon cave. If it's the latter, it will be a disaster. However, the latter possibility is unlikely. If a new demon cave appears, the aura of strange beasts will be very strong. Today, the minister visited the entire Zhuan city and did not find any new demon caves in Zhuan city. I see. Jiang Taiping asked again, Captain, is the blood of the strange beast also red? No, the blood of the strange beast is dark green. Su Chichi paused for a moment, then continued, however, the blood of the monsters in the demon hunting garden is red. The difference, as the Nightwalker's predecessors speculated, might be due to their different habitats. Jiang Taiping suddenly realized. He was saying why the strange beasts he killed in the demon hunting garden had red blood, but the shadow snake's blood was dark green. Captain, it's getting late. You should get some rest. I'm hanging up. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Taiping felt a little conflicted. He was wondering whether he should tell Su Chichi that he killed a shadow snake. But after thinking about it, he decided to give up. If he told Su Chichi about this, it would definitely arouse Su Chichi's suspicion. You have to know that in Su Chichi's cognition, he is just a rookie with F-level cultivation. How could he kill the 8-star E-level shadow snake? Let's hide our identities and go to Zhuan Chamber of Commerce tomorrow to sell the shadow snake's corpse. This way, we can let the demon hunting hall know that Shadow Snake is dead without exposing my identity. As Jiang Taiping said this, he wanted to put Shadow Snake's body into the system warehouse. But at this moment, he was suddenly stunned, and then his eyes fell on the Shadow Snake's head. There was a wound 3/4 deep on Shadow Snake's head, which was caused by his first attack. The dagger is still not sharp enough. Jiang Taiping sighed. If the dagger was as sharp as the 12 flying swords of Tai, his first strike would be enough to chop off the snake demon's head. In that case, there would be no need for a second strike. Without further delay, Jiang Taiping put Shadow Snake's body into the system warehouse and turned around to rush home. But he had just taken a few steps when his cell phone rang again. I took out my cell phone and took a look. It was Su Chichi calling again. I just hung up and you called again. What's going on? Could something have happened? Jiang Taiping, who was a little confused, did not delay and quickly answered the phone. Immediately afterwards, Su Chichi's somewhat sullen voice was heard from the phone. Jiang Taiping, I just received news from the intelligence hall. 4 more people were killed by strange beasts near Zhuan No. 1 Middle School. Upon receiving the news, the intelligence department immediately went to investigate and was attacked by an unknown strange beast. Fortunately, our companions intervened in time, preventing any casualties. They suspect the unidentified beast that attacked them is the same snake-like beast that killed 5 or 6 people last night. The minister has issued an order. All members of the demon hunting hall are dispatched to hunt down the strange beast that can hide its body. Otherwise, if it continues like this, who knows how many people will die. So you won't be able to sleep tonight. Also, your home is near Zhuan No. 1 Middle School. Be careful, we will rush over as soon as possible. Jiang Taiping had a strange look on his face. I had already killed that shadow snake. He had planned to go to Zhuan Chamber of Commerce tomorrow to sell Shadow Snake's body and let the demon hunting hall know that Shadow Snake had been killed. As a result, the entire demon hunting hall is going to be mobilized tonight. What is going on? Not hearing Jiang Taiping speak, Su Chichi said again, Jiang Taiping, did you hear what I said? Captain, I heard it. Jiang Taiping replied. Okay, wait at home, I'll come find you. Be careful. After saying that, Su Chichi hung up the phone. Should I tell you? Jiang Taiping raised his hand and scratched his hair. What he said would arouse Su Chichi's suspicion and might even expose his true strength. But if we don't tell them, all the members of the demon hunting hall will have wasted their time all night. After hesitating for a while, Jiang Taiping picked up his phone and prepared to call Su Chichi. Yes, he couldn't bear to let all the members of the demon hunting hall work in vain all night, so he decided to tell them about the shadow snake. As for whether telling her would arouse Su Chichi's suspicion? As long as she found a good excuse, why would she be worried about not being able to get away with it? But just as he was about to make the call, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Su Chichi said that she had just received the news, which meant that the people from the intelligence hall had encountered the shadow snake not long ago. But it has been a while since he encountered the shadow snake, which means that the shadow snake encountered by the intelligence hall is likely not the one he encountered, and it also means that there is likely to be more than one shadow snake appearing in Joan City. If this is true, his revealing that he killed Shadow Snake will cause a misjudgment in the demon hunting hall. Regardless of whether he and Tsuchichi will be blamed at that time, someone will definitely die because of his unintentional mistake. So it's better not to say it. Even if we take a step back, the shadow snake he killed was the same one the intelligence hall encountered. At most, all the members of the demon hunting hall would have worked in vain for a whole night, and there would be no substantial loss. Damn it, I almost did something bad with good intentions. Jiang Taiping sighed. Looking back at the blood left by the shadow snake on the ground, he quickly rushed home. Chapter 53, Zheng Man'er's Conspiracy. Not long after returning home, Jiang Taiping ran out again with a bucket of water. He wants to clean up the traces left by the shadow snake. It's not just to hide the fact that he killed Shadow Snake. It is also to avoid being seen by the people in the demon hunting hall, which may lead to misjudgment by them. Cleaned up the traces left by the shadow snake. Jiang Taiping returned home, changed into combat uniform, and walked out again, waiting for Tsuchichi to arrive. About 10 minutes later, a fiery red Ferrari came speeding from a distance. This efficiency is too slow. Jiang Taiping sighed secretly. It's okay for him to just wait here. If something happens, with this efficiency, by the time Tsuchichi arrives, I'm afraid it will be too late. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Accompanied by a sharp friction sound, the Ferrari stopped in front of Jiang Taiping. Immediately afterwards, Tsuchichi got out of the Ferrari. Jiang Taiping, didn't I tell you to wait at home? Why did you run outside? Tsuchichi said dissatisfiedly. Captain, I think the situation is urgent and I don't want to waste time, Jiang Taiping said. I don't want to waste time, but I can't joke with my life. Tsuchichi glared at Jiang Taiping and stopped arguing with him about the matter. After all, Jiang Taiping's intentions were good. No. Jiang Taiping responded and changed the subject. Captain, does the intelligence provided by the intelligence hall mention how many of those hidden beasts there are? 1. Tsuchichi answered subconsciously, but swallowed the words back when they reached her lips. She pondered for a moment and muttered to herself, that strange beast can hide its body. The people in the intelligence hall didn't see it, and the watch didn't give any warning. How can we be sure there's only one? There might be several. Jiang Taiping blinked his eyes. Tsuchichi was a very smart girl and grasped the key points very keenly. But Tsuchichi's reaction also meant that the demon hunting hall did not seem to consider the issue of the number of strange beasts. But then again, this is understandable. Because when he got the news, he subconsciously thought that the shadow snake he killed was the strange beast that the intelligence hall mentioned. Jiang Taiping, you asked a really good question. I'll call the minister right away to tell him about this and have him remind everyone. What if there's more than one monster causing trouble, and we think there's only one, someone else will get killed? Tsuchichi took out her cell phone and called Shinjan. Jiang Taiping did not explain that he asked that question on purpose. Firstly, it is unnecessary, and secondly, his explanation is likely to arouse Tsuchichi's suspicion. After finishing the call with Shinjan, Tsuchichi took out a backpack from the Ferrari and threw it to Jiang Taiping. There's food and water in the backpack. You are responsible for searching this street, and I will go to the street next door. If you find any traces of strange beasts, be sure to contact me immediately using the headset. After Tsuchichi finished speaking, she picked up her backpack and turned to leave. Ah. Jiang Taiping was stunned. Captain, you came to me, aren't you going to act with me? I'm here to bring you a backpack. Tsuchichi said. Jiang Taiping was a little embarrassed. Just now he thought Tsuchichi came to him to act with him. F1, this is your first search mission. Tsuchichi continued, for a search mission like this, in order to expand the search range, all members of the Demon Hunting Hall act alone. This is why the Demon Hunting Hall's assessments are somewhat harsh. We require every member to have a certain level of individual combat capability. But if you encounter danger that you can't resolve, you can use the headset to contact people nearby for help. All right. Jiang Taiping sighed and asked weakly, Captain, aren't you worried about me? I'm a little worried, but only a little. Tsuchichi said, that's why I told you to contact me as soon as you encounter danger. But you have such an accurate sense of danger, so nothing should happen. Let's not delay any longer, let's go. After saying that, Tsuchichi left quickly. Watching Su Qiqi leave, Zhang Taiping felt a little conflicted. Shadow Snake has the ability to hide in the shadows, invisible to the naked eye and undetectable by watches. He was a little worried that Su Qiqi would encounter Shadow Snake and be bullied by it if she acted alone. But the members of the Demon Hunting Hall all acted alone, and he was responsible for the street under his feet, so he couldn't follow Su Qiqi quietly. Otherwise, if a shadow snake appeared on the street he was responsible for, dereliction of duty would be a small matter, but if someone was killed, it would be a big deal. Forget it, that girl's cultivation has already reached D level, she should be fine. Zhang Taiping sighed and began to search for traces of the strange beast along the street. At this time, two figures were standing on a street more than 10 miles away from Zhang Taiping. These two figures are Zhang Monair and Zhang Zhanfei. Zhanfei, I've already explained the mission details to you. Zhang Monair said seriously, you must perform well today. If you can catch that beast that injured so many people, not only will you redeem the bad impression you left on the minister, but you'll also earn me some face. Zhang Zhanfei's legs were shaking a little. The strange beast that injured several people could not be seen or detected, and he only had F-level cultivation. If he encountered that strange beast, he would probably die without knowing how he died. Sister, can I not participate in this search mission? Zhang Zhanfei asked with a bitter face. Zhang Monair was so angry. Why did she find such a coward? At this moment, Zhang Monair really wanted to punch Zhang Zhanfei, the coward, to death, but she thought better of it. With her A-level cultivation talent, she cannot compete with Su Qiqi, who has S-level cultivation talent. Zhang Zhanfei is her bargaining chip to defeat Su Qiqi and obtain the position of captain. If she kills Zhang Zhanfei, she will kill her bargaining chip in the competition with Su Qiqi. In her opinion, one A-level player could not compete with Su Qiqi, but two A-level players should be enough, right? The minister said that all members of the Demon Hunting Hall are dispatched. Aren't you a member of the Demon Hunting Hall? Zhang Manner patiently persuaded him, Zhanfei, I understand your concerns, but this is your first time participating in a search mission. You can come with me. I'm here, and nothing will happen to you. Zhang Zhanfei smiled bitterly. If it was an ordinary beast, he wouldn't be too worried with Zhang Monair around. But the strange beast could not see or monitor him, and he did not feel safe with Zhang Monair around. Zhanfei, tonight's mission is not the main point. The main point is. Zhang Monair looked around and whispered, I've secretly inquired about it. That useless F-level talent is stationed on a street 10 miles away. We can take advantage of tonight, well, you get the idea. Not only will this allow you to avenge your grievances, but it will also give Su Qiqi a slap in the face, accusing her of failing to protect the team members. Furthermore, with a strange beast lurking tonight, no one will suspect us. Zhang Zhanfei was suddenly stunned, and then a fierce murderous intent burst out in his eyes. Defeated by a useless F-level cultivator, he became a laughingstock in the Demon Hunting Hall. He had always wanted to get back at his old self, but he had no chance. Today, his chance finally came. Chapter 54, Help! I will arrive at the battlefield within 30 seconds. It's a dark and windy night, a night to kill, no, a night to kill demons. Hurry up and bring some exotic beasts over for me to kill. On the dim street, Zhang Taiping strolled around in small steps. Unlike Zhang Zhanfei, he was hoping that a strange beast would appear on the street he was searching. This way he can absorb some energy and blood and get some lottery cards, so all his efforts tonight won't be in vain. Unlike everyone else, Zhang Taiping looked very relaxed. With the sensitive perception of observation hockey, he will be able to sense any danger at the first time, and if a strange beast appears within the perception range of observation hockey, he can also accurately know the specific cultivation level and location of the strange beast. He was just strolling around the streets, but he didn't find any strange beasts, nor did he sense any danger. Without any exotic beasts and no one to chat with, it's so lonely, empty and cold. Zhang Taiping sighed. As soon as he finished speaking, a hurried cry for help suddenly sounded in the headset. I'm B358, Zhao Lijuan. I found a ghost cat on the street behind Zhuan No. 1 Middle School. Its cultivation level is 7-star E level. It's very fast. I'm no match for it. I'm already injured. Requesting assistance from nearby colleagues as soon as possible. Zhang Taiping's eyes suddenly brightened. His current location is near the street behind Zhuan No. 1 Middle School, only a few hundred meters away from the back of Zhuan No. 1 Middle School. This is not the point. The point is that the Experience Baby and lottery card extraction machine are out. Pressing the headset button, Zhang Taiping quickly said, I've received the request. I'll be at the battlefield within 30 seconds. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Taiping's mind moved, and the soft sword floated in front of him out of thin air. Sword control technique, go! A light shout came out of Jiang Taiping's mouth. He leaped up, stepped onto the soft sword, and flew towards the street behind Zhuan No. 1 Middle School. It's nighttime now, visibility is poor, and there are tall buildings blocking the way around, so I'm not afraid of being seen. Soon, Jiang Taiping arrived at the street behind Zhuan No. 1 Middle School. With the help of moonlight, Jiang Taiping saw at a glance a figure holding a knife staggering backwards not far ahead. The figure wearing the combat uniform of the Demon Hunting Hall should be B358 Zhao Lijuan. At this time, Zhao Lijuan was speechless. I understand that you want to show off, but aren't you showing off a little too much? According to the arrangement of the Demon Hunting Hall, each person searches a street and the alleys on both sides of the street. The distance between each street is at least 500 meters. This is the straight line distance. If you turn a corner, the distance will be even farther. It's such a long distance, and you reach the battlefield within 30 seconds. Did you fly here? B358? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded behind her. Zhao Lijuan was so frightened that she stumbled while retreating and fell backwards. But the next moment, she realized that someone was holding her up when she was about to fall to the ground. The person who supported her was none other than Jiang Taiping, who came rushing over. Jiang Taiping looked at Zhao Lijuan and saw that the chest of her combat uniform was torn. Judging from the tear, it was probably caused by claws. Moreover, through the torn combat uniform, a hint of whitened blood could be vaguely seen. Ignore the indecency. Jiang Taiping quickly turned his gaze away. At this time, Zhao Lijuan also saw Jiang Taiping. She asked in a daze, You are the one who responded to me just now? Yes. Jiang Taiping nodded. Zhao Lijuan was completely confused. This guy said he would arrive at the battlefield within 30 seconds, so it's only about 10 seconds now, right? Could it be that this guy really flew here? But how is this possible? In the Nightwalker Zhuan branch, only Qin Zhan is sea level, and only Qin Zhan can fly. But that's not the point. She asked in confusion, Why haven't I seen you before? Oh, I just joined the Demon Hunting Hall. Jiang Taiping explained and introduced himself. I am Sequence F1, Jiang Taiping. Zhao Lijuan was even more confused. When did the Demon Hunting Hall have members whose names start with F? But the clothes Jiang Taiping was wearing were indeed the combat uniform of the Demon Hunter Hall, with the word F1 embroidered on the upper left side of his chest. This incident undoubtedly confirmed what Jiang Taiping said, but how is this possible? You should know that the Demon Hunting Hall never recruits people with F-level cultivation talents. Jiang Taiping thought for a moment and knew what Zhao Lijuan was confused about. He explained, Don't doubt it, I am indeed a member of the Demon Hunting Hall. To be more precise, I am the first person in the Demon Hunting Hall's history to join with an F-level cultivation talent. Zhao Lijuan looked at Jiang Taiping as if she had seen a ghost. She said awkwardly, I'm sorry, I've been out on missions these past few days. I just got back today and I rushed to join the operation. I didn't know there were new people joining the Demon Hunting Hall. Hearing this, Jiang Taiping suddenly understood. He said that his joining the Demon Hunting Hall caused quite a stir. How could this person not know about it? Jiang Taiping was about to say something, but before he could finish his words, he suddenly turned his head and looked not far ahead. Just now, a breath entered the sensing range of the observation haki. It was a half-meter tall, pitch-black cat demon. It was exactly the Hades cat that Zhao Lijuan mentioned. You didn't even sense the danger? Is it because this cat demon's cultivation isn't higher than mine? A thought flashed through Jiang Taiping's mind. But just as he finished the thought, a warning suddenly arose in his heart. Wrong. It's not because its cultivation level isn't higher than mine, but because its previous target wasn't me. Now that it has seen me and has identified me as its target, I'm starting to feel alarmed. Jiang Taiping instantly denied his previous thoughts. Seeing Jiang Taiping looking into the distance, Zhao Lijuan also subconsciously looked forward. Then she saw the Hades cat crawling on the wall more than 10 meters ahead, which made her face change suddenly. F1, leave now. Zhao Lijuan pushed Jiang Taiping away and stood in front of Jiang Taiping. Jiang Taiping was a little confused. He came to rescue us, so why should he be allowed to go? F1, I'm so grateful you came so quickly. But you only have a 5-star F-level cultivation base. You are no match for the dark cat. I'm stopping it, you leave now. As Zhao Lijuan spoke, she picked up the long sword that fell to the ground and stared at the approaching Hades cat with a wary look on her face. Jiang Taiping suddenly realized that he was being despised. No. I'm not disrespecting you, what Zhao Lijuan said is the truth. And Zhao Lijuan didn't mean to despise her, otherwise why would she say that she stopped him and asked him to leave? This made Jiang Taiping feel a little touched. In this situation, not everyone can stop others and let them go first. Seeing that Jiang Taiping had no intention of leaving, Zhao Lijuan urged him again, F1, I can still hold on for a while, you should leave quickly. If you delay any longer, not only will I be unable to leave, but you won't be able to leave either. I'm here to save you, not to die. Jiang Taiping came to his senses and pulled Zhao Lijuan behind him. He continued, B358, you're injured. Go get yourself bandaged. I'll take care of it. Chapter 55, Trampling the Dark Cat. Cutting off the tail to survive. Zhao Lijuan's mind is full of question marks. What did you say? Did I hear you correctly? You said you would fix it? That's a 7-star E-level Hades cat. Even I'm no match for it. Where do you get the confidence from with your 5-star F-level cultivation? But the next moment, she saw Jiang Taiping rushing towards the dark cat with a dagger in his hand. This guy. Zhao Lijuan suddenly came back to her senses and hurriedly followed with a knife in hand. If people knew that she let a little guy with F-level cultivation take the lead, would she still have any shame? But before she could take a few steps forward, she saw the Hades cat pouncing towards Jiang Taiping. F1, be careful. Zhao Lijuan had no time to stop it and could only shout a warning. B358, just stay here and be at ease. Jiang Taiping said, turning around. Zhao Lijuan was going crazy. The Hades cat had already launched an attack. You should concentrate on fighting. Why are you looking back? F1. A scream full of terror came out of Zhao Lijuan's mouth. The Hades cat had already pounced in front of Jiang Taiping, and at this time Jiang Taiping was still looking back at her. She didn't dare to imagine what would happen next, and she felt a little regretful that she shouldn't have spoken up to warn him just now. Otherwise, Jiang Taiping would not have turned around to look at her. But the next moment, her eyes suddenly widened. Jiang Taiping seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He took a step to the left and dodged the sharp claws of the Hades cat at the critical moment. At the same time, Jiang Taiping spun on the ground and suddenly raised his right hand holding the dagger and slashed at the waist of the Hades cat with lightning speed. Under the dark night sky, Zhao Lijuan clearly saw a flash of cold light passing through the waist of the dark cat. Wherever the cold light passed, strands of dark green liquid splashed out. Obviously, Jiang Taiping's previous knife attack injured the dark cat. Meow. Immediately afterwards, a shrill scream came out of the mouth of the Hades cat. It staggered to the ground, then leaped up and climbed onto the wall of a house on the street. This scene made Zhao Lijuan's pale face full of surprise. What a terrifying reaction speed! What a terrifying speed of attack! This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the Hades cat that injured her was actually injured by a sword from a 5-star F-level cultivator. When did people with F-level cultivation become so strong? What a pity! A hint of regret appeared in Jiang Taiping's eyes. Although the previous attack injured the Hades cat, it only scratched its back and did not cause much damage to it. Sister, can you stop being so startled? It's so late at night, it's very scary. Jiang Taiping said speechlessly. If Zhao Lijuan's scream hadn't distracted him, even if that sword strike couldn't kill the dark cat, it would have at least seriously injured it. Zhao Lijuan was a little embarrassed. She didn't want to scream, but she was really scared just now. Stay aside quietly. Jiang Taiping ordered again. Oh. Zhao Lijuan responded and ran to the side obediently. Jiang Taiping looked up at the cat climbing on the wall of a house on the street, with a trace of confusion on his cheek. If he were the only one here, he would have many ways to deal with the Hades cat. For example, Spider-Man's clothes, sword-wielding skills, riding the Emperor's horse, and performing sword moves. But there is not only him here, but also Zhao Lijuan, so these methods are useless. After a moment's thought, Jiang Taiping hooked his finger at the dark cat and said provocatively, "Come here, you beast." Meow. The Hades cat bared its teeth at Jiang Taiping, and its sharp fangs looked very creepy in the moonlight. But all the fear comes from insufficient firepower. Jiang Taiping was very confident in himself, and he didn't think the sharp fangs of the Hades cat were scary at all. He even thought about breaking off the fangs of the Hades cat and making an evil repelling pendant for fun. Aren't black cats said to ward off evil? Why are you yelling? Come and bite me if you dare. Jiang Taiping challenged again. Meow. The Hades cat seemed to be enraged. It howled and pounced towards Jiang Taiping. Jiang Taiping smiled. A beast is a beast. It can't stand being provoked. Boom. 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 Jiang Taiping held a dagger in his hand and strode towards the dark cat. I was distracted by Zhou Lijuan's scream just now, and failed to kill the Hades cat. The Hades cat even ran away. This time, he will not give the dark cat a chance to escape. Soon, the man and the cat met together. Jiang Taiping holds a dagger in his hand, and every strike is deadly. The Hades cat clawed at Jiang Taiping with one claw after another. Under the prediction of observation hockey, the sharp claws of the Hades cat never landed on Jiang Taiping once. But Jiang Taiping's dagger slashed the dark cat again and again. In just a short moment, several bloody wounds deep enough to see the bones appeared on the Hades cat's body. This was the result of the Hades cat's quick reaction. Otherwise, it would have been killed by Jiang Taiping by now. This scene left Zhao Lijuan, who was standing aside, stunned. She seemed to feel dizzy, rubbed her eyes and looked again, but the scene she saw was the same as before. This made her feel astonished as the yellow river, flowing endlessly. Damn it! Does this guy really have an F-level cultivation talent? Is this guy really a 5-star F-level cultivator? Since when could a person with a 5-star F-level cultivation level be able to so recklessly hack at a 7-star E-level Hades cat? This is a completely one-sided crushing. Jiang Taiping didn't know that Zhao Lijuan's eyes were almost popping out of her head in shock from his actions. He was still concentrating on hacking at the dark cat. One sword after another landed on the dark cat, leaving wounds so deep that the bones could be seen. After being injured repeatedly by Jiang Taiping and unable to touch the corner of Jiang Taiping's clothes, the Hades cat was scared. It wanted to retreat, but Jiang Taiping seemed to know what it was thinking and was always able to block its retreat at the first opportunity, so that no matter how many times it tried to leave the battlefield, it was forced back by Jiang Taiping. Does Jiang Taiping know what the dark cat is thinking? Of course he doesn't. He know, after all, he is not a Hades cat. However, it can also be said that he knows what the Hades cat is thinking, because with the prediction of his observation hockey, he knows what the Hades cat will do next, and can block or attack it one step in advance, thus destroying the Hades cat's plan. This is also the reason why he was able to dodge the attacks of the Hades cat one after another and prevent the Hades cat from leaving the battlefield. Aim! A scream suddenly came out of the mouth of the Hades cat, and it raised its thick tail and lashed towards Jiang Taiping. Jiang Taiping waved his dagger and rushed forward, then cut off the cat's tail as easily as cutting tofu. Aim! An extremely shrill scream came out of the mouth of the Hades cat. It raised its foot and stomped hard on the ground, and its huge body bounced out, successfully escaping from the battlefield. Fuck, this beast actually cut off its tail to survive? Jiang Taiping's face turned a little dark. The Hades cat's use of its tail to hit him was just to feint. Its real intention was to use the attack of its tail to escape from the battlefield. He had been on guard against the Hades cat escaping, but in the end, the Hades cat still escaped. What the hell was going on? You beast, you're looking for death. Immediately afterwards, a roar came out of Jiang Taiping's mouth. He was already embarrassed that the Hades cat escaped from his hands, and this beast even wanted to attack Zhao Lijuan. This is really annoying to live. Chapter 56, The Immortal Kneels with One Sword. Is this F rank? Zhao Lijuan didn't expect the dark cat to pounce on her, and she was in deep shock, so she didn't notice the dark cat's sneak attack in the first place. By the time she discovered and reacted, the sharp claws of the Hades cat were already right in front of her. It's over. A thought flashed through Zhao Lijuan's mind. At this point, it was too late for her to respond. But she had personally experienced how sharp the claws of the Hades cat were. If she were to take one of its claws head-on, getting her face scratched would be a small matter. She would definitely be seriously injured, and she might even die. But at this moment, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang out. She subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound, only to see a flash of cold light shooting towards her. The cold light flashed in an instant and directly cut off the sharp claws of the Hades cat that was right in front of it. Meow! A shrill scream came out of the mouth of the Hades cat. After being severely injured by Jiang Taiping again, it did not dare to delay for a moment, nor bother to attack Zhao Lijuan again. It fled madly at the first opportunity. However, it had lost a claw, so it staggered when running. Call. Zhao Lijuan breathed a sigh of relief, her face filled with joy as if she had survived a disaster. Just now she felt that one of her feet had stepped into the gates of hell, and her second foot was about to step in, but she was pulled back from the gates of hell by Jiang Taiping, who was like a god descending from heaven. Jiang Taiping's face looked a little ugly. Before, he was concerned about Zhao Lijuan's presence, so he didn't use many of his methods. As a result, he survived by having his tail cut off by the Hades cat, and almost killed Zhao Lijuan. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough and used the sword controlling technique immediately, Zhao Lijuan would probably have died by now. You beast, you succeeded in irritating me. An angry roar came out of Jiang Taiping's mouth. He raised his hand to his waist and pulled out the soft sword from the secret compartment of his combat uniform. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind, that was to kill the Hades cat, even if it meant exposing some of his methods. Holding the soft sword, reaching to the sky. An invisible aura surged in from between heaven and earth, rapidly converging on the soft sword. The sword immortal kneels. A light shout sounded in Jiang Taiping's heart. He retracted his sword, pulled his right arm back, and then thrust forward suddenly. The next moment, the long sword shot out at such a fast speed that the naked eye could not capture its trajectory. In an instant, the soft sword caught up with the fleeing nether cat and pierced through its body. It pierced into the cat's tail and popped out from its head, leaving a transparent hole in its body. Immediately afterwards, the soft sword flew back and landed in Jiang Taiping's hands. At the same time, the Hades cat fell from the sky like a dead dog and hit the ground hard. This. Zhao Lijuan was stunned by the shock of this scene. She wanted to speak, but she stammered and couldn't say anything. Chopped the Hades cat recklessly. Cut off the sharp claws of the Hades cat with one sword. Now another sword pierced through the body of the dark cat and killed it directly. Is this something that someone with F-level cultivation can do? Is this something that someone with F-level cultivation talent can do? Why does she feel that she has an F-level cultivation talent, while Jiang Taiping has a B-level cultivation talent? Damn it! If a tiger doesn't show its might, do you think I'm a sick cat? Jiang Taiping cursed loudly and walked towards Zhao Lijuan. Looking at Jiang Taiping walking towards her, Zhao Lijuan's face was dazed. When she learned that Jiang Taiping's sequence was F1, she felt as if she had seen a ghost. Now she really saw a ghost. B358, the danger has been resolved, I leave this place to you. Jiang Taiping smiled brightly, picked up the dagger that fell on the ground, and walked forward quickly. When passing by the corpse of the Hades cat, he bent down, grabbed the broken tail of the Hades cat, and continued to move forward. The Hades cat is a 7-star E-level cultivator, so it should be able to fetch quite a bit of money. He was the one who killed the dark cat, and he also saved Zhao Lijuan and took away the dark cat's body. He didn't have any psychological burden at all. Zhao Lijuan sat on the ground with a dazed look on her face. What she just heard completely overturned her cognition. The Hades cat, which even she couldn't beat, was killed by Jiang Taiping. Yes, it's just for fun. No other words can describe how easy it was for Jiang Taiping to kill the Hades cat. If she had not personally experienced the power of the Hades cat, she would probably have suspected that the Hades cat was not a strange beast, but a domestic cat. When Zhao Lijuan came to her senses and wanted to thank Jiang Taiping, she found that Jiang Taiping had disappeared. At this moment, a figure rushed over. Sensing the movement behind her, Zhao Lijuan subconsciously looked back. Captain Su? The person who came was none other than Su Qiqi. She and Jiang Taiping were on adjacent streets and heard Zhao Lijuan's cry for help, so she rushed over immediately. Seeing that Zhao Lijuan was fine, Su Qiqi breathed a sigh of relief. She looked around again, but did not see the figure of the Hades cat. Fortunately, I'm not too late. Su Qiqi sighed and asked, B358, where's the Hades cat? Captain Su, the dark cat was killed. Zhao Lijuan explained. Su Qiqi was stunned. She was still feeling lucky that she hadn't arrived too late. How come the dark cat was killed? Who killed it? Where is the body of the dark cat? Su Qiqi asked in confusion. F1, he said his name was Jiang Taiping. Zhao Lijuan said awkwardly, it seems like he dragged the corpse of the Hades cat away. I was a little confused at the time and wasn't too sure, but apart from F1, no one has ever been here, so he must have dragged it away. What did you say? Su Qiqi was stunned. Jiang Taiping only has a 5-star F-level cultivation base, how could he possibly kill the 7-star E-level Hades cat? Captain Su, I said the person who killed the dark cat was F1. His name is Zhang Taiping. Zhao Lijuan repeated, when I called for help, he was the first to respond, saying he would be at the battlefield within 30 seconds. But he arrived in just over 10 seconds, and then he killed the Hades cat. Su Qiqi was stunned for a moment. The voice that sounded in the headset before was indeed Zhang Taiping's voice. But at that time she thought Zhang Taiping was showing off, because what Zhang Taiping said was very pretentious. However, what she didn't expect was that Zhang Taiping was not pretending, but was actually humble. He said he would reach the battlefield within 30 seconds, but he actually arrived in just over 10 seconds. Isn't that modesty? Also, dragging away the corpse of the Hades cat is indeed something Zhang Taiping can do. You know, that guy even took out high-level qi and blood pills to sell for money, and the corpse of the nether cat is quite valuable, so how could he let it go? These are not the most important things. The most important thing is that Zhang Taiping actually killed the dark cat. Wrong. Su Qiqi was suddenly stunned. She asked in surprise, kill it, then kill it. What do you mean by playing with it to death? Captain Su, I think the word playing to death is more appropriate. Zhao Lijuan roughly recounted the story of how Zhang Taiping chopped the nether cat wildly, but the nether cat couldn't even touch the corner of Zhang Taiping's clothes, and how Zhang Taiping cut off the nether cat's claws with one sword and pierced the nether cat's body with one sword. Su Qiqi was stunned again. After a moment, she gritted her teeth and said, this bastard is really hiding deep. Zhao Lijuan was stunned for a moment. She asked curiously, Captain Su, are you familiar with F1? Chapter 57 Su Qiqi's request, two sneaky people. He's a new member of the Demon Hunting Team 9. Su Qiqi said with a dark face, do you think I am familiar with him? Zhao Lijuan suddenly realized. She said, if they were not familiar with each other, why would Su Qiqi call Zhang Taiping a bastard? Captain Su, why do you say he is hiding so deeply? Zhao Lijuan asked curiously again. The corners of Su Qiqi's mouth twitched violently a few times. Before, she had some doubts that Zhang Taiping's cultivation talent was not F-level, but she was the one who tested Zhang Taiping and saw the test results with her own eyes, so she just had doubts and didn't think much about it. Not long ago, when they raided the alien's hideout, Zhang Taiping was fighting against an alien with E-level cultivation. Qin Zhan said that Zhang Taiping relied on exquisite martial arts to deal with the alien. She also agreed with Qin Zhan's statement, but she always felt that things were not that simple. Also, she felt that the Demon Hunting Garden incident and Spider-Man incident were related to Zhang Taiping, but she had no evidence. But today, she has evidence. Zhang Taiping slashed at the Hades cat wildly and dodged its attacks accurately. It can be said that his reaction was quick. But Zhang Taiping cut off the sharp claws of the dark cat with one sword and killed the dark cat with one sword. Moreover, the sword pierced into the dark cat's tail and came out from the dark cat's head. Is this something that a person with F-level cultivation can do? Seeing that Su Qiqi didn't say anything, Zhao Lijuan shouted, Captain Su? B358, do you think someone with F-level cultivation can do what F1 does? Su Qiqi asked back. Zhao Lijuan thought for a moment and said, no. Then he is not at the F-level of cultivation. Do you think he has the talent for F-level cultivation? Su Qiqi asked again. Probably not. Zhao Lijuan didn't say it too confidently. Zhang Taiping's sequence is F1, which means that Zhang Taiping has undergone the test of the 7 colored stones, and she has not heard of any mistakes in the test of the 7 colored stones, but her feeling tells her that Zhang Taiping is very likely not an F-level cultivation talent. Do you need me to explain to you why he is hiding very deeply? Su Qiqi asked again. Zhao Lijuan shook her head. She understood why Su Qiqi said that. B358, I have a request. Su Qiqi said, F1 must have a reason for wanting to hide this. Please don't tell anyone about what happened today. I will personally tell the minister and the hall master. If anyone asks, just say I saved you. Okay. Zhao Lijuan agreed immediately. Zhang Taiping saved her life, how could she betray his benefactor? Su Qiqi nodded and asked again, how are you? Can you continue searching? Captain Su, I'm fine, we can continue searching. Zhao Lijuan said decisively. Okay, then I'm going back. Su Qiqi said nothing more and turned and left. The moment she turned around, a hint of pride appeared on her pretty face. Zhang Taiping, I finally caught you by the tail. Let's see how you can keep your stubborn attitude. Zhang Taiping has returned to the street he was searching and is now strolling around. Achoo! Jiang Taiping suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose and said to himself, "Who would miss me so late at night?" The next moment, he was suddenly stunned, and then a sound of surprise came out of his mouth. "Oh my god, could it be that little bitch Su Chichi scolding me?" Jiang Taiping's eyes flashed slightly. Su Chichi was on the street next to him. He heard Zhao Lijuan's cry for help, and Su Chichi should have been able to hear it too. If Su Chichi rushed over and Zhao Lijuan told her about him killing the Hades cat, Su Chichi would definitely think of something with her cleverness and would become even more suspicious of him. She might even be certain that he was definitely not at the F level. "I'm afraid it's going to be exposed." Jiang Taiping sighed. But even though he sighed, he didn't regret it at all. Because when choosing between exposing some strength and taking a life, he would choose the latter without hesitation. If God gave him another chance, he would he would be more careful and not give the Hades cat a chance to escape. After sighing, Jiang Taiping put the matter behind him. It has already happened, there is no point in thinking about it anymore. Another thing is, as long as you use the hoe well, there is no corner that cannot be dug down. No. It should be that as long as you have a good reason, there is nothing that cannot be evaded. Summon the lottery system of all worlds. Host, Jiang Taiping. Age, 18. Realm, E level. Qi and blood, 736 cards. Before, it was 717 calories of qi and blood. I killed a 7-star E level Hades cat and an 8-star E level shadow snake, and only gained 19 cards of HP. The rewards from killing alien beasts are indeed not as great as those from killing aliens, and they are much less. Is it because of the different races? Or are the aliens more hateful? That's what it should be. Jiang Taiping thought to himself. After thinking about it, he decided to ask the lottery system of all worlds. In the lottery myriad world system, why is the reward for killing aliens greater than that for killing alien beasts? 2 reasons. The aliens are traitors to humanity, and even more despicable. Alien beasts and humans are different species, and their absorption rates are different. Jiang Taiping raised his hand and touched his nose. It was exactly as he thought. Putting his thoughts aside, Jiang Taiping continued to stroll around. At this time, it was 1,000 meters away from Jiang Taiping. 2 figures were walking stealthily along the alley. These 2 figures are Zhang Monair and Zhang Junfei. "Sister, let's leave the street we are searching. If a strange beast appears on our street and someone dies, the demon hunting hall will probably accuse us of not searching thoroughly enough," Zhang Junfei whispered. "How could it be such a coincidence?" Zhang Manner said nonchalantly, "Even if a strange beast really appeared on the street we were searching, it wouldn't matter. There wasn't even a single person on that street, so how could anyone be killed? Besides, that street is very long, with many small alleys. There are only 2 of us, and we don't have clairvoyance, so it's normal that we didn't find the strange beast. Minister Qin is a very reasonable person, he won't blame us for this." Zhang Junfei nodded. What Zhang Monair said made some sense. "Junfei, are you scared?" Zhang Monair asked. "Sister, that's not the case." Zhang Junfei explained, "I'm just worried that if something goes wrong it will affect our future at Night Walker." "You think too much." Zhang Monair said seriously, "Junfei, the strange beast has appeared. We can pin everything on it. This is a great opportunity for you to avenge your hatred and wash away your shame. It's also a great opportunity for me to slap Su Chichi in the face and put the blame on her. If you miss this opportunity, you won't know how long it will take for you to encounter another like this. You, the laughingstock of the demon hunting hall, can't wait any longer, and neither can I, the vying for the captain's position. Do you understand?" "Sister, I understand." Zhang Junfei nodded. Zhang Manner didn't say anything more. She reminded, "Pay attention to your surroundings, don't let anyone find you." At this moment, a cry for help suddenly rang out in the 2 people's headsets. Chapter 58. People's hearts are not as they used to be, provide support quickly. I'm S28 Suchichi. I encountered 8 strange beasts on the East Street of Joan No. 1 Middle School. The lowest level of cultivation is 7 stars E level, and the highest level of cultivation is 9 stars E level. One of the strange beasts is so elusive, it must be the hidden beast that attacked our colleagues in the intelligence department. Requesting assistance from nearby colleagues as soon as possible. Hearing the cry for help in the headset, Zhang Junfei asked, "Sister, it's Su Chichi, should we go save her?" I said, "Are you stupid?" Zhang Manner was speechless and said, "Su Chichi is your sister's biggest competitor. Now that she's in danger, it's a great thing for us. You've got your head stuck in the door, and you're actually going to save her? What's more, the street we're searching is more than 10 miles away from here, out of the communication range of the headset. We can't hear Tsuchichi's call for help at all. If we go to save her, won't that tell others that we've deserted our post? Also, there are 8 exotic beasts there, the lowest being at 7-starry level, the highest at 9-starry level. Some of them can even hide themselves. If we rush over there rashly, we might even be killed if one of them goes wrong. Are you tired of living? Zhang Junfei was stunned for a moment, then he asked, Sister, then why don't we go save her? Isn't that nonsense? Zhang Monair glared at Zhang Junfei angrily and sighed. Originally, I was thinking of killing the guy who embarrassed us, and then accusing Tsuchichi of failing to protect his teammates. I didn't expect Tsuchichi to be besieged by 8 alien beasts. If Tsuchichi were killed by the alien beasts, even if she was seriously injured by them, no one would be able to compete with me for the position of captain. This is God's help. Zhang Junfei thought for a moment and questioned, Sister, I heard that Tsuchichi's cultivation has been promoted to D level, and the 8 beasts are all E level. She shouldn't have died there, right? That's not necessarily true. Zhang Monair said, Tsuchichi's cultivation has been promoted to D level, but she has only just been promoted. The gap between her and a 9-star E level beast is not that big. She can't crush a 9-star E level beast. What's more, she's being attacked by more than just one beast, but 8, including some that can hide themselves. She's absolutely no match for them alone. Otherwise, why would someone as proud as her ask for help? Zhang Junfei nodded. What Zhang Monair said made sense. Oh, sis, that tasteless voice seemed to be coming from the headset just now. It's not like, it's just. Zhang Monair sneered, I also heard that useless voice. He told Tsuchichi to hold on and he would rush over right away. TSK, what's the point of rushing over to a scumbag with F-level cultivation? Is he just going to die? But it's good that he rushes over. We can just let the monster tear him apart. That way, we don't have to do anything. There's no risk. That makes sense. Zhang Junfei asked again, Sister, the chicken rib has already run away, should we still go over there? Of course I have to go. Zhang Monair said, although Tsuchichi is no match for the 8-headed beast, if someone had timely support, she and that useless person might not have died. We have to stay on the street that useless person is searching for and make sure that useless person is not alive. Sister, you have considered everything carefully. Zhang Junfei flattered Zhang Monair. Zhang Monair said proudly, Junfei, follow me well. Captain is not my destination. Minister is my ultimate goal. If I become the minister, there will be endless benefits for you. Sister, I will definitely follow you and do my best. Zhang Junfei patted his chest and promised. Let's go, get to the street where that useless guy is as soon as possible, and then find a secluded place to hide. Zhang Monair continued walking forward as she spoke, and Zhang Junfei followed. At this time, Zhang Taiping was riding the emperor horse at lightning speed towards the street where Tsuchichi was. His cheeks were full of anxiety, and he had no idea that Zhang Monair and Zhang Junfei had already set their sights on him. Before this, he was a little worried that Tsuchichi would encounter a strange beast that could hide its body if she acted alone. As a result, what he feared came true, and the situation was even more serious than he had feared. Not only did Tsuchichi encounter a strange beast that could hide its body, but she was also besieged by 8 strange beasts. Although Tsuchichi didn't say whether the situation was dangerous or not, he could feel how serious it was, so he was so anxious that he didn't even use the sword controlling technique, but directly used the faster emperor horse. Soon, Zhang Taiping, riding on the emperor horse, arrived above the street where Tsuchichi was. He saw at a glance that Tsuchichi was running away, with 7 strange beasts following closely behind. As for that strange beast that could hide its body? It must be hiding, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Call. Zhang Taiping breathed a sigh of relief. Just now he was really worried that something might happen to Tsuchichi, but fortunately his worries did not come true this time. Landing in an alley in front of Tsuchichi, Zhang Taiping put away the emperor horse and walked out of the alley. Captain, have you disturbed the lair of the strange beast? Zhang Taiping teased. Tsuchichi's attention was always on the strange beast behind her, and she didn't notice Zhang Taiping who suddenly appeared. Hearing Zhang Taiping's words, she subconsciously looked forward, and then saw Zhang Taiping standing not far ahead. This made her suddenly stunned. She had just heard Zhang Taiping's reply, but she thought it would take some time for Zhang Taiping to arrive. However, what she didn't expect was that Jiang Taiping came so quickly. However, when she thought about how Jiang Taiping reached Zhao Lijuan in just over 10 seconds, she suddenly understood. Jiang Taiping was hiding more things than she had imagined, at least she didn't know about Jiang Taiping's terrifying speed. Don't you see what the situation is now? You still have the mind to tease me? Su Qiqi said angrily. Jiang Taiping raised his hand and touched his nose. They were just 80-level beasts. He didn't think the situation was serious. Even if he couldn't win, he had the confidence to take Su Qiqi away. No. It's not about running away. This word can easily lead to misunderstanding. It should be about getting away smoothly. Seeing Jiang Taiping standing there motionless, Su Qiqi said angrily, "Why don't you run away quickly? What are you still posing for? Is this the time to pose?" Jiang Taiping was speechless. He was just standing there, so how could it be considered a pose? This was a profound misunderstanding of him. "Captain, I'm not." Jiang Taiping wanted to explain, but before he could finish his words, he suddenly turned his head and looked to Su Qiqi's left. There was a very dark aura there, which should be the strange beast that Su Qiqi mentioned that could hide its body. And at the moment he looked, the strange beast that could only hide its body suddenly jumped up and pounced on Su Qiqi. Chapter 59, The Charm of That Move. What a big pot. "Captain, be careful." A warning sounded from Jiang Taiping's mouth. Su Qiqi subconsciously looked back, and then a hint of doubt appeared on her pretty face. The strange beast behind her was still more than 10 meters away from her. Although this distance is not far, there is no need to remind her to be careful, right? However, what she didn't know was that Jiang Taiping's warning was not because of the strange beast behind her, but because of the strange beast hiding on her left and pouncing towards her. In addition, there was another reason why Jiang Taiping sounded the alarm. That is to make Su Qiqi look back and not let Su Qiqi see how he did it. The moment Su Qiqi turned around, a somewhat ancient sword case appeared out of thin air on Jiang Taiping's left hand. Sword control technique, /. A light shout sounded in Jiang Taiping's heart. He raised his right middle finger and index finger, drew a circle in the air, and then pointed it forward. The ancient sword box opened instantly, and 8 flying swords soared into the air and then shot out violently. 7 flying swords shot towards Su Qiqi's back, and another flying sword shot towards Su Qiqi's left side. Whoosh! 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 The flying sword flew rapidly, and the sound of breaking through the air was heard. Hearing the sound of breaking air, Su Qiqi subconsciously looked back, and then saw Jiang Taiping with his left hand behind his back and his right hand swung forward, but she did not see the thing that caused the sound of breaking air, so she turned back again. Now she saw what caused the sound of breaking air. There were 7 small swords, and those 7 small swords had already flown to the 7 strange beasts behind her. The next moment, 7 flying swords pierced through the heads of the 7 strange beasts and continued to fly forward. This. Su Qiqi's eyes widened instantly, but before she could think about it, a scream sounded beside her. She subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a huge snake with a body covered in black, a waist as thick as a bucket, and about 2 meters long appearing out of thin air not far to her left, then falling from the air and hitting the ground heavily. This scene made Su Qiqi suddenly understand why Jiang Taiping had to sound the alarm. Realizing this, Su Qiqi felt a surge of fear in her heart. She did not notice the sneak attack from the shadow snake hiding on her left side, and her attention was focused on the strange beast behind her. If Jiang Taiping had not acted in time, she would have been very likely to fall into the shadow snake's trap, and she dared not imagine the consequences. The appearance of this shadow snake also confirmed Jiang Taiping's judgment that there was more than one shadow snake. Bang! 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 At this moment, a series of dull collision sounds rang out one after another. Su Qiqi subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound, and then saw that the 7 strange beasts following behind her had fallen to the ground and were motionless. Judging from their appearance, they must have already reported to the underworld. However, what she didn't notice was that 8 small swords flew back in the air and landed in the sword box on Jiang Taiping's left hand behind his back, and then the sword box disappeared out of thin air. Looking at the 7 silent strange beasts on the ground not far in front of him, Su Qiqi was stunned for a moment. These 7 strange beasts that chased her into a state of panic were just killed by Jiang Taiping? Why does she feel that this matter was a little mysterious and unreal? Jiang Taiping, who was standing behind Su Qiqi, smiled bitterly. Just now he was thinking of tricking Su Qiqi away, and then killing these strange beasts without anyone noticing. Before he could think of a solution, Shadow Snake launched a sneak attack on Su Qiqi, forcing him to take action immediately. He thought that since he had already made the move, he might as well kill the 7 strange beasts following Tsuchichi. This time, he was really exposed completely. That, Captain! Jiang Taiping shouted. Hearing this, Tsuchichi immediately came back to her senses from her shock. She looked Jiang Taiping up and down and asked, "Are you really Jiang Taiping?" Jiang Taiping was stunned. If he wasn't Jiang Taiping, who else could it be? But he soon realized that Tsuchichi was unable to accept the fact before her. "Captain, your question is a bit silly," Jiang Taiping teased. Tsuchichi looked Jiang Taiping up and down again and said in a deep voice, "Tell me. What is your cultivation level?" 5-star F grade. Jiang Taiping replied without blushing or panting. Tsuchichi was so upset, "You are taking me for a fool." "Captain, someone's coming. I'm going to retreat first. If they ask, just say you killed them." Jiang Taiping said this and rushed towards Tsuchichi. When he ran past Tsuchichi, he grabbed the shadow snake's tail and dragged it to continue running towards the 7 strange beasts behind. When he ran to the 7 strange beasts, Jiang Taiping grabbed the tails of 4 of them with one hand, grabbed the tail of the 8th with both hands, and ran towards a small alley nearby. This scene made Tsuchichi dumbfounded. This bastard even wanted to steal the exotic beast she found? However, thinking that these strange beasts were killed by Jiang Taiping, she felt that there was nothing wrong with Jiang Taiping snatching 8 strange beasts. "Jiang Taiping, stop right there." Tsuchichi reacted quickly and yelled, then ran towards the alley where Jiang Taiping entered. But when she ran to the alley, Jiang Taiping was no longer there. This bastard! Tsuchichi stomped her feet in annoyance. She really wanted to continue chasing Jiang Taiping, but after thinking about it, she decided not to. We are still on a mission and cannot leave. Otherwise, it would be considered as desertion. Humph, Jiang Taiping, you can run away from the monk, but can you run away from the temple? You fooled me so badly, just wait for me. Tsuchichi walked out of the alley cursing. Looking at the dark green blood all over the ground, Tsuchichi felt a headache. That bastard Jiang Taiping ran away so coolly, but he left her with a huge pot. It's not that she hasn't thought about telling others that it was Jiang Taiping who killed those strange beasts, but someone has to believe her. You know, if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, even she wouldn't think Jiang Taiping had the ability to kill those strange beasts. Also, last time in the demon hunting garden, she said that the man who killed nearly 100 strange beasts was dressed the same as Jiang Taiping, so Qin Zhang misunderstood that she wanted to regain her lost face. If she said that it was Jiang Taiping who killed these strange beasts, who knows how many people would misunderstand her. If that bastard Jiang Taiping continues to refuse to admit it, she will never be able to clear herself of the guilt even if she jumps into the Yellow River. This bastard! Tsuchichi scratched her hair madly. At this moment, several figures came from both sides of the street. Among them was Zhao Lijuan, whom Jiang Taiping had rescued before. "Captain Su, I'm here. Captain Su, are you okay?" The people who came over started speaking. Tsuchichi straightened her messed up hair and said calmly, "I'm fine. I've already solved it. Thank you all for coming to support me. I'm also very sorry to have made you come here for nothing. I'm glad you're okay. Yeah, I was so worried when I rushed here just now. It's okay, it was just a false alarm." The people who came over started speaking again. One of them looked around and asked in confusion, "Captain Su, there's a lot of alien beast blood on the ground, and there are traces of alien beast corpses being dragged. Why can't we see any alien beast corpses?" Chapter 60. Captain Su was mighty, flattering the wrong person. The body was dragged away by that bastard. Tsuchichi roared silently in her heart, but said, "I hit the body." Everyone suddenly understood, and they could also understand Tsuchichi's approach. You know, the corpse of an E-level alien beast is quite valuable. Now Tsuchichi has to carry out the mission and cannot bring the corpse of the alien beast back. In this case, it is normal to hide the corpse of the alien beast. "Captain Su, since everything is fine, I will go back and continue searching," someone said. "Captain Su, I'll go back and continue searching." Others also spoke up. Zhao Lijuan said nothing. After everyone left, Tsuchichi looked at Zhao Lijuan, who hadn't left yet, and said, "B358, aren't you going back?" Zhao Lijuan looked around and whispered, "Captain Su, I just heard F1's voice. He said he would come as soon as possible. With his speed, he should have arrived by now. Why can't I see him?" The corners of Tsuchichi's mouth twitched violently. Not only did that bastard come, he also put a big blame on her. If Su Qiqi told others, she would definitely hide the fact that Jiang Taiping had come, but Zhao Lijuan knew Jiang Taiping's strength, and this matter was weighing on her mind and she couldn't help but speak it out, so she decided to tell the truth. That bastard came and left. Su Qiqi gritted her teeth and said, that bastard killed those strange beasts. He even dragged the bodies away and put the blame on me, asking me to say that I killed those strange beasts. Zhao Lijuan was not surprised at what Su Qiqi said. She knows something about Su Qiqi. Su Qiqi is very proud in her bones. Unless she has to, Su Qiqi will not ask for support. If Su Qiqi asks for support, it means that she is no match for those strange beasts. Under such circumstances, how could Su Qiqi kill all 8 strange beasts in such a short time? So she realized early on that it must be Jiang Taiping who came, and those strange beasts were also killed by Jiang Taiping. Captain Su, I finally have a partner who can empathize with me. Zhao Lijuan said with a smile. Su Qiqi was stunned. What kind of partner could empathize with her? But she soon realized that Zhao Lijuan was talking about her feelings when she witnessed Jiang Taiping killing the strange beast. Captain Su, I'm going back to continue searching for the strange beast. Zhao Lijuan didn't stay any longer and turned around and left after saying that. She stayed because she wanted to verify whether her judgment was correct. Now that it has been confirmed, we must hurry back to our posts and continue working. Watching Zhao Lijuan leave, Su Qiqi cursed Jiang Taiping in a low voice. Stinky Jiang Taiping, rotten Jiang Taiping, actually blaming me. Not only did I have to lie against my conscience, but I was also so embarrassed that I wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Just wait for me, this isn't over yet. After scolding Jiang Taiping for a while, Su Qiqi frowned and thought again. She was wondering how Jiang Taiping killed 8 strange beasts at once. It looks like a flying knife. What kind of cultivation level is that bastard? Su Qiqi talked to herself. At this moment, a voice sounded in the headset. Dear colleagues, I have good news for you. Just now, Captain Su Qiqi fought against 8 monsters alone and killed 8 beasts. The lowest level of cultivation is 7 star Z level, the highest is 9 star Z level, and there is also a strange beast that can hide its body. Please spread the news and get everyone excited. There was silence in the headset for a moment, and then voices rang out one after another. Captain Su was worthy of being the #1 talent in our Zhuan branch. His strength is truly amazing. I haven't even gotten there yet, and the beast is gone? Well, I better go back. I will spread the news immediately and make everyone happy. Listening to the continuous voices coming from the headset, Su Qiqi's pretty face instantly turned dark. She didn't kill those strange beasts, and she hoped that as few people as possible would know about it. But if this happens, it won't be long before everyone in the demon hunting hall knows about it. At this moment, she really wanted to beat to death the guy who spread the news. She was already upset enough because she had been blamed for no apparent reason, and that guy added fuel to the fire. But she also knew that the man didn't want to cause trouble for her, but wanted to cheer everyone up. After all, searching for strange beasts alone in the middle of the night is really tiring and exhausting. Captain Su is awesome. Captain Su is mighty. Captain Su is domineering. Su Qiqi was suddenly stunned. This was Jiang Taiping's voice. Jiang Taiping. Shut up right there. Su Qiqi pressed the earphone, gritted her teeth and spoke, enunciating each word. It would be fine if this bastard just put the blame on her, but he actually praised her against his conscience. Is he just here to watch the fun and not mind making trouble? At this moment, she no longer wanted to kill the person who spread the news, but wanted to kill Jiang Taiping. If she didn't have a little bit of common sense left in her, she would definitely rush to Jiang Taiping and beat him up. Everyone who heard Su Qiqi's words was a little confused. They didn't understand why Su Qiqi told Jiang Taiping to shut up. Was there something wrong with praising him? Puff. Zhao Lijuan couldn't help but laugh. She recognized Jiang Taiping's voice, and also heard that Su Qiqi was about to get angry. She also knew why Su Qiqi wanted to get angry. Jiang Taiping was definitely the only one who could make Su Qiqi so angry. Also, Jiang Taiping can flatter others so confidently even if it goes against his conscience, which is really amazing. Jiang Taiping couldn't help but shiver. It seems like the flattery went to the wrong place and ended up hitting the horse's hoof. Jiang Taiping raised his hand, touched his nose, and shut up decisively. It was obvious from Su Qiqi's voice that she was suppressing her anger and was about to explode. He couldn't provoke Su Qiqi again, otherwise Su Qiqi would give him away, and it would be difficult for him to keep a low profile in the future. We have to hide for a few days to let that girl cool down. Jiang Taiping sighed secretly. He exposed his strength in front of Su Qiqi and put such a big blame on Su Qiqi. He was flattering her but ended up hitting the horse's hoof. With Su Qiqi's violent temper, I'm afraid she won't let him go easily. It's better to let Su Qiqi calm down. Two people were lying on the roof of a house 100 meters in front of Jiang Taiping. These two people are Zhang Monair and Zhang Zhenfei. At this moment, Zhang Monair's face looked a little ugly. Su Qiqi didn't die and even killed those 8 strange beasts. How is this possible? But so many people said so, she had to believe it even if she didn't want to. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that Su Qiqi's impressive performance tonight will definitely increase Su Qiqi's chances of competing for the captain position. This is not good news for her. Zhenfei, that useless guy is coming back soon, keep a close eye on him. Zhang Monair said harshly, that woman Su Qiqi is not dead. That useless thing is our last chance. We must seize it. Otherwise, not only will our work tonight be in vain, but we won't be able to find such a good opportunity again in the future. Sister, I will. Zhang Zhenfei nodded and stared at the street next to him. After a moment, he said in surprise, Sister, do you think that person is that useless?